You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You keep me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how much...
Welcome to an evening of old-time radio.
The Harold Perry Show. And now, Harold Perry as Honest Harold, the homemaker. Well, it's a big day in the little town of Melrose Springs. Yes, this is the day when the voters go to the polls to elect their new mayor. Will it be Honest Harold Hemp, local radio favorite, or his opponent and boss, Stanley Peabody, manager of the local radio station? Well, right now, Honest Harold is nervously pacing up and down in the office of his campaign manager, Doc Yancey, the veterinarian.
Oh, why don't you sit down and relax, Harold? You're wearing out the Congolium.
How can I relax, Doc? When are the returns going to start coming in?
Well, any minute now. But you got nothing to worry about with a political wizard like me running your campaign. And I want you to know, Harold, my animals are with you to a man.
Good. Too bad they can't vote.
That is, except the bunnies. Now, some of the rabbits are for Peabody and some are for you. I guess that's what you call splitting hairs.
Doc, this is no time for one of your bums. There's the phone.
Yes, I hear it.
Well, answer it, will you? Maybe some returns are coming in.
Honest Harold Hemp for mayor headquarters. Dr. Yancey, veterinarian and campaign manager speaking. Oh.
Who is it?
Precinct number 1, George Schrader's grocery store.
Grocery store? Has he got some returns?
What's that, George? 10 and 25?
Is that 10 and 25 votes?
No, it's 10 and 25 cents. He's having a special on tapioca today.
Tapioca? Tell him I don't want any.
Nothing today, George. Goodbye.
Tapioca. Call precinct number 2, will you, Doc?
Oh, that's the schoolhouse. All right.
2 o'clock. They ought to have some of the votes counted.
Yes, I imagine they should. Hello? Miss Eigenfuss? This is Dr. Yancey. Have you counted any votes there yet? What's that? 7. Oh, isn't that wonderful?
7 votes for me?
No, Harold. Miss Eigenfuss's dog had 7 puppies. 4 boys and 3 girls.
Congratulations.
Miss Eigenfuss, Harold sends his congratulations. How is the little mother? She was a little depressed, huh?
Yeah. So do I.
Oh, well, that's only natural.
Doc, ask her about the votes.
Well, now, Miss Eigenfuss, you do everything you can to cheer that dog up. Hey, maybe you can let her watch the television tonight.
Yeah, maybe she can watch Bulldog Drummond. Doc, the votes.
Oh, Harold wants to know if you've counted the votes. Oh, you have? What's that? Oh, thanks very much. Goodbye.
What did she say, Doc?
Oh, Harold, smartest thing you ever did making me your campaign manager.
How many votes have I got?
20 for Peabody.
Yeah?
And 45 for Honest Harold.
Yeah. How are the little puppies?
At this rate, it'll be a landslide.
You think so, Doc?
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Now, we better start making plans for a big victory rally tonight.
All right, I'll get right on it.
Hey, just a minute. We better tell my animals the good news. Friends, quiet now. I've got some wonderful news.
Yeah.
Just got the first returns, and I want you to meet the new mayor of Melrose Springs, Honest Harold.
Thank you. Thank you.
Don't mind Elmer, Harold. He's a diehard. Yeah. He's still sore about Alf Landon.
Gosh, I really can't believe it, Doc. Mayor Harold Hemp. Doc, old friend, I don't know how to thank you for all you've done for me.
No, it wasn't so much. All I did was manage your whole campaign single-handedly.
Yeah, you did that, Doc.
Yes, I was kind of shrewd, didn't miss many tricks.
Yeah. Well, guess I'll go home and tell Mother the good news.
In fact, I don't know anyone who could run your campaign any better.
Yeah, well,
It's just sort of a knack I have, I guess.
Doc, I admit it. You did a wonderful job.
Oh, it wasn't so much. All I did was manage your whole campaign.
Goodbye, Doc. There'll be a hot time in the old town tonight. Can't believe it. Looks like I'm really going to be mayor. I'll be the leading civic dignitary of Melrose Springs. Say, I wonder if the mayor gets in the movies free. Here's Ed's cleaning place. Think I'll drop in and get my suit pressed. I'll look my best at the big victory rally tonight. Well, howdy, Ed.
Well, hello, Harold.
You know, Ed, you're looking at the next mayor.
Well, congratulations, Your Honor.
Thanks. Gonna have a big victory rally tonight. Just thought I'd get my suit pressed.
Oh, you're going to wear that suit?
Huh?
Why, a mayor should have an official outfit, Your Honor.
Official? Well, I guess so, but I don't own one of those cutaways.
Now, that's too bad. But, say, chum, you are in luck because I just happen to think of something.
What's that?
Well, I just happen to have a cutaway suit here in the shop that'll fit you.
Well,
Now, it's slightly used, but it's a magnificent garment. Now, why don't you just take a look at it, Your Honor?
well, I guess it wouldn't hurt to look at it, I guess.
Why, of course not. Here you are. Just try on the coat.
Yeah, thanks. It's kind of heavy, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's shark skin, you see.
Oh.
Made from an extra heavy shark.
Say, what's that fastened to the coat tail? Why, it's a goldfish bowl.
Yes, now I forgot to mention it, Your Honor, but this masterpiece of the tailor's art was left here by a magician.
Oh?
Yeah, Marvello the Great. He played the Opera House last night.
Oh, yeah, the fellow with the disappearing pigeons.
Precisely.
Well, I don't think I want a magician's suit.
Now, why don't you just slip the coat on for size? Huh?
Yeah, all right. Can't get my arm through the sleeve. What's that?
Well, what do you know? A collapsible birdcage.
Well, that's how he made the pigeon disappear, eh?
Yes, sir, and I will throw in the birdcage at no extra charge.
Oh, well, I don't know.
Now, why don't you try on that high silk hat, Your Honor?
Oh, one of those, huh? Well, okay. I'll just... What flew out of the hat? Oh, my goodness, a pigeon. Ed, I don't think I want this suit.
Now, Your Honor, this will make your victory rally a big success.
It will?
Why, sure, you will be the first mayor in Melrose Springs to give a speech and a magic show at the same time.
Well, maybe you're right, Ed. Mayor Hemp, the magician. Yeah. Think I'll go down and make Stanley Peabody disappear. Yeah.
Good morning, Station KHJP. Election results? Well, early returns will be broadcast at 7 o'clock. You're welcome.
Well, good morning, Glory.
Why, good morning. Why, Harold, what are you doing in that outfit?
Just bought it, Gloria. Meet Mayor Hemp, the magician.
Who?
Alakazam, Alakazai. The hand is quicker than the eye.
What?
Take a card, Gloria, any card.
All right.
Now, madam, you have your card. What is it?
The Queen of Hearts.
Right.
Gee, Harold. How did you do that trick?
It came with the suit. And now for my next trick, ladies and gentlemen. I'll make a pigeon appear.
Is that you, Hemp?
Mr. Peabody.
Yeah, instead of a pigeon, I get a pelican.
Hemp, what are you doing in that comedy costume? Halloween was last night.
Very funny.
Just why are you wearing that outlandish outfit?
For your information, Stanley, this is my victory suit.
Victory?
Yeah?
It looks more like unconditional surrender.
Is that so? It just so happens that I'm leading 45-20, Stanley. That's 2-1. Why don't you concede, Peabody?
Hemp, this election is far from over. Don't forget the old story about the tortoise and the hare. Well, I'm the tortoise.
You got a good neck for it.
And another thing. You may be running against me for mayor, but in this station, I'm the boss. Take off that silly high hat.
Yes, sir.
Hemp, is that a pigeon that flew out of your hat?
Yes, Stanley. I just dropped in to give you the bird. See you later. on, Doc. Let's get on with the rehearsal.
All right, Harold. A great idea I had having this victory rally on your front porch.
Oh, Harold.
Yes, Mother?
Dr. Yancey said he wanted to hang up a picture of you out here on the front porch. So I brought this one.
Mother, that's my baby picture. I'm lying on a bearskin rug.
That's a good political picture, Harold. The voters can see you're not hiding anything from them.
Well, I'd better get back to the kitchen. I'm making a whole batch of cookies for tonight.
Oh, good, Mother. Well, better rehearse the orchestra, Doc. In another hour, they'll be on overtime. Where's my baton? Oh. Fellows, musicians, will you please put away those racing forms and look at me? I heard that, Meekin. Now, here's the lineup. First, I'll make my acceptance speech. I'll keep it short and sincere. 45 minutes should be enough. Smart aleck. Then I do a few magic tricks, fellas. And for a grand finale, I croon a number. Now, we'll try my entrance music. Now, try to follow me. Ready? Go. You're fighting me.
Hey, Harold.
What is it, Doc?
Want to listen to me rehearse my introduction speech now?
Can't you see that I'm busy?
Well, I say a lot of nice things about you, Harold.
Oh, you do? Well, all right. Let's hear it.
Well, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, this victory was won by a courageous man fighting against overwhelming odds. A man you all know and love. I'm speaking of none other than the new mayor's campaign manager, yours truly, Dr. Yancey.
Oh. Doc, you're supposed to be talking about me.
Now, you might be interested in a few brief facts about my life. In 1910, I graduated from veterinary college. That's when I got my sheepskin. To earn enough money to start my practice, I took a job on a ranch. Before long, I became the man they could depend on to drive the sheep. I was the only one who could make a U-turn.
That's enough. By the time you get through introducing me, my term will be up. The polls close in 3 hours. You should be out there working for me.
Well, all right, Harold. That's all the thanks I get for being the man behind the throne.
Make a U-turn. A joke like that could lead to a recall. Doc's a nice fellow, but sometimes...
Harold, I've got some wonderful news.
What's that, Mother?
They just broadcast the latest election returns. Stanley Peabody, 620. And my son, 948.
Let's have the victory song, huh, fellas? Listen to this, Mother.
Wonderful.
When cares pursue me, I'm never gloomy. I keep on singing the song. Though the clouds hang low, I laugh at woe and go rolling along. No need to hurry, no need to worry, that things are gonna go wrong. Like the birds that sing, I dream of spring as I'm rolling along. Oh, give me the moon for a blanket and give me the stars overhead. I'll make the mountain my doorstep. I'll make the desert my bed. I'll spend the hours among the flowers. I'll stay away from the throng. Let it rain or shine, the world is mine. As I'm rolling along.
We will return for the second act of our story, Honest Harold, in just a moment. We Americans have a valuable heritage, a heritage of individual freedom that includes the freedom to worship as we wish at the church or synagogue of our choice. By attending church regularly, we can gain the moral and spiritual strength to meet the many problems which confront us today. help support your church and attend regularly with your family. And now, back to Honest Harold, the homemaker. Well, the early election returns indicate a smashing success for Honest Harold in the race for mayor of Melrose Springs. In fact, Harold is so confident of victory that he has decided to go down to the city hall and say goodbye to the old mayor.
Certainly glad I thought of this. Dropping in to see old Mayor McHenry. It's a sporting thing to do. Wonder why he didn't run for re-election. Guess he knew he couldn't beat me. Hope the mayor's in. Wonder where he is. There's no ball game today.
Oh, it's you.
Mayor, where are you?
You're up here peeking down the transom. I wanted to see who it was.
Oh. Wonder how he got up there. Must have on his Adler shoes.
I'll be right down.
Well, howdy, Mayor.
Come in, Harold.
Well, Mayor McHenry, looks like I'm going to be the next mayor.
You are? Well, congratulations. It's a lovely job.
I suppose it is. I just thought I'd come in. What was that?
Oh, that was nothing. Just Mr. Snodgrass.
Huh?
He throws a brick through the window every day at this time. He hates all mayors.
He does?
You'll get used to it. Just remember to duck every day at 3 o'clock.
Oh.
It's a lovely job.
Yeah. Well, I just came in to say...
Excuse me, Harold. Telephone.
Telephone.
Hello? Yes, this is Mayor McHenry. You but Mrs. Wigglestaff. You but... Mrs. Wigglestaff, watch your language. Goodbye.
Who's that?
That was the lady chairman of the sewing circle.
Sewing circle?
Yes, they sit in a circle and call me a so-and-so. Yes, they do, but it's a lovely job.
Well, I just wanted to tell... Say, Mayor, is that a bump on your head?
Yes, I got that in the line of duty, Harold.
Line of duty?
Mrs. Green hit me with her umbrella because I wouldn't lower bus fares. So I finally lowered them.
Yeah. What's that bump on the other side?
That's where Mr. McDonald hit me. He owns the bus company. But it's a lovely job. Of course, you have to work 14 hours a day, 7 days a week.
7 days a week?
And you're always in debt.
In debt?
Yes, every time they give away a key to the city, they take it out of your salary.
Yeah.
Oh, you'd be surprised how those keys count up.
Oh.
Yeah, but it's a lovely job. Well, I think I'll go home now and pack a bag.
A bag? Are you going on a trip?
Not exactly. I'm going to a sanitarium for a 6 weeks rest cure.
A rescue?
Oh, it's not serious. It's just the doctor's idea. He thinks being mayor has affected my nerves. Yeah. But that's silly. It's a lovely job. It's just that you have to keep calm, that's all. Lower bus fares, higher bus fares, balance the budget, lower taxes. Please this group, please that group. Work all day, study all night, threatening letters. People hate you, dogs hate you, cats hate you. You even hate yourself. Let me out of here!
Mayor, wait till I get my hat. I'll go with you. I don't want this lovely job. Certainly glad I saw the mayor. Sure don't want that job. Gotta work real hard now and see if I can lose this election. Feel kind of silly sneaking around in front of this polling place, though. If I just talk some people into voting for Peabody. Oh, yeah, here comes a voter. Psst. Psst. Hey, you.
What?
I want to talk to you.
Me?
Yeah. Come here.
Oh, hello, Mr. Amp. Didn't recognize you hiding behind that telephone pole.
Well, there wasn't any tree handy. I mean, are you going in to vote?
Yes, I am.
Oh? Were you going to vote for me?
That happens to be my business.
Oh,
you
course.
politicians will stoop to anything.
Yep.
Campaigning around the election booth. Pretty shoddy trick trying to get votes this way.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm not trying to get votes. I want you to vote against me.
Why?
Yeah, I'd make a terrible mayor. Honestly. Why, I don't know the first thing about the job.
You don't?
No.
What about all those things you said in your campaign speech?
Well, you know, campaign speeches. Believe me, if you want a good mayor, vote for my opponent, Stanley Peabody.
You really mean that?
I certainly do. What am I? Just a radio crooner? You know crooners. They're all bohemians.
Yes, that's true.
I may not look it, but I'm just a gypsy. Fond of dancing, light wines, and beer.
Well, you've convinced me, Mr. Hemp.
I have?
Yes. I was going to vote for Peabody, but your honesty's so refreshing, I've changed my mind. I'm going to vote for you.
Oh,
I'll see you later.
But, mister, wait a minute. You can't do... certainly hard to lose an election. I wonder how William Jennings Bryan always did it. Well, I'm still way ahead. The election isn't over yet. Maybe if Peabody got out and did some last-minute campaigning, he could still turn the tide. Wonder if I could talk him into it. It's my only chance. Hello, Gloria.
Hello, Mr. Mayor.
Gloria, please don't call me that. Say, have you voted yet?
No, but I'm going to right after work. And I'm going to vote for... Guess who?
Yeah, look, Gloria, I want you to vote for Stanley Peabody.
Oh, aren't you the kidder?
Gloria, I'm not kidding. Peabody's the best man for the job. He's got a longer record than I have.
Yes, but you've got longer eyelashes.
Gloria, I'm warning you, if you don't vote for Peabody, I'll never bring you another Tootsie Roll.
I don't care, Harold. You're my little old Tootsie Roll. Yum, yum, yum.
I'll see you later. I hope Peabody's in.
Come in.
Well, hello, Stanley.
Oh, hello, Hemp.
I wanted to talk to you about the election, Stanley.
Oh, I suppose you want to rub it in just because you've won.
Oh, but I haven't won yet.
Are you trying to tell me I don't know what I'm talking about?
No.
Don't tell me about politics. I know when I've lost an election. But, in fact, I think I'll call the newspaper right now and tell them I concede.
Stanley, you can't do that to me. I mean...
What?
You can still win the election if you get out and campaign, old man. Remember, the game isn't over till the final whistle is fired. A man may never be down, but he's never up. Or something.
What's the matter with you?
Don't give up now, Stanley. Get out and give it the old college try. Please, Stanley, please.
Hemp, get up off your knees.
Well, all right.
What's behind all of this? Why are you so anxious to lose the election all of a sudden?
Well, it's just because I think you're a better man for the job than I am.
Naturally. Anyone would be better than a dunderhead like you.
Oop. This isn't going to be easy.
I can't understand why anyone in their right mind could vote for a boob like you. Why it's so ridiculous I have to laugh.
Me too. What, everybody?
Hemp, you're one step removed from a moron.
I am? I thought I was standing too close to you. Well, lost my head. Wouldn't do myself any good with Peabody, certainly. What am I going to do? Just got to lose this election. Hey, if I got myself arrested, that might do it. Nobody votes for a jailbird. I know. I could open that fire hydrant there. Flood the street. Yeah, that's against the law. I'll just loosen this little nut here. There. Good thing I got my Boy Scout knife with me. Yeah, it's unscrewing. A little more. Oop. Oh, brother, look at it go. Yeah. Now I'll go down to the marshal and turn myself in. Maybe I can float down. Cruising down the river on a Sunday afternoon. Now, where's Pete the marshal? His father, old Cleet, is here again. He's the slowest human being Cleet!
Howdy, Harold.
Cleet, I want you to take care of something right away for me.
You'll have to wait a minute, Harold. Can't you see I'm practicing?
Practicing?
Yep, been taking these accordion lessons for 6 months now.
Well, where's the accordion?
I ain't up to that part yet.
Cleet, I just broke the law.
Oh, you did? Say, those accordion people just sent me off for a pretty piece.
What?
Roses are shining in Picardy.
Cleet?
In the hush of the
Cleet,
night.
I want you to arrest me.
Arrest you? Oh, what for?
I just turned on a fire hydrant.
Say, that's against the law.
I know that. That's why I want you to arrest me.
Well, okay. But first, I'll have to fill out a form.
Oh, here we go again.
Now, let me see. Felony, misdemeanor. Wonder what became of her.
Who?
Misdemeanor.
Hurry up, will you, Cleet?
Okay, I got the form. Yeah? Now, where was this fire hydrant?
Down at 4th and Main.
4th and Main. Let me write that down.
Come on, the water's flooding the street. If you don't hurry up, we'll all be drowned.
All be drowned. Let me write that down.
Come on, Cleet. You can fill out that form later. Please arrest me.
All right, Harold. Here goes. By the powers invested in me by the city of Melrose Springs, I, Cleet, acting for Pete, not Pete acting for Cleet.
Yes?
But Cleet acting for Pete, hereby place you under order. There's the phone.
Oh, my.
Marshal's office. Fire hydrant? Yes, Harold did it. I will. Goodbye. That was the city engineer, Harold.
Was he mad about me turning on the fire hydrant?
No, he was glad. Said it was the first time the streets had been clean in 6 months. Well, Harold, case dismissed.
What?
Roses are shining in Picardy.
Why don't you go there? Can't sit on this park bench forever. Better go home and get ready for my victory rally. I get into the darndest messes. Gosh, I don't want to be mayor.
Well, if it isn't honest Harold.
What?
How are you tonight, Mayor?
He can be happy. I'm the one that's going to have the nervous breakdown. I can just see myself a year from now. I'll be old, worn out, bumps on my head. Hope I don't forget to duck at 3 o'clock every day. I was so happy being a radio crooner, a bohemian.
Harold! Oh, Harold!
What? Oh, hello, Doc.
I've been looking all over for you. I got news for you.
Guess I'm mayor, huh, Doc?
I just got the latest results. Peabody made a big last-minute spurt, and you're both tied.
Tied? We are? Is everybody in town voted?
Well, everybody who's eligible, except one person.
Then his vote will decide the election. Who's the moron that didn't vote?
You.
Well, I'll talk... What?
You've got only 10 minutes, so hurry down to the polls and vote yourself in. Well, Harold, congratulations. You're the new mayor.
That's what you think. Stanley's going to look awfully good with those bumps on his head. Yeah.
You have just heard the Harold Perry Show, Honest Harold, who returns in just a moment with an important announcement. The supporting players tonight included Jane Morgan, Ken Peters, Frank Nelson, Leo Cleary, Sheldon Leonard, and Jack Moyles, and featured Gloria Holliday as Gloria and Joseph Kearns as old Doc Yak Yak. Norman McDonald directed, and the music was composed and conducted by Jack Meakin. Honest Harold, created by Harold Perry, was written by Gene Stone, Jack Robinson, and Bill Danch. Now back to Harold Perry.
Well, Bob, the Honest Harold Laugh Contest is over. The entries are all in a short while, the national winner will be announced. The lucky lady will be flown to Hollywood by TWA Constellation, where she'll stay at the beautiful Country Club Hotel. And speaking of trips, Bob, I'm going to be up in Portland, Oregon this Friday for the Hollywood Boosters there. Maybe I'll meet some laughers up there, huh? Well, see you next week, folks. Good night.
And now stay tuned for Bing Crosby, who follows immediately over most of these same CBS stations. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hello, this is Greg from An Evening of Old Time Radio. The real Greg from The Real Evening of Old Time Radio. I hope you're enjoying the show, and I just want you to know that if you're hearing this on any other YouTube channel than The Real Evening of Old Time Radio, you're listening to somebody who has stolen my audio track. On with the show.
GE Radios and GE Television present the General Electric Comedy Theater transcribed, starring Ray Milland in Meet Mr. McNutley, created by Joe Connolly and Bob Mosher, with Phyllis Avery and Gordon Jones. I'm Del Sherwood, your narrator. Now, any product that beats its competitors 7-1 is sure to be best, and that's the vote on GE Television. Yesterday was a big day at Lynn Haven College. It was commencement day. The weather was beautiful. The Lynn Haven campus was dressed in its early summer best to receive the proud friends and relatives who gathered there. The commencement exercises were impressive in their dignity, and none of the cap and gown faculty attracted more attention than Professor Raymond McNutley.
Boy, I felt like a fool when I tripped over my gown and almost fell flat in my face.
Oh, Ray. What do we do about it?
Peggy, dear. We have toyed with this matter throughout the academic year.
How do you know what I'm going to talk about?
You have that let's get away from it all, travel full the rocky coast of Maine, the sun-kissed shores of California, go down and buy the tickets, and don't forget to stop the milk and newspaper look.
Oh, well, after all, dear, it is vacation time.
I am well aware of that. Let's approach this matter in a spirit of fair play. I'll tell you where I want to go, and you'll argue against it.
Hmm?
And you'll tell me where you want to go, and I'll argue against it.
Hmm? What then?
Then we'll pack our bags and go where you want to go.
Oh, honey, come on. Sit down and let's be serious.
Okay. Now, as I have indicated before on many occasions, I am rather intrigued with the idea of a trip in a trailer.
No, sirree. I'm not going to spend the summer cooped up in a space the size of a broom closet.
Oh, Peggy, they're really quite roomy.
Roomy? Listen, there wouldn't be room enough to swing a cat.
What color? Anyway, my idea of the perfect vacation is not swinging cats. Nevertheless, I will give up on the trailer idea.
All right. First item, no trailers. Now, how about going to the beach?
Second item, no beach.
Well, just a minute, darling. I seem to recall that you had a very interesting time at the beach last year.
Interesting? It was disgusting. All those scantily clad females disporting themselves in their bikini bathing suits. I was incensed.
I noticed that. Second item, no beach.
What about, no. What about, no. What about, no.
Well, that takes care of Grand Canyon, Yellowstone Park, and the Canadian Rockies.
Fascinating, wasn't it?
Say, have you given any thought to taking a refresher course at some college this summer?
Yes, I've given some thought to taking a refresher course at some college this summer, yes.
Oh, and what do you think about taking a refresher course at some college this summer?
I'd as soon spend the summer saying Peter Piper picked a peck of pepper. I'd as soon spend the summer saying Peter Piper picked a peck of pill. I'd as soon spend the summer saying Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers as take a refresher course at some college this summer.
Well, item 3. No refresher course at some college this summer.
How now, brown cow?
Oh, why'd you say that?
I'm just sobering up. Say, Peggy, I've got an idea.
I know, a fishing trip.
Well, what do you think of it, Peg? The brisk, cool, early morning air, tangy as wine, the heady thrill as the leaping trout takes the fly, and the exciting battle between man and fish is joined. What do you think?
Mm-hmm. I would as soon spend the summer saying Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers.
Item 4, no fishing.
Well, are we going to do, darling? Spend the summer glaring at each other?
Ah, diversion. I'll get it. Hello, and where are you going on your vacation?
As a matter of fact, I was thinking of... Miss Nutley, are you all right?
Oh, Dean Bradley. Oh, about that unfortunate incident at the commencement.
Oh, now, Mr. McNutley, these things will happen. I just called up to wish you and Peggy a very happy vacation.
Well, that's very kind of you, Dean Bradley.
What are you going to do?
Well, I have before me a list of very fascinating things we are not going to do.
What's that?
Nothing. Actually, we haven't made any plans.
Whatever you do, have a good time, and I'll see you in the fall.
Thank you again, Dean Bradley, and the pleasantest kind of summer to you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
What are you laughing about?
I was just thinking, wouldn't it be funny if we happened to pick the same vacation spot as Dean Bradley?
Funny? It'll be hysterical. Wow, the very idea throws me into a cold sweat.
Oh, well. I wouldn't worry about it. I'd say there's about 1,000,000 to 1 chance.
Oh, sure. We needn't be concerned.
What's the matter, darling?
1,000,000 to 1? Those odds are too short.
What are you going to do?
I'm going over to Dean Bradley's and find out exactly where she's going for her vacation.
Good. Item number 5?
No Dean Bradley. Dean Bradley, I've come here for a purpose. I seek your counsel.
Go on.
It's about my vacation.
Lynnhaven College has generously provided you with a 3-month vacation.
I merely wanted to ask your advice on how to spend those 3 months.
Well, what do you want to know?
Oh, like where to go? For instance, where are you going?
Well, I took a cue from you and made a list of things I don't want to do.
Well, the question is, what do you want to do and where do you want to go?
I've narrowed it down to 2 places. Cape Cod or Wichita Falls.
What attracts you to Cape Cod?
The quaint New England atmosphere. The sand, the sea, the sun.
And Wichita Falls?
Well, the YWCA there has a perfectly marvelous steam room.
Well, they both have their attractions, Dean Bradley, and I'd like to spend my summer knowing that you're enjoying Cape Cod.
I believe you're right. Although I will miss that hot room. Cape Cod it is.
Good, Dean Bradley, good.
You said you came here for advice about your vacation.
Well, somehow, now that you've made your decision, my problem seems to be less of a problem.
What do you mean?
Well, you've shown me how to decide these little things with dispatch. No shilly-shallying. Face it and decide.
Good. I'm happy to have been of service. Now, once more, and let's hope for the last time, a happy vacation, and I'll see you in the fall.
Indeed you will, Dean Bradley. And a happy vacation to you.
3, 2, 4.
Hello? And where are you going on your vacation?
Mr. Thompson, you've been talking to McNutley.
Who is this?
This is Dean Bradley.
Dean Bradley? Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Thompson, perhaps you might be able to tell me where Mr. McNutley is going to spend his vacation.
Well, I just been talking to Peggy, and I can tell you a few places they're not going.
Oh, never mind that. Can you tell me if the McNutleys are even remotely considering Cape Cod?
Oh, no. Peg said that a beach resort was definitely out.
Wichita Falls?
Oh, no. On his salary, they can't afford foreign travel.
Yes. Mr. Thompson, you really know your geography, don't you?
Why, thank you, Dean Bradley. You know, you've got a pretty good geography yourself.
Well, at any rate, you have told me exactly what I want to know. Goodbye, and thank you.
Goodbye.
Now, item number 5 on my list. No McNutley.
Hey, Peggy. Come here.
What is it, dear?
Look out the window. There's a car coming up the street dragging a big, beautiful trailer.
Yes. It's just exactly the kind of big, beautiful trailer I wouldn't think of taking a vacation in.
Oh, gee.
No.
Hey. Hey, it's stopping in front of the house.
Ray McNutley, you didn't.
I'm innocent, Peggy. I swear I've never seen that trailer before in my life.
Hey, gypsies, you ready to hit the trail?
What on earth? Why, it's Petey.
There's been dirty work at the crossroads. I can read it in the tea leaves.
Peggy, I swear. Come on.
Is it a beaut?
What in the world are you doing with it, Pete?
Well, I took it as a down payment on a house. It's mine. All mine.
Oh, well, that's a load off my mind.
And I'm going to lend it to you two kids for the whole summer.
Well, that's a load on my mind.
Look, Peggy, you've never gone through a trailer before. Well, here's your chance.
Lucky me.
Come on.
Oh. Ooh.
Peggy, you all right?
Just look. This adorable living room with picture windows.
And built-in television.
Yeah, and a record player that converts into a barbecue.
And this kitchen. The range, the refrigerator, the garbage disposal. Oh, and look at this beautiful silverware.
Something, ain't it?
Yes. But I don't understand. Why do the knives have a groove down the middle of the blade?
That's so the peas won't roll off when you're going around the curve.
Oh, what a perfectly lovely bathroom. Look, 3 knobs.
Yeah, one is hot, one is cold, the other's orange juice.
Gee, they certainly thought of everything.
Well, it's a crying shame that we can't spend the summer in this lovely home on wheels.
Why can't you?
You know. We put on our list no trailers. And Peggy just doesn't respond to the call of the open road.
Oh.
Peggy, where are you going?
To change that list and pack the road maps. I want to go where the wild goose goes.
While the McNutleys contemplate their vacation, how'd you like to win one? The most fabulous contest in years is General Electric's Holiday in Hollywood. Nothing to buy, no essays to write. Just write your name and address on an entry blank at your nearest GE radio dealer. If you win the top prize, you get absolutely free a Fifth Avenue wardrobe for 2. Then 4 gay, glamorous days in Hollywood for a party of 4. You'll be on TV. Win a GE Color TV. There are 99 other prize winners, too. For full details, see your GE radio dealer. And while you're there, see the sensational GE TripMate with the largest voice in personal radios. This new portable is the season's gift. It's campus approved for colors, for style, and performance. Comes with a free carrying case, too. Remember the name, GE TripMate. And now, back to the Ray Milland Show. Meet Mr. McNutley. The McNutleys are off on what Peggy McNutley vowed they'd never be off on, a trailer trip for the summer. We join them as they're driving along a winding coast highway.
Oh, Peggy, you've got to watch it on these curves. Remember, with that trailer hitched to the car, you're dragging a tremendous weight that lurches and sways. What are you laughing at?
Oh, a tremendous weight that lurches and sways. Now I know how Grandma felt the first time she tried to waltz in a bustle.
While your grandmother was waltzing, mine was crossing the prairies in a covered wagon. Ah, those pioneers. How I'd like to be like them.
How do you mean, honey?
I'm a vagabond at heart. Feel just like Boniface Lackluster when he wrote, "Thy heart on thy sleeve, no cares on thy mind, the sweet wench beside thee, all care left behind."
And who is this Boniface Lackluster to call me a wench?
Oh, Lackluster's my favorite. I wish I knew more about him. For instance, what did he mean when he wrote, "Sing hey, sing merry, sing derry down derry"?
Derry. Oh, Ray, did you think to stop the milk?
Oh, of course I did. Now, if I may continue about Boniface Lackluster.
Pray do.
Well, here's a fascinating anecdote.
I'm on the edge of my seat.
A poem of his once found favor with the King of England, and the king decreed that in order to keep Lackluster writing, he should be supplied with paper for the rest of his life.
Well, think of that.
In fact, the decree read, and I quote, "To the Royal Exchequer, it is hereby directed that Boniface Lackluster be supplied with paper for life. Yea, verily, you shall never stop the Peggy, stop!
What on
earth?
You gotta go back. I forgot to stop the paper.
I took care of it.
Oh. Well, that's a relief. Last year when we got back from our vacation, our front porch contained 78 daily papers, 12 Sunday editions, and a small newsboy holding a vicious-looking air rifle and a bill for $10.30.
Oh, darling, look, we're starting on our vacation. We're going to have a good time. We're not going to do any of the things we put on our won't list. We're going to be carefree gypsies. Carefree means free of care. Now stop worrying.
Peg, you're perfectly right. As Boniface Lackluster might have said, sing out the nonny, sing out the hay, on our vacation 3 months with pay. Yo!
Oh, Ray, isn't it wonderful lying out here on the beach? Ray. McNutley!
Oh, yes, of course, Dean Bradley. Oh, Peggy. Why'd you do that?
Well, your snores were drowning out the soothing sound of the surf.
Oh, isn't this a wonderful place?
Without a doubt, the most charming little seaside village I've ever encountered. Want to leave the trailer in that utterly captivating trailer park where we have it parked and stay here?
Do you want a direct answer?
Yes.
Yes, I'm too comfortable to move.
Oh, darling. There. I'm happy to say goes item number 2. No beach. Oh, honey.
Would you mind repeating that but at greater length?
Wherever you are.
Well, a wandering minstrel.
Hi, Pop.
Well, how'd you know my name?
Well, I just...
Yeah, that's what they call me, Pop. Oh, you're a shrewd article. A pretty one, too.
What a sweet thing to say. Do you live here?
Yep.
Lived here all your life?
Not yet.
Pop.
Eh?
Please, that was pretty old.
Well, I know some older ones. You want to hear them?
Oh, Pop, by the way, I'm Peggy McNutley, and this is my husband, Professor Ray McNutley.
Well, college professor?
Yes.
Well, I'm in the same line of business, as you might say.
You?
Yep. You see them buildings up there on the bluff?
Yep. I mean, yes.
Well, that's my college, Bluffside. Hail to thee, oh, dear old Bluffside.
Oh, you teach at Bluffside, Pop?
Nope, I'm the janitor. I do some fishing, though.
You fish at the college?
Who ever heard of fishing at a college? Miss McNutley, for a professor, your husband ain't very bright, is he?
Well, he's on his vacation.
Oh, well, that's different. Well, our college ain't got no vacation, nope. We got a summer course going.
Oh, is that so?
Yep. Some big special do about poetry.
Oh. American poets or English poets?
Well, just one. Don't right know his nationality. I never took to poetry much. I'm a singer myself.
Extraordinary idea. An entire summer curriculum devoted to the study of one poet.
He's got a mighty peculiar name, too. Something like, Funny Face Blockbuster or something like that.
Well, I'm familiar with all the important poets, Pop, and believe me, there's none that I know of named Funny Face Blockbuster.
Mm-hmm. Sounds a little like Boniface Lackluster.
Yep. Well, that's it, Miss McNutley. That's the fellow's name.
Holy smoke. You mean to tell me that this college is devoting the whole summer to a study of...
Ray, item number 3. No refresher courses at a college this summer.
Peggy, you're absolutely right. Well, I've had enough sun for the day. I guess I'll just go back to the trailer and perhaps have a nap or take a short walk.
Yeah. Want me to go with you, dear?
No, dear. You just stay here and chat with Pop, and I'll see you later. So long, Pop.
Yeah, so long. Well, he's an impulsive kind of fellow, ain't he?
Oh, Pop, he makes me so mad. I feel the whole summer's falling to pieces.
Oh, what do you mean, Miss McNutley?
Well, he himself put on our list of don'ts that he positively would not take any summer courses in a college. And I know perfectly well that he's going up to that college to enroll. I won't see anything of him all summer.
Well, you still got me. Oh, if I were 40 years younger. I'm a dreamer, aren't we all?
You're sweet. But it's the principle of the thing.
Huh? How do you mean?
Well, for instance, I put on our list of don'ts that I would not go fishing. Now, do you think for a minute that I would go fishing? No, sirree. Pop.
Play him, Miss McNutley. Play him.
Oh.
He's a whopper. Hey, no, don't get scared. Hold on, Will.
Oh, this is the most fun I've ever had in my life.
Oh, you're a born fisherman, honey. You're doing fine.
Well, what do I do now?
Just play him. Reel him in a little bit at a time.
Oh.
That's it.
If he gets away, I'll just die.
Oh, he won't. Keep the line taut. That's the girl.
Oh, this is so exciting. Fishing is just simply wonderful.
Peggy?
Oh, it's you.
Yes. Have a pleasant afternoon?
Absolutely the most yes, I managed to keep from being bored. What about your afternoon?
Same here. That is, Peggy, there's something I want to talk to you about.
Yes, dear.
It's about,
About what?
well, you see, what are we having for dinner?
Fish.
Oh, well, you must have gone to the market. I know you didn't catch it yourself.
Didn't catch it myself. Oh, Ray, that is good.
Peggy, I'll bet you'll never guess where I strolled this afternoon.
Now, let me see. To Lookout Point?
No.
To the village?
No.
To the pier?
No.
Well, the only thing left is the college, and I know you didn't go there. Did you? Did you?
Yes. I did.
Well, whatever for?
Oh, Peggy, stop. You're playing cat and mouse.
Oh, no. I'm playing you like I played that 14-pound halibut on Pop's 10-pound line.
Would you mind repeating that, please?
We're having fish for dinner, Ray, and I caught it.
You?
Mm-hmm. And what's more, I'm going out tomorrow and catch another one, and the day after that, and the day after that.
But you hate fishing.
I love fishing, and I love Pop, and I love you. And I know perfectly well that you went up to the college and enrolled in the Boniface Lackluster summer course.
Peggy, hand me the list.
No, won't be necessary. I've already crossed off items number 3 and 4. No summer courses and no fishing.
Well, anyway, our list isn't a complete failure. We still have item number 5, no Dean Bradley.
Come in.
I wonder if I could trouble you for a half a cup of McNutley!
Well, there goes item number 5.
Oh, Peggy, my dear, this halibut is delicious.
Thank you. I caught it myself.
Yes. You know, Mr. McNutley, I must confess, when you opened the door of this trailer and I discovered that you were going to be my neighbor for the summer, I thought longingly of Cape Cod.
Well, frankly, Dean Bradley, my thoughts strayed to the inner reaches of outer Mongolia.
Now, old acquaintance, you know.
Oh, of course.
Oh, by the way, you haven't told us what brings you here.
Well, I'm occupying the trailer belonging to my good friend, Dean Bonestall, of Woodside College. She was taken unexpectedly ill, and I packed her off to Wichita Falls to recuperate in the YWCA steam room.
Oh, was she planning to spend the summer here?
Oh, yes. She was to be the summer faculty at Bluffside College, and I am replacing her.
What? And I tremble at what your answer may be. What was Dean Bonestall going to teach?
A course on the life and works of one of England's 13th century poets. Although so obscure, even you may not know his name.
I know it, Dean Bradley. I know it all too well. The name is Lonnie Fish Bicklebaster. Anyway.
Life with McNutley. It's storm and it's bluster. It may lack peace and quiet, but it'll never lack luster.
Oh, Peggy.
lackluster. Lackluster. Say, does that remind you of how your television set looks when it's turned off? Well, if it's a General Electric, it expresses your own good taste. GE TVs are crafted in handsome cherry, genuine mahogany, and oak, in native hardwoods and veneers. There are designs for every style of decoration. Comb grain oak for contemporary living rooms. Dark, richly figured mahoganies that complement the traditional. GE wood cabinets are all wood, too, for finer appearance, for sturdier construction, and for superior tonal response. And when you turn your GE on, you'll see the picture voted clearest 7-1 by over 100,000 TV shoppers in side-by-side showdowns all over the nation. Voted best 7-1. Isn't that the set you want? Ask your dealer about his special terms and trade-in allowances. You'll be glad you did. Now, here go the McNutleys.
Well, it's starting off as a Jim Dandy summer.
Oh, it'll be fun, honey. You know you'd miss battling with Dean Bradley if she weren't here.
Well, I suppose.
Well, give me a kiss and let's get to sleep.
But, darling, it's only 9 o'clock.
I know, but Pop and I are going to be out fishing at the crack of dawn.
Well, it's just as well. Have to be up early, too. Before she left this evening, Dean Bradley gave me 20 pages of homework.
Good night, darling.
Good night, dear.
Lever Brothers Company, makers of Swan, the soap with the exclusive super creamed blend, presents...
Our friend Swan.
With my friend Irma.
Starring Mary Wilson as Irma and Kathy Lewis as Jane.
Friendship, friendship, just a perfect friendship. When other friendships have been forgot, theirs will still be hot. My friend Irma.
Originally, when I came to New York, I lived alone in a boarding house. It wasn't bad, but before long I was talking to myself. Right then and there, I decided to find a roommate. That's how I happened to be living with Irma Peterson. Now I have someone to talk to. You know, the conversation made more sense when I was talking to myself. For instance, a few minutes ago I said, Irma, you know, I don't think those wall brackets give us enough light. Why don't we buy a bridge lamp? And Irma said...
A bridge lamp? But, Jane, what if we want to play gin rummy?
These things I never answer. I just pretend I'm back in the boarding house living alone. Or to steady my nerves, I pick up a newspaper and read.
Jane?
Yes, Irma?
What are you doing with the newspaper? Reading?
Yes, honey.
What are you reading?
Oh, it's just an article on psychology as applied to marriage.
Well, it must be wonderful.
Psychology?
No, marriage. What's it say?
Oh, it's just a series of questions designed to see if a girl and the man of her choice are suited for each other.
Well, isn't that unusual?
No, why should it be?
Well, when Al and I sit on the sofa, he never asked me any questions, and we get along fine.
Well, honey, you know, there's more to it than that. This article approaches the problem of compatibility with scientific introspection.
Oh, that's nice.
What did I say, Irma?
Something about an inspection, but I didn't get it.
Well, let's just forget the whole thing,
huh? No, Jane, please read me some of the questions, because I've been very worried about how Al and I will get along after we're married.
Oh, Irma, are you still thinking seriously of marrying that unemployed moocher?
Oh, what can I do, Jane? I love him. Ever since I've known him, I've been in a trance.
Oh, come now, you haven't known him that long. I mean, well, honey, you know, if you're really worried about how the two of you will get along, why don't you try this test on yourself?
Oh, I want to, Jane. Please read it to me.
All right, sweetie. Let me see. Does the man you intend to marry keep appointments? Is he punctual?
Punctual? Why, Al is in line for his unemployment check even before the office is open.
Mark down 1.
1.
Yeah, now. Is he the type of man you would ever be ashamed to be seen with?
No, because we never go anyplace.
No, honey, if you want to take this test, now, you've got to be honest with yourself. Now, what do your friends think of Al?
What do I care? I can get new friends.
Well, you better give yourself a 0 on that one.
Gee, this is just like school. I'm getting zeros again. What's the next question, Jane?
Do the two of you like to participate in sports?
Well, I like swimming and tennis.
Yeah, and what about Al?
Jane, is tilting pinball machines a sport?
Well, if they catch you, yes, and you may have to sprint up a few alleys. Irma, so far, you see, you and Al have very little in common, psychologically speaking.
Well, there must be something that attracted us to each other.
I know what attracted Al to you.
What?
You've got a job. Look, now, Irma, just prove it to yourself. Now, answer the questions they have here, honey. Do you like dancing?
Yes.
Does your boyfriend?
No.
Do you like to go to the theater?
Yes.
Does your boyfriend?
Only when he has a pass.
Well, according to this psychological test, the two of you just don't click.
Maybe you're right, Jane. Lately, I've been having my doubts, too.
Yeah. What are you going to do about it?
Well, Al will be here any minute, and I'm going to give him one more chance. Either he will change, or this is the end.
Well, that's up to you, honey.
Come in.
Hello, Jane. Hiya, chicken.
Hello, Al, honey.
Well, I've got to run along, kid.
Hey, hold it, Jane. You mean you don't even want to hear about my new deal?
Can't wait.
You will love this. It's a racing form printed on a large cookie. So after a day at the track, you still got something to eat. Sounds good, huh?
Irma, I can only say if you find you have anything in common with this man, get rid of it.
Snooty Dave. She ain't ever going to amount to anything.
Al, I would like to go to the theater tonight. Will you please take me?
Chicken, why this sudden request?
Al, it's very important for us. You see, you and I are psychological cases.
What are you talking about, Chicken?
Al, please take me to the theater.
Well, Chicken, why can't we just sit here on the sofa and discuss world politics?
Al, I insist you take me to the theater.
But, honey, I haven't got a pass. They got a big doorman. And to clinch it, they're painting the fire escape.
Well, let's pay our way in.
Pay? Chicken, you are tampering with my principles.
There's no use, Al. We have nothing in common. We might as well face it. You and I need a scientific inspection.
What?
We're not combustible.
Don't you mean compatible?
What's the difference what I mean? We're just not meant for each other.
Chicken, you mean that?
Yes, Al. Let us just consider this experience an interlude, a motel on the highway of life.
Chicken, you're nuts.
That's beside the point. This is the end, and I think we should break completely.
Well, Chicken, I don't know what to say. But if you think you'll find more happiness with another, here's your ring back.
Thanks, Al. And here's a pawn ticket for the one you promised me.
Maybe you'll change your mind someday. Well, goodbye, Irma. You're a swell kid. I won't ever forget you.
Oh, he's gone. He's gone.
Honey, I just passed Al in the hall and he... Oh, honey, you're crying. Don't feel sad, sweetie.
I can't help it, Jane. I always feel sad when I'm crying.
Now, listen, Irma, the worst is over. Now, you must try to forget it. Believe me, it's for the best.
I know you're right, Jane, but I never had a man walk out on me before.
That's silly. He didn't walk out on you. You walked out on him.
How can you say that? I'm still here.
Oh, now, look, honey, don't carry on. So, you're really in an enviable position. You have the whole world before you. You're footloose and fancy-free.
Footloose and fancy-free?
Sure. Now, come on, you dry those tears and let's have a smile. Come on. Come on, now let me hear you laugh. That's more like it, honey. Be gay. Come in.
It's only me, Professor Kropotkin. Hello, Janie and Irma, my two little jigsaw puzzles. One complete and one a few pieces are missing.
Why, Professor.
Excuse me, a little joke I picked up in a toy store. What's new, Irma? What's this?
Professor, I'm footloose and fancy, and it's free.
Irma! Oh, Professor, Al and Irma have parted, and she's trying to be gay.
Oh, so it finally happened. I knew it would someday. Don't feel too badly, Irma. Oh, I remember when I broke up with that nagging wife of mine. She went out and found somebody else.
Did the new fellow make her happy?
No, he made me happy. He beat her up every day.
Why, Professor.
It's only a little kidding to cheer Irma up. Irma, my little bit of honey, you've got to learn to face the unpleasant things of life, too. Take that room I live in upstairs. It's full of bats and mice and rats. And the rain comes through the roof. But do I take a gloomy view? No. Where else can a man go hunting and swimming without getting out of bed?
But I'm afraid I'll miss Al.
Now look, Irma, before I go, I want you to remember an old saying. A stitch in time will save 9.
Well, how does that apply to me?
It don't. This is a slogan for tailors. But there's a very old saying I like. It takes a heap of living to make a home.
Well?
Well, I think I'll go up to my home and clean out that heap so I can live in it. Goodbye.
Oh, Jane, I made a mistake. I'll never find another man like Al.
No, you made a decision, Irma. Don't be a weakling.
Guess you're right, Jana. I'm just going to look around for someone else.
Good. Who can that be?
Maybe it's Al coming back. Come in.
Hello, dearie.
Oh, Amber Lipscott, what a surprise. You remember my roommate, Jane.
Yeah. You mind if I take my shoes off, Emma? My feet are killing me.
If you don't mind, I think I'll leave.
What's the matter, dearie? Ain't you never seen feet before?
Yeah, but not in such quantities. I'll see you later, honey.
Gee, ain't it wonderful the way we hate each other? But that's not important. You know why I rushed over, dearie? Look.
Oh, Amber, an engagement ring.
14-karat gold.
Oh, Amber, what a beautiful setting.
Yeah. Next year I get the stone.
Amber, I wish you all the happiness in the world.
Why are you crying, dearie?
Well, you're engaged, and Al and I just broke up.
So what? This town is crummy with guys. Look, Irma, if you want a fella, do like I did. Write to the Lonely Hearts Club.
Lonely Hearts Club?
Sure, they got stuff lying all over the place. And it's perfectly confidential. They give you a number. And if you're lucky like me, they don't ask for a picture.
Oh, you mean I could get a number if I wrote to them?
That's right, dearie. Nobody uses a name. Look, say you're number 12. Then the fella might be number 34. And all mail goes right to a box, so we don't even know where you live, and vice versa.
Gee, do you think I ought to try?
Dearie, don't waste no time. Inflation is coming. You don't know what you'll get. Just do like I say, huh?
All right, Amber, I'll do anything to meet some new fellow.
Oh, you can't miss, dearie.
And wouldn't it be wonderful if my husband and I ran into Al someday and I could say, Al, congratulate me, I'm Mrs. 94.
Say, ladies, would you like to have a luxurious mink coat? Well, then, find out about the exciting Lever Brothers $100,000 fur contest.
Hello? Oh, hello, Dottie. Say, listen, how would you like to have a real mink coat? No, I'm not kidding. You really can get one by winning one of the Lever Brothers fur contests. Well, all you do is tell why you like Swan soap, Lux Flakes, Lux Toilet Soap, Life Boy, Rinse, or Spry. How long will the contest last? Well, there's going to be one each week for 5 weeks, and we can enter as many times as we want to. Well, I have to dash. Turn on your radio right now, and you'll hear more about it. Bye.
There are 1,645 prizes in all, 329 each week in this $100,000 contest. Each week, the following prizes will be awarded. 1 gorgeous $3,000 mink coat, 3 $1,000 fur coats, 5 smart $500 fur jackets, as well as many other prizes of valuable furs and cash. And ladies, you may choose your own coat at your favorite store when you win, or you can have the cash. Now, here are the rules.
In 25 words or less, tell why you like any of these 6 Lever products. Swan soap, Lux, Lux toilet soap, Lifebuoy, Rinso, or Spry. Enclose a wrapper or box top from one of them. Print your name and address, and the name and address of your dealer. He'll help you. Also, be sure to get your entry blank from him. It will give you all the information you need. Mail your entries to Lever Fur Contest, Box 1, New York 8, New York. Be sure to get your entry blank from your dealer tomorrow.
That address, Lever Brothers Company Fur Contest, Box 1, New York 8, New York. You may win a luxurious fur coat or cash. So start writing your letters tonight.
Well, Irma has enrolled in the Lonely Hearts Club. I don't know why she did it, but I suppose if it was good enough for Amber Lipscott, it's good enough for Irma. So already she has a number, 75. Irma's kind of worried about her number. She's afraid if she signs her letter 75, she won't get a man under 80. So I explained that the number has no personal significance, and right now Irma's writing her first letter to the club. It'll be forwarded to some unknown man.
Dear, to whom it may concern, I am a lonely girl. My heart is broken. I have blonde hair and blue eyes and nice legs, and would like to meet a man in the same condition.
No, sweetie. No.
What's wrong?
Well, you put all your eggs in that basket, but they're scrambled. You better let me help you, sweetie.
All right, Jane.
Good. Dear sir, I am 22 years old, blonde, considered attractive, and am quite lonely. I should like very much to make the acquaintance of a gentleman who is also lonely. Now, sign it.
With best wishes and all my love, 75. P.S. This has nothing to do with my age.
No. No, sweetie, just sign it sincerely, number 75, huh?
All right, Jane. Do you think I should spray a little perfume on it? You know, the bottle Al gave me?
Irma, I have smelled that perfume. It will not only keep men away, but also mosquitoes. No, honey, you just mail as it is.
All right, Jane.
Come in.
Hello, girls.
Oh, hello, Mrs. O'Reilly.
This letter just came for you, Irma. I didn't mean to peek, but it says Lonely Hearts Club on the envelope.
Oh, it's here.
But, Irma, I don't understand. What about you and Al?
They broke up.
Oh, well, Irma, darling, don't feel too badly.
Yeah. Go on, honey, go on. Read the letter from the Lonely Hearts Club. I'm just dying of curiosity. Go on.
All right. My dear Miss 75, in answer to your letter, I too am lonely. What can we do about it? Signed 33322. Oh, Jane, that's a wonderful number.
What do you mean wonderful?
Oh, we'll have a big family.
I don't follow you, sweetie.
Well, in poker, 3 threes and a pair of twos is a full house.
I know, Irma, but don't go jumping to conclusions. You don't even know this man.
Oh, Miss O'Reilly, I'm so excited. Imagine getting an answer so quickly.
It's only me again. Hello, girls. Why do you all look so happy?
Irma has a new boyfriend.
Wonderful, Irma. What's his name?
33322.
Irma, a convict. Listen to me. Go back to Al. At least he wasn't caught yet.
No, Professor. Irma's been corresponding through the Lonely Hearts Club, and everyone has a number.
Oh. Congratulations, Irma. And take the advice of an old man. Find out what the man is like right away before you get involved.
Oh, I'm going to. But first of all, I'm going to find out one thing. if he has a job. You know what I just went through with my ex?
Your ex?
Yes. I want to even forget his name. Of course, my ex was very sweet to me. And my ex made me happy. And I loved my ex. I dreamed of that day I would marry my ex.
Irma, you're slipping. Now remember.
Oh, yes, I must be gay. Ha, 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 ha.
Now, honey, there's no time to waste. Come on, let's answer the letter.
All right.
Come on, Mrs. O'Reilly. They want to be alone. Let's you and I run around the block.
Oh, that's silly. Who's going to run around the block?
You are. You'll ask me for the rent, and when I give you my answer, I guarantee you'll chase me around the block. So let's start now. Goodbye, and good luck, Irma.
All right, honey, let's get started with your letter. Well, Irma has finished her letter, and I'm proofreading it for her. It says, Dear 33322, do you mind if I call you Dear 32? I feel I know you well enough to call you by your initials. I was thrilled to get your letter, and I hope you turn out the way I picture you. Of course, your writing is very small. Are you short? I hope not, because I'm considered the right height for 5'4". I wouldn't want anyone shorter than 5'4.5", because I want someone I can look up to. What else is new? Have you got a job? I have, and hoping to hear the same from you, I remain affectionately 75.
Yes, sir. What can the Lonely Hearts Club do for you?
Well, my name is Al. My number is 33322. I'm corresponding with a girl numbered 75. Any mail for me?
I'll look in the box. Oh, yes. Here's a letter for you, 33322. By the way, how are you getting along with your correspondence?
Well, frankly, the dame seems a little cracked. But I'm so anxious to get over this lump in my heart. You know, the girl I love jilted me, that I'll try anything.
Oh, here you are. Good luck.
Well, for the past 3 days, I've been hearing nothing but 33322 and 75 until it's just coming out of my ears. You know, if those two ever get together, I think they'll have to be married by a bookkeeper. But, of course, since the letter that Irma's expecting today should contain valuable information about her new phantom boyfriend, I was just as excited as she was when she said,
Jane, the letter, it came.
Oh, isn't that wonderful? Come on, honey, read it.
No, you read it to me. I'm too excited.
All right, I will. Dear 75, thank you for your letter. I was hoping the girl I was corresponding with was a Vassar graduate, but it seems quite impossible since I noticed you spelled considered with a K. However, none of us is perfect. He spells perfect, P-E-R-F-E-K.
Oh, go on, Jane.
All right. You ask me, have I got a job? Well, 75, as number to number, let me inform you that I have worked hard and steadily all my life as head of a big steel corporation, and now I'm prepared to retire. How are you fixed financially? I am perfectly healthy, tall, and so handsome it's disgusting. Yours devotedly, 33322.
Oh, what do you think, Jane?
I don't know, sweetie. This is either a genius or a crackpot. But anyone should be an improvement over Al. I beg your pardon, your ex.
Shall I answer him?
You know, I think it's about time you met him.
All right, Jane, I'll write him to come up here.
No, honey, not for 2 reasons. First, if you don't like him, after you've met him, we don't want him hanging around here. And secondly, we want to make a good impression on him.
Well, how do I go about that?
Yeah. Well, Richard and I are having dinner at the Papillon Club tomorrow night. He can be our guest.
But how will he recognize me?
Well, write that you'll wear a green hat.
But what if someone else is wearing a green hat? He's liable to marry the wrong girl.
Yeah. Well, tell him that you'll leave your number with the head waiter, and Henri will bring it to our table.
All right, Jane, I'll sit down and write him a letter right away.
Yeah, honey. And listen, in your letter, try to make yourself attractive. Show an interest in what he's doing.
Well, if he's in the steel business, what can I say?
I don't know. Say that you realize that steel is the backbone of this country and that you're fascinated by blast furnaces and trust he finds you interesting.
I got it.
Now, what are you going to write?
It must be interesting to steel blast furnaces. And I trust you will like me because I have one of the nicest backbones in the country.
Hold it, honey. Just hold it. Just invite him to dinner at the Papillon Club. Well, we're at the Papillon Club, Richard, myself, and number 75. We're waiting for 33322. I must say, 75 looks adorable. She's wearing a green hat. She's taking no chances. On it is a 75. She took a label from a can of Heinz beans that said 57 and reversed the numbers. And since this dinner is costing Richard a pretty penny, I, too, am very curious to see what Irma's landed. Honey, Irma, smile. Come on, look happy.
I'm sorry, Jane. I was just thinking.
But, Al? Now, Irma, what did you promise?
Ha, 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 ha.
It's better.
Irma, you say this Mr. 33322 is in the steel business?
Yes?
Well, then I must know him.
Oh, I'm sure you do.
Well, it's going to be wonderful to have dinner with an old friend.
Oh, sure. You know, every time we've been out together, I'd look across the table, and who would I see? Ow!
Chicken, you're wearing a green hat.
And you're wearing a carnation.
75.
Al, you're not 33322.
Well, I sure am.
What a roundabout way to get a free meal.
Oh, Al, I'm so glad to see you.
Me too, Chicken.
Now, just a minute, Al. You have your nerve working steady. A steel magnet.
I don't even know what I wrote. I didn't even know it was Irma. All I know is I was going crazy for missing her. Lots of guys turn to drink. I turned to the Lonely Hearts Club.
Oh, well, it's all my fault in that psychological test.
What's the difference, Chicken? Just wanted you to know I love you and I always will. Now, Jane, if you want me to go, I'll go.
Sit down, Al. Sit down and order.
No, thanks. I'm not hungry.
No wonder you ate half my platter while you were talking.
Ladies, now with Swan Soap, you can get the kind of complexion care you've been dreaming of. Sure, because Swan's exclusive super creamed blend gives you a wonderful new kind of beauty lather. A rich, mild beauty lather that cleanses so gently and rinses away so completely, your skin is left fresh, smooth, and lovely as ever. So for perfect complexion care, make your regular facial soap super creamed Swan Soap.
Well, Irma and Al are back together on the sofa, and they're as much in love as ever. They're making gooey talk. He says,
"How's my darling little 75?
Oh, just fine, my great big 33322.
And if that isn't nauseating enough, Irma is now making with more numbers.
14. No, I don't like that. 32. Yes, 32 and 33.
Irma, I know Al is 33322 and you're 75. What are those other numbers?
Oh, I'm just picking out names for the children.
Well, with language like that, what can I say but 23 skidoo to my friend Irma?
My Friend Irma, presented by Swan, another fine product of Lever Brothers Company, was produced and directed by Cy Howard. Tonight's script was written by Cy Howard and Park Levy. Frank Bingman speaking.
The F.W. Fitch Company, makers of those fine Fitch products, presents the Fitch Bandwagon, starring Alice Faye.
You'll never know just how much I love you. You'll never know just how much I care.
And Phil Harris.
Won't you come with me to Alabama? Let's go see my dear old mammy. She's frying eggs and boiling hammy. That sugar-cured hammy. That red gravied hammy. And that's what I like about the South.
As you may know, Phil Harris has recently embarked on a program of self-betterment. The first evidence of this new phase reared its ugly head 2 weeks ago when Phil announced that he was going to take an adult extension course at the University of Southern California.
But, Phil, you going to college, this is ridiculous.
It is not. Now, you might not know this, but I've been preparing myself for college for a long time.
You have?
Well, of course. Every night for the past 3 months, I've been reading a page out of the encyclopedia.
Why, Phil, that's wonderful.
Sure, and I figure if I keep at it, I'll be at the bottom of that page by April.
And then last week, still following his course of self-improvement, Phil Harris consulted a psychiatrist.
Yes, Mr. Harris. After extensive tests and observation, I've come to the conclusion that you have a strong tendency toward megalomania, coupled with a powerful narcissus complex. This, of course, is in addition to your inherent schizophrenic maladjustment with overtones of dementia praecox.
Yeah. Yeah, I see, but what does that all mean?
Mr. Harris, you are nuts.
Undaunted by these experiences, we find Phil Harris, the student, on last Thursday, burning the midnight oil.
Phil, what are you doing?
My homework for USC.
But you've been sitting there for 2 hours.
Oh, I know it. I got to write a composition for class tomorrow.
Composition? What's it about?
I like basket weaving because... And it's got to be 100 words.
Well, that doesn't sound so hard. Why are you taking so long?
I don't know 100 words. Anyway, this darn fountain pen won't write.
Well, don't you think you might do better if you put some ink in it?
Oh, yeah. I forgot it's a new one. Mm-hmm. But the man said once you get it filled, it writes for 15 years without stopping.
Well, here's the ink bottle. Go on, fill it.
Okay.
Well, go ahead. Start writing.
Uh-oh.
What's the matter? It's filled, isn't it?
Yeah, but now it's so heavy I can't lift it.
Oh, use a pencil.
Oh, honey, but I don't know what I like about basket weaving.
Well, you must like something about the class. For instance, your fellow pupils. What do they like?
Well, there's Elmer, who sits next to me. He's a pretty nice fella. Of course, he drools a little.
Well,
Gladys. She sits right in beautifully developed pinheads I've ever seen.
Phil, I'm sure she's not a pinhead.
Oh, no? Then why does she have the Gettysburg Address engraved on her forehead?
Oh, Phil.
Well, she does.
Mommy, where's Daddy this morning?
Well, he's still in bed, Phyllis. He sat up most of the night doing his homework.
But, Mommy, it's 11 o'clock. He should be up by now.
All right, Alice. You and Phyllis can go upstairs and wake him up if you want to.
Thank you, Mommy. Come on, Phyllis. Gee, Phyllis, Daddy's awfully sound asleep, isn't he? Yeah, so Hot Shot's really tearing it off.
Mommy doesn't want you to talk like that. Daddy talks like that. Yes, but he doesn't know any better. How will we wake him up today? Shall we jump on his stomach again? Let's shake him. Oh, no. Daddy said if we did that once more, he'd knock our little heads together. Oh, dear, it's so hard to wake Daddy up since our snapping turtle died. Let's shake him. Daddy! Daddy, wake up! Yes, wake up! He's opening his eyes. Quick, Phyllis, you go get his slippers. I'll undo his chin strap. All right. Are you sure he's awake?
All right, fellas, who's got the dice?
He's awake.
Good morning, Blondie.
Well, if it isn't the Sleeping Beauty. So you finally decided to come downstairs, huh?
Yeah, I didn't sleep so well last night. Honey, I had an awful dream.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I dreamed I was John L. Lewis and Philip Murray was plucking my eyebrows. Oh, honey, what a headache. Hey, how about some breakfast?
All right. Say, how'd you make out with your composition last night?
Oh, it's coming along. I got it right here.
Well, let me see it.
No!
Oh, Phil, I just want to look it over and correct your punctuation.
My what?
Your periods and commas. Surely you know what a comma is.
Oh, yeah, that's what my old man used to go into after he inhaled that southern stuff. Oh, a comma. That's what my old man had. A moonshine comma. He did.
No, Phil, that's a coma. You must know something about punctuation. When you were in school, what came at the end of a sentence?
$50 and a suit from the warden.
Phil Harris, you let me see that composition.
No. Now, it's my baby, and I'll thank you to keep your rinse-so-white lunch hooks off of it.
Oh, stop it. I'm going to read this. Oh, Phil, you've changed the whole idea of the composition.
Well, what's wrong with that?
You can't hand in an essay titled, I Love Phil Harris Because.
Yeah. Come to think of it, that would run way over 100 words, wouldn't it?
But, honey, if you don't hand in that composition on basket weaving today, you'll flunk the course.
I know it, but I got to go downtown now. Hey, maybe I'll get an idea at the pool hall.
But, Phil, don't you understand? Don't you understand? If you're serious about improving yourself and getting an education, you're going to have to take a different attitude.
What do you mean?
Well, an educated man doesn't hang around pool halls and go to prize fights and play cards all night the way you do.
Yeah? What do them educated monkeys do for fun?
Well, they follow intellectual pursuits.
Oh, chase dames, huh?
Oh, Phil, you're hopeless.
Well, I got to get down to rehearsal. Look, give me a kiss, will you? Oh, man, and they say I married her for money. No, fellas, no. That's brutal. You're fighting me. You characters will end up playing dinner music at Barney's Beanery.
We couldn't do that, Phil. That's a Mar Davis job.
Oh, why don't you stop that, Artie? Now, come on, guys. Let's take it by sections. Now, let me hear them brasses. Oh, that's okay. Now, let me have the reeds. Gee, that's fine. Now let me hear them strings. Thank you, Ephraim. Now open that thing up and let Dave Rose out of there.
Hey, let's make this fast, Phil. I gotta drive my mother-in-law to Anaheim.
Wait a minute, Artie. Wait a minute. Can't your mother-in-law ever get to Anaheim by herself?
Oh, yeah. Last week I sent her up there by thumb.
Oh, she hitchhiked, huh?
No, I tied a piece of rope around her thumb and hooked the other end to a Greyhound bus.
I see. Well, did she get to Anaheim all right?
No, but her thumb did.
Oh, Artie, get out. Forget about it. Now get back there to the band. All right, fellas.
If you're ever down in Texas, look me up. Look me up. If you're ever down in Texas, look me up. Where the men are men and love it, and the gals are sure glad of it. So if you're ever down in Texas, look me up. Everybody's gonna holler, howdy do, howdy do. Everybody there'll be saying, how are you? They raise corn for hot tamales and grow dollies for the follies. So if you're ever down in Texas, look me up. Ask anyone for Rusty, everybody knows of me. They'll tell you where I'm riding at bar ABC. So if you're ever down in Texas, look me up. Look me up. They've got everything in Texas looking up. With the moonlight on the prairie and the gal that ain't contrary. So if you ever down in Texas, look me up. Ask anyone for Phil D, they'll tell you where I'm at. They'll say that I'm in Galveston with a box-back coat and a Stetson hat. So if you ever down in Texas, look me up. Look me up. We've got everything in Texas looking up. With the moonlight on the prairie and the gal that ain't contrary. So if you ever down in Texas, look me up. Bronco bustin', take some practice, or you wind up on the cactus. So if you're ever down in Texas, look me up. Where the gals are good at figures and the cowboys quick on triggers. So if you're ever down in Texas, look me up. Every gal's a raving beauty. Hip-ki-ki-o-ti-o-dee. What I'm trying to tell you is I can't wait till I get back down there so I can hear go something like this. So glad y'all come by. Don't you forget to come back now, you hear? Bye now. Bye. I'm gonna build a Adobe palace for my Alice down in Dallas. So if you're ever down in Texas, look me up.
Have you ever seen a woman whose frock is fashionable and becoming, but made from very poor quality material? Well, ladies, the effect is the same if your coiffure is smart and flattering, but is spoiled by stiff, dull-looking, dandruff-flaked hair. That's why discriminating women who want soft, lustrous, easy-to-manage hair use Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo. For Fitch is the shampoo that reconditions as it cleanses, giving your hair longer-lasting beauty. Regardless of the color of your hair, regardless of the texture, Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo leaves your hair thoroughly cleansed, velvety smooth, shining with sparkling natural highlights. Fitch Shampoo has been granted the Good Housekeeping Seal and the Parents Magazine Commendation Seal. So for hair that complements your coiffure, hair that shimmers and shines, use Fitch Shampoo regularly. Buy an economical bottle of Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo at your drug or toilet goods counter, or have professional applications at your beauty or barber shop.
Hey, Phil.
Yeah, Frankie.
I told the fellas our next rehearsal's on Sunday. Is that right?
Yeah, thanks.
Hey, Curly, you know, I almost missed rehearsal this morning.
Oh, well, that's all right. I only keep you in the band because your guitar has a direct wire to all tracks. Just so I can get the latest rundown, the morning line, Bud, that's all. But what happened?
Well, you know that big laundry on Sunset Boulevard? Well, just as I was walking past it, the whole darn thing blew up.
Blew up?
Yeah. Bloomers are flying.
Oh, bloomers are flying. Listen, Frankie, I'll see you Sunday. I got to get over to USC now.
Hey, Phil, you still monkeying with that college stuff?
Yeah, Frankie, I'm monkeying with it, but I ain't doing so good. I got to write a composition.
Writing? Oh, Curly, you come to the right guy.
Yeah? Hey, you know something about writing?
Do I? I was known as the Kathleen Windsor of PS4.
No kidding.
Sure. I still read nothing but high-class literature. True Confessions, Argosy, Weird Tales, Spicy Mechanics.
Spicy Mechanics?
Well, sure. On the cover, they got Gypsy Rose Lee holding a blowtorch.
Oh, sure. But this ain't helping me with my composition.
Well, how much you got so far?
I like basket weaving because...
Well, that's a good start, Curly.
No, Frank, that's the title. They gave us that.
Look, Curly, what you need is a collaborator.
All right, but who's going to teach me to play it?
No, Phil. I mean, I'll help you write it. We'll pool our knowledge.
Oh, Frankie, that ain't no pool. That's a bird bath. Anyway, it won't work. Do you think it's right for you to help me? Ain't it cheating or something?
No, all them big shots work together. Look at that team, Fulton and O'Sullivan.
Fulton and O'Sullivan? What did they ever do?
What did they ever do? They built a steamboat with rubber heels, that's all.
Frankie, forget about that stuff. Look, let's go someplace and write this composition, huh? Gee, I'm hoping I'm not late for class today. Man, what a composition Frankie wrote for me. Oh, this is going to murder 'em. Hey, look how they got the floors all waxed in this hallway. Gee whiz, I bet I could slide right from here down to my classroom. I think I'll try it. Here goes.
Excuse me, mister, but would you mind getting your big yog head off of my vacuum cleaner?
I can't, lady. The suction's holding it in.
Well, just a minute. I'll give it a yerk. Well, goodness gracious. What's wrong with you?
Nothing, lady. Nothing's wrong with me. I'm just waiting for my head to unpucker, that's all.
Well, get off of my clean linoleum, you big jackass.
Limey. Oh, here's the classroom here. Hello, Professor. Am I late?
Late? Of course you're not late. We're just sitting around here waiting for the Robert E. Lee. Now sit down, you.
Yes, sir.
As students of the basket weaving class, as you know, our subject for today is I like basket weaving because. Stop drooling, Elmer.
Yeah, cut it out, Elmer. You're warping your desk.
Well, Mr. Harris, since we're so alert this afternoon, suppose we hear your composition first. Are you prepared?
What are you asking, Prof? I'm loaded.
Yes. Well, start reading.
Reading?
Yes, go ahead. Fake it.
Okay. 407 years ago...
Mr. Harris, stop reading off Gladys's head. The composition, please.
Oh, yeah, the composition. All right. I like basket weaving because baskets is funny thing, period. There is clothes baskets, laundry baskets, and most people have bread baskets. Coma. Brother. Some baskets are very strong, but others are wicker. Then there is bon voyage baskets. This is to keep bon voyages in. Baskets is like pottery, only looser.
Mr. Harris.
And that's what I like about basket weaving. Yeah.
Mr. Harris, is that your composition?
Yeah, Doc, ain't it a Lulu?
Mr. Harris, I'd like to tell you a little story.
Why, you old rascal. You.
Yes. Years ago, the founders of this institution spent millions of dollars constructing these academic halls. This beautiful campus. They built a veritable wellspring of education. And you, Mr. Harris, you had to come along and stink it up.
Please, Professor, please. Let's not becloud the issue with mysticism.
Mr. Harris, I've had enough. I'm sending you to the dean's office.
All right, Doc, stop hollering on me.
Get out, you monster!
How do you like that guy? He's just sore because I'm prettier than he is. No wonder he didn't hear me, the old big-eared professor. Now, where do you suppose that dean's office is?
Phil, I didn't know you were here. Aren't you home from college awfully early?
Yeah.
Well, how did you do today?
Oh, honey, they threw me out.
Oh.
USC faster than that Notre Dame backfield.
But you've been attending that class for 2 weeks now. What about that beautiful basket you've been working on?
That's what they carried me out in.
In a basket?
Yeah, 2 seniors carried me out to the main gate and then left me in front of St. Vincent's orphanage.
Honey, get a grip on yourself and tell me how all this happened.
Oh, I don't know. They sent me to the dean's office.
The dean's office?
Yeah, and he went over my marks and read my composition and looked at my basket.
Well, what did he say?
Oh, he didn't say anything. He just shrugged his shoulders and handed me a loaded gun.
Well, honey, maybe college just wasn't for you. After all, you still have plenty of interests in life. You have your band, your own program, a nice house and car, and your favorite horse to ride.
I know, but baby Alice broke the rocker off of it.
My poor little baby.
Well, I don't know why it always has to happen to me. I'm going to some of these days.
Phil, your mascara's running.
It's not mascara, it's Maybelline.
Honey, cheer up. It's not that bad.
All right, honey. Gee whiz, you're so sweet to me. You're the sweetest little wife a man ever had.
Am I?
Yes. Now you say something nice about me.
All right, honey. You can make the prettiest speeches I have ever heard. Darling, you excel at singing praises. When I hold you in my arms, I thrill to every word. Where do you get such lovely little phrases? You say the sweetest things, baby. You have me riding high. Say the nicest things, baby. When you say I adore you, I would do most anything for you. I'm such a fool, for I believe you. Yes, even when you lie. My, you can say the sweetest things, baby, but don't you ever say bye-bye. I'm such a fool, for I believe you. Yes, even when you lie. My, you can say the sweetest things, baby. But, baby, don't you ever, never say bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. You've often heard the expression, a poor excuse is better than none at all. If you have bothersome, unsightly dandruff and have been offering lame explanations for it, use Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo and you won't need any kind of an excuse for dandruff. For Fitch Shampoo actually removes dandruff the very first time you use it. In fact, Fitch is the only shampoo made whose guarantee to remove dandruff with the first application is backed by one of the world's largest insurance firms. And it's so simple to use. All you do is apply a little Fitch shampoo directly to the hair and scalp before adding water. Massage briskly while the antiseptic liquid penetrates and cleanses the thousands of tiny hair openings on the scalp, dissolving all traces of dandruff. Then add water. Billows of rich, foamy lather form to float away the dissolved dandruff. That's all there is to it. A simple Fitch shampoo leaves your hair tingling with that clean sensation, free of dandruff, enhanced by the fresh look that lasts. Fitch is spelled F-I-T-C-H.
Phil, what are you doing?
I'm calling up Frankie. I'm plenty sore at that guy.
But, Phil.
I don't care what
Hello.
happens. Hello, Frankie. This is Phil.
Oh, yeah, Curly. How's the boy?
Don't house the boy me. That composition you wrote for me really got me in a jam today.
Yeah?
On account of you, they sent me to the dean's office. I was blackballed from every college in the country and thrown out of USC in a basket yet. Now, you're the one who got me in all of this mess. Now, what have you got to say?
You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray.
Tune in next week when the F.W. Fitch Company again brings you the Fitch Bandwagon with Alice Faye and Phil Harris. This program is written by Bob Mosier and Joe Connolly, directed by Paul Phillips, with the original music composed and conducted by Walter Shaw. Included in the cast were Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, and Elliot Lewis. Alice Faye appears through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox.
Laugh a while, let us all see your style, you Fitch shampoo. Don't despair, use your head, save your hair, use Fitch shampoo.
Men, use Fitch's Ideal Hair Tonic daily. It makes your scalp tingle with that feeling of new life and pep. Fitch's Ideal is not sticky or greasy. So pep up your scalp and give your hair that well-groomed look with Fitch's Ideal Hair Tonic. Bill Foreman speaking.
Hello, this is Greg from An Evening of Old Time Radio. The real Greg from The Real Evening of Old Time Radio. I hope you're enjoying the show, and I just want you to know that if you're hearing this on any other YouTube channel than The Real Evening of Old Time Radio, you're listening to somebody who has stolen my audio track. On with the show.
CBS presents Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. Our Miss Brooks is a school teacher. To be specific, she teaches English at Madison High. Connie Brooks is pretty enthusiastic about her work, too, in fact, in her own words.
Although teaching isn't the most profitable career in the world, you must admit the hours are appalling. But there's always my secret heartthrob, Mr. Boynton. He's the biology teacher at school. And a sweeter, more intelligent scientist never brushed off an English teacher to play footsie with a frog. But he'll come around. Even a biology teacher must sooner or later get a little biological. Meanwhile, I can dream, can't I?
Yes, Connie Brooks can dream. Even now, she's in the middle of the sweetest dream of them all. The one that comes right before 7 a.m.
Hold me closer, Mr. Boynton. There. Now kiss me. Oh, how does that make you feel? That's what it does to me, too.
I'll shut it off. Miss Brooks, you'll be late.
Kiss me again, Mr. Boynton.
Miss Brooks, you have to go to school.
For this, I don't have to go to school. Oh.
Good morning.
Well, if it isn't my favorite landlady. Oh, good morning, Mrs. Davis.
What in the world were you dreaming about?
Oh, nothing much. Just the school. I was giving an English lesson.
Well, from the way your lips were puckered, I thought you were taking a bugle lesson. Better get up, dear. Today's the day you're supposed to find out about that new job as head of the English department from your new principal.
Oh, that's right, Mrs. Davis. For 3 years I've been waiting for that job. 3 years of scrimping and scraping to get along. Now it's all going to be different. With this raise, I'll be able to run down to Miami once in a while, and after I've had the job a while, I might even go abroad. Paris, the Riviera, Biarritz in the spring, the casino at Monte Carlo.
Just how much more money does this new job pay, Miss Brooks?
$6 a month.
Yes. You better watch your step at Monte Carlo. Money goes pretty fast down there.
Money goes fast anywhere. I haven't been able to catch any for years.
Now hurry and get dressed, dear. I have a lovely surprise for your breakfast.
Another one of your surprise recipes, Mrs. Davis? I hope it's not clam fritters again.
You'll see, dear. Come along. Here you are, dear. Here's your surprise. Armenian pancakes. They've been setting for 5 days.
What else could they do?
I mean in goat's milk. It takes 5 days for it to get good and sour.
Sour? Goat's milk?
Here, try a bite off this fork. Don't pay any attention to the smell.
Oh, please, Mrs. Davis, no. Well, just one bite.
Tell the truth now. Aren't they delicious?
I don't want to hurt your feelings, Mrs. Davis, but if I were the goat responsible for this concoction, I would hang myself by my own beard. If you don't mind, I'll have to pass up the pancakes.
But, Miss Brooks, it's a crime to throw out these pancakes.
What's the crime? Carrying concealed weapons?
You've got to have some breakfast. Could I squeeze you a persimmon or two?
No, thanks. I'll grab a kumquat on my way to work. Hey, it's funny Walter Denton isn't here yet. He knows I wanted to get to school a little early this morning and meet the new principal.
Rather convenient to have one of your pupils drive you around.
Yes, my Chevy's still in the shop. I had a little accident Saturday. I ran into a parked car.
Oh, that's too bad. I hope you reported it to the police.
I didn't have to. They were sitting in the car.
Oh, that's good.
I'll get it.
Oh, Miss Brooks.
Come in, Walter.
Well, Walter Denton, how you've shot up since I saw you last.
You saw me yesterday, Mrs. Davis.
My, how time flies.
Come on, Walter. I've got to get down early. The new principal takes over today.
What's his name, dear?
Mr. Conklin. Osgood Conklin.
Osgood Conklin? Why, I've known him for years. We went to school together.
Really, Mrs. Davis? What kind of a man is he, anyway?
Well, the other children used to call him Stoneface because he never laughed.
Oh, fine.
Well, I shouldn't say never. I did hand him a laugh one time when we were out ice skating. He was practically in hysterics.
What happened?
I broke my leg.
He sounds about as friendly as a subpoena.
I'll correct any nonsense at this new school, Martha.
or my name isn't Osgood Conklin. I've heard all about their lack of principle and discipline, and I won't have it. Do you hear? No one is going to interfere with my making Madison High a well-run school. No one. If anyone gets in my way, I'll crush them. Step on them like so many ants. Squash them.
That's nice. Pass the marmalade, dear. And help yourself to some more toast.
I hate toast. As I was saying, Martha, I'm sure that the faculty at Madison High is totally incompetent.
Oh, please, Osgood, you mustn't let it irk you.
Irk?
Drink a little water, dear. It'll go away.
No understanding, no cooperation. Nobody knows what a difficult job I'm faced with. It's awful. Awful.
Please, Osgood, can't you talk without barking? Honestly, sometimes I think Prince is the only one who can really understand you.
Prince? Don't mention that lazy mutt to me. Look at him over there. Dead to the world. Well, it's getting late. Now, where's my hat? Confound it, where's my hat?
Please, dear, don't bark.
I'm not barking, Martha. Once and for all, I don't bark.
See? He does understand you. Now be sure to drive carefully on your way to school.
Oh, don't tell me how to drive the car.
I'm not, dear. It's just that after all the work you put in, polishing it on Sunday, I'd hate to see that.
Stop worrying. I did the work, didn't I? Ah, look at her out there. Nothing takes a wax polish like a black touring car.
Well, Osgood, you'd better get started. You don't want to set a bad example for your new teacher.
I'll show them a thing or two. I'll show them. Oh, shut up, Prince. Goodbye, Martha.
Before we get to school, Miss Brooks, there's something I'd like to talk to you about. It's a girl.
Naturally. Who is it this time, Walter?
Well, she's the baker's daughter, Penelope Miller. When I kissed her for the first time the other night, I knew she was different.
But, Walter, you've kissed a lot of girls. What's so different about Penelope Miller?
She tastes like caraway seeds.
Oh, grand. She's probably built like a pumpernickel. Now, look, Walter, I've got a lot on my mind today, what with trying to make a good impression on the new principal.
Well, all I want you to do is help me write her a letter, Miss Brooks. You see, she doesn't think that I'm mental enough.
I can't understand it.
And I figured, well, you being an English teacher as well as a woman, well, you'd know how to make her think I was brainy. You know, intelligent. I hate to trade on just my sheer animal magnetism. You know what I mean?
Well, you are a little beastly in spots, Walter. Don't blame yourself. Penelope just doesn't appreciate yet that a man is a thing to be treasured.
When will she appreciate it?
When she gets to be my age.
Oh, I couldn't wait that long, Miss Brooks.
What?
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Brooks. I guess I'm not very mental at that, but you will help me out, won't you? I'll come over to Mrs. Davis's tonight and we'll write a letter together. What do you say?
Well, I don't know, Walter. Walter, look out! That car!
What car?
That big black touring car!
Big black touring car?
It's not quite as big as it was.
You young idiot! Why don't you watch where you... My fenders, my shining fenders lying in the gutter.
Walter, put the man's fenders back on.
Oh, gee, mister, I didn't
You didn't mean. Why didn't you look where you were going?
Well, gosh, it takes two to make an accident.
A brilliant observation. But it just happens that I was only going 15 miles an hour.
You should have been going 30. We'd have missed you by a block.
Now, see here, you red-haired joyrider. It was probably your fault.
My fault? Why don't you learn how to drive that hopped-up hearse of yours?
Hopped-up hearse. Now, listen here, young woman. I've tried to control my temper. But if you want to play rough, I can get plenty rough.
Walter, I've got to run along. I'll leave you to straighten out Barking Boy.
Barking Boy? That's the second time today I've been accused of barking. Young woman, I'll have you know I do not bark.
Who's your friend?
Go home, Prince.
Well, classes haven't started yet. Let me see. Pick up my mail first, and then... Oh, hello, Mr. Boynton.
Hello, Miss Brooks.
Isn't it a coincidence that we're in the same mailbox?
Not an overwhelming coincidence. You see, your last name begins with the same letter mine does.
Well, that's a start. You have such a quick mind, Mr. Boynton.
Well, it is thorough.
Personally, I think you tax it too much. Don't you think you need more recreation, if you know what I mean?
Well, carrying on my biology experiments is recreation enough.
You don't know what I mean.
Of course, I also collect stamps.
Oh, that sounds exciting. There's no end to the possibilities. Have you ever tried your hand at beadwork?
Well, no, I don't believe I have. Is it fun?
Fun? Why, it makes you just tingle all over.
We must string a few together sometime.
Mm-hmm. And basket weaving can be thrilling, too.
Oh, really?
Yes, if we're both in the same basket. Well, so much for the world of sports.
Miss Brooks, if you don't mind my changing the subject, are you going to be busy tonight?
Busy? Me? Mr. Boynton, I couldn't be unbusier.
Well, I'd like to come over after dinner. That is, if we can be alone.
Alone? We'll be absolutely isolated. I hope you don't think I'm too forward, Mr. Boynton, but I've anticipated this moment for quite a while. Remember the day about 5 years ago when I first came to Madison High, rounded a turn in the corridor, and bumped smack into you?
Oh, yes. I was teaching chemistry then. You put quite a dent in my Bunsen burner.
Yeah. Well, you know, that was the day I first suspected that we'd be more to each other than just fellow faculty members.
And when were your suspicions confirmed, Miss Brooks?
On our very next date, when you took me to lunch, 2 years later. Gad, you were a fast worker.
I don't blame you for kidding me, Miss Brooks. I guess I'm not much of a whirlwind romantically. Then most scientific people aren't. You see, the study of evolution alone tends to slow down any of the mere intemperate reflexes.
Mm-hmm.
You must realize that a tremendous period of time was involved before the single cell divided itself in the sea and adapted itself to the land and the air.
Mm-hmm.
Countless centuries passed before lower forms of life assumed their new shapes, and generations before the mammal family produced the ape family, and before the ape family produced the human family.
What have you been waiting for me to do? Slip back a notch? Well, what time do you think you'll be able to come over tonight, Mr. Boynton?
Mr. Boynton, Miss Brooks, let us not tarry. Your new principal, Mr. Conklin, is due at any moment.
Oh, we'll be sorry to see you go, Mr. Darwell.
Yes, you've been a wonderful principal, Mr. Darwell. Why did the Board of Education decide to have you transferred?
Ours not to reason why. Ours but to teach and die. As the great Socrates so aptly phrased it, if you gotta go, you gotta go. Of course, I am genuinely sorry to leave old Madison High, but then we're teachers, and teachers can't afford sentiment.
We can't afford anything. As the great Professor Einstein so aptly phrased it, murder, ain't it? You know, I still hope I can land that job as head of the English department, though.
Well, that will depend upon the impression you make on Mr. Conklin. I'm taking him on a tour of inspection as soon as he arrives, Miss Brooks. Your class will be the first one visited.
Oh, the first class visited? Oh, gosh, Mr. Boynton, if I'm to impress Conklin, I'll have to hurry and get things in order. I better go in and erase the children and see that the blackboards aren't throwing spitballs.
Poor Miss Brooks, you're a bundle of nerves. You look sort of faint. Here, I'll put my arms around you until you steady yourself.
Oh, no, you won't, Mr. Boynton. Just because you happen to catch me at a weak moment, I'm not letting you put your arms around me. My father told me about men like you.
And why are you putting your arms around me?
My mother told me about men like you, too. All right now, class, please let me have your attention. As many of you know, our new principal, Mr. Osgood Conklin, takes over his duties today. So, if he should drop in here at any time, there's no reason for any of us to be nervous, self-conscious, or head of the English department. I mean, we'll just go on in our normal manner. Now, to take up where we left off yesterday...
Pardon me, Miss Brooks, but Mr. Conklin and I just happened to be passing by.
Oh, why, come right in, Mr. Darwell.
This way, Mr. Conklin.
Thank you.
Mr. Conklin, this is our Miss Brooks.
How do you do, Miss Brooks? Glad to make your... Wait a minute.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Conklin. Glad to make your acquaintance, too.
Oh? You two have met?
We sort of ran into each other this morning.
Yeah, well, this is the young lady in the accident I told you about.
Mr. Conklin, I have an idea. Why don't we skip English and drop in on the...
Now that I know just who Miss Brooks is, I'm particularly interested in watching her conduct her class. Go right on, Miss Brooks.
Well, all right, Mr. Conklin. Now, class, I'm going to read some lines to you, which I'd like you to... I'd like you to... well, I want you to tell me whom... No, who... I'd like the name of the author of the following stuff. Friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears. I come to bury Conklin, not to praise him. That is to bury Caesar. Hand, please. No hands? You've all got them, you know. Just look at the ends of your sleeves. Oh, there's a hand. Winona. I can always depend on Winona. Who wrote those lines, Winona?
I don't know. I just want to leave the room.
Never mind the blindfold, Captain. Just give me a cigarette.
Come in, Miss Brooks. How is everything?
Well, frankly, Mr. Boynton, I'm a little tired. I just lost 2 out of 3 falls to Mr. Conklin.
Oh, you've met the new principal, eh? What's he like?
He looks like he was weaned on a vinegar popsicle. Mr. Boynton, I just dropped by to see what time you're coming over tonight.
Tonight?
Yes, one of my students is stopping by for a few minutes. I promised to write an intellectual letter for him to a girlfriend he's trying to impress, Penelope Miller.
Penelope Miller?
Yes, she tastes like caraway seeds. If you could just let me know what time you're coming over.
Well, I'm not sure about tonight at all right now. I'm quite worried about Violet.
Violet?
Yes, the white mouse I use in some of my experiments. Steady, Violet, dear. Steady, dear. I'm just going to hold you for a minute.
Mr. Boynton, if you could
You know, I don't like the feel of her stomach.
Mr. Boynton...
It's lumpy.
Well, Mr. Boynton, you told me this morning...
frankly, Miss Brooks, at that time I didn't know about Violet's condition. You understand I have to...
I know. You have to sit up with a lumpy mouse.
Well, she's terribly peaked lately. I don't know what it is. I think I better have a look at her cage. Hold on a minute, will you? Here. Miss Brooks, you dropped Violet!
She attacked me!
Miss Brooks! Miss Brooks, get down off that desk!
I can't! Oh, I see her. She's under that... She's under the table!
Get her! I'll get her if you just stop that screaming. And let go of your skirts!
And this, Mr. Conklin, is our biology laboratory. Why, Miss Brooks, what are you doing on that desk? And where is Mr. Boynton?
He's under the table with Violet.
With Violet? So that's what goes on in the biology laboratory of Madison High.
Oh, but Mr. Conklin, I'm sure...
So
Mr.
am I
Boynton...
very sure. Come, Mr. Darwell. I'll be back when Violet is out from under the table.
Oh, no.
I've got her, Miss Brooks. Poor thing was scared to death. Here. Look at her. Isn't she sweet? Isn't Violet a beauty?
She's ravishing. And may I tell you something else, Mr. Boynton?
What's that?
You make a lovely couple.
Hello, principal's office. Osgood Conklin speaking. Who's calling, please? Mrs. Davis. Margaret Davis? Oh, yes, the girl I used to go ice skating with. Ha, ha, ha. How's your leg? What's that? You want me to come over to dinner? Well, I'm afraid You say there's a teacher living with you that you want me to meet. Miss Brooks. Well, I'd like... Miss Brooks! Now, look here, Margaret. I've already met that redhead.
Mr. Conklin.
Hold the phone, Margaret. Yes?
I'm Matilda Denton of the school board. I have reason to suspect that my boy, Walter, a pupil at this institution, has fallen into the clutches of one of your female teachers.
What?
Yes. He told me that he had a date with a woman tonight at her home.
Uh-huh.
And here, this note fell out of his pocket when he came home from school.
Let me read that, please. At last, I've got what I want. red hair, and a tough, sturdy body. Red hair? Good heavens!
Well, Mr. Conklin, have you any idea who this nefarious woman might be?
Yes, I have, Mrs. Denton. Pardon me. Hello, are you still there, Mrs. Davis? No, I haven't been to a Turkish bath. Now, listen, I have reconsidered. I shall be delighted to dine this evening with you and, Miss Brooks.
Mr. Conklin, I'll give you just 24 hours to find out who my boy is traipsing around with.
Listen, Mrs. Denton. Listen, Mrs. Davis.
You'll get to the bottom of this matter quickly, or there'll be a new principal here at Madison High.
Quiet, both of you.
Don't you bark at me.
I'm not barking. Please go home.
Well, Osgood, how did you like your dinner?
Very interesting, Mrs. Davis. I've never tasted this kind of meat before. Just what is it?
It's our usual Monday night supper. Seal burgers.
I'll take these dishes into the kitchen and see about the coffee. I make Bulgarian coffee, you know. It's strained through a grapefruit rind.
Now then, Miss Brooks, let's get right to the point, huh? What would you think of a teacher who would allow a student to become infatuated with her and then lead him on?
I think she was pretty terrible, Mr. Conklin. Who's the teacher?
Well, we haven't any positive proof, but the boy's name is Walter Denton.
Well, I think they both ought to be arrested. Walter Denton?
Yes, Miss Brooks. You can't deny that you were in the car with young Denton this morning?
But he was just giving me a lift until my car is fixed. I never see the boy at any other time.
Are you sure about that, Miss Brooks?
Oh, I'm positive, Mr. Conklin. Must be my laundry.
Your laundry at 8 p.m.?
I deal with the owl laundry. They only come out at night. Excuse me, Mr. Conklin. I'll be back in a minute.
All right, Miss Brooks.
Hi, Miss Brooks. I keep you waiting?
Yes, but not long enough. Look, Walter, would you come back some other time?
Come on, let's get into the living
No,
room.
Walter, no.
I'm anxious to get that letter started.
Oh, not so loud, Walter. Mr. Conklin is in the dining room.
Oh, the new principal?
Yes, and if he finds you here tonight, we'll both be
No,
out
it's
in...
good. We'll have our coffee in the living room.
Hi, Margaret.
Quick, Walter, hide. Get behind those curtains behind the window.
Oh, yeah, but
I'll explain later. Get in back of them.
Who was it that rang, dear?
Oh, it was just a wrong number, Mrs. Davis.
On the doorbell?
I mean the wrong house number.
You seem quite nervous, dear.
Oh, I'm all right.
Oh, come and get some coffee. It'll calm you down.
Thank you.
The Bulgarians drink it flat on their back, you know.
I'll be flat on my back any minute, and I wish I was in Bulgaria.
Why, you're trembling like a leaf, Miss Brooks, and you're all flushed.
Well, it is rather warm in here, don't you think?
If it isn't too much trouble, Osgood, would you mind pulling back those curtains and opening the window?
Oh, no, not the curtains.
No trouble at all. I'd be only too happy to open the window.
And I'll be only too happy to jump out of it.
There we are.
Well, where is he? What's become of him?
What's become of who?
Bobby Breen. He used to send me.
Come on over to the couch, Connie. You're still overwrought.
Well, thank you.
Lay right down here, dear.
Oh, no,
I'll
thank you.
get you a pillow. You know, I keep pillows in the window seat just for emergencies. I always say you never know when you need them. Why, hello, Walter. Here you are, Miss Brooks. Just make yourself... Ow!
Margaret, what's the matter?
Walter Denton, come out of my window seat.
Aha! Just as I thought. Miss Brooks, where are you going?
I thought I'd run down to the Belgian Congo for the weekend.
Sit down, Miss Brooks. Young man, what were you doing in that window seat?
If you'll only give me a chance, Mr. Conklin, I can explain.
Go ahead. What were you doing in there?
Hiding.
Walter, tell them just why you came here tonight.
Well, I came here to see Miss Brooks. I thought we'd be alone.
Oh-ho!
Oh, no.
Well, she was only going to help me write a letter to my girlfriend.
I see. Now, let's hear you explain this, Miss Brooks. Here, read this page from Walter's diary.
Mine?
What is this? At last I've got what I want. Red hair and what a tough, sturdy body. Walter!
I wish everybody would stop saying Walter. Look, this isn't even my writing. Here, look at the other side. See, that's my biology notes from yesterday. I asked Mr. Boynton to loan me a piece of paper.
Mr. Boynton wrote that? Miss Brooks, don't you get it?
Get what?
Red hair. It's you he's writing about.
Mr. Boynton? Me? Just what he wanted? Tough and sturdy body. Well, I am strong.
Surely you're not pleased, Miss Brooks.
I'm not? I mean, I'm not. Oh,
Door's open.
Mr. Boynton.
I thought you said we were going to be alone, Miss Brooks.
You too. What's happening around here?
Haven't you heard? I've been made queen for a day.
Boynton, I'd like to know whether you wrote this or not.
Let me see it, sir. Yes, I wrote it. It was supposed to go into my diary. What's wrong with it anyway? She is strong, and I did work hard to get her.
Oh, Mr. Boynton, please, not in front of everybody.
It took 23 generations of crossbreeding to get a red-backed mouse like that.
Red-backed mouse?
Mouse? Amazing. Miss Brooks, I'm afraid I've done you a grave injustice.
You most certainly have, Mr. Conklin. You've placed your own meaning on unfortunate incidents.
But
You've accused me of misconduct with no proof whatsoever, and you've acted in general like a narrow, bigoted, unfair person.
But, Miss Brooks...
Mr. Conklin, I never want to see or talk to you again as long as I live.
Not even about the job as head of the English department?
Mr. Conklin, I've done you a grave injustice. Let's sit down on the love seat and talk this thing over,
yes.
Huh?
Well, we'll take it up first thing in the morning, Miss Brooks. I've got to be getting home now. Come on, Walter. We'll take the bus together.
Oh, we don't have to take the bus, Mr. Conklin. I've got my car outside.
Your car? After our collision this morning?
Oh, after I left you, I hit another car and everything snapped back into place. Well, good night, all.
Good night, Walter. Good night.
Good night, Walter.
Good night.
Good night, Mr. Conklin.
Good night, Mr. Conklin.
Well, now there's just the three of us, Mr. Boynton. Mrs. Davis and you and I. Gee, it's a beautiful night. Look at that moonlight streaming through the windows. If one would take a hint, there'd just be two of us. Two of us and one sofa. I said if one would take a hint, there'd just be two of us. Well, here we are, just the two of us.
Good. How about a little gin rummy?
Good deal. Well, I blitzed Mrs. Davis 3 across, but I'd rather have lost to Mr. Boynton. He's certainly naive, my little biology boy. But though he's shy, he's glad of eye, and I'm sure he'll soon realize that the greatest thing he'll ever learn is just to love and be loved in return.
Often, if you picked up a newspaper and read about an automobile accident, chances are you think of accidents like that as always happening to someone else. If you could count on that, there'd be nothing for you to worry about. But chances are also that those very people you read about had the same feeling until something actually did happen to them. All it takes is that one brief moment of carelessness, but it can cause a lifetime of anguish. In almost every automobile accident, there are one or more violations of the law. Yet those laws are made specifically for the purpose of preventing accidents. Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced and directed by Larry Burns. Tonight's script was written by Al Lewis with music by Wilbur Hatch. Next week at the same time, Columbia will again present another adventure in the far from placid life of our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. Bob Stevenson speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Chicago, we invite you to enjoy life. Life with Luigi, a new comedy show created by Cy Howard and starring J. Carrol Nash with Alan Reed.
year ago, when Luigi Basco left Italy to start his new life in America, he promised his mother that he would write her and tell her about his adventures. So now, we look over Luigi's shoulder as he writes another letter to Mama Basco in Italy.
Dear Mamma Mia, America is full of wonderful surprises. And yesterday is one more surprise for me. In Italy, if you want to grow a tree, it takes a couple of years. But here in America, it happen overnight. Yesterday, I passed a big lot on a corner Holstead Street. It's empty. This morning, I passed same lot, and the Mamma Mia is a whole forest of a Christmas tree. I guess the soil in Chicago is pretty good. Or maybe, fella, he used a special kind of seed because each tree should grow with a little price tag on a branch. Right now is a big holiday excitement all over America. And the signs all over, they say, there's only 4 more shopping days until Christmas, so shop now, hurry up. I begin to hurry. Then I look into my pocket. For me, it's no rush. Pasquale, my countryman, who owns a spaghetti palace next to my antique shop, and who bring me to this country, he tried to give me a surprise yesterday. He invited me in his house. He hangs 6 yards of mistletoe over the head of his fat daughter, Rosa. Then he tells me to kiss her. Mamma mia. Is it more fun to kiss the mistletoe? Anyway, I'm not thinking about the Rosa right now. Is there no school this week for little kids? So my 12-year-old general manager, Jimmy O'Connor, he's having a good time. This afternoon, he comes back from a park and he says,
What's on the fire, boss?
You smell a smoke, Jimmy?
I mean, what's cooking?
It's a little early for supper.
No, boss. I mean, what's doing?
Jimmy, please. If there's 3 ways of saying the same thing, say it the right way first time.
All right, boss. I'll watch myself.
And while you're watching yourself, watch English language, too. Sometimes I don't know which one of us is a foreigner.
Okay, boss. Hey, what you doing? What's that book?
I'm just to buy what they call a ledger. So for New Year, we start the bookkeeping.
What we really need around here is an efficiency expert.
Who's that, Jimmy?
Well, an efficiency expert is someone who keeps checking on you all the time.
Oh.
Tells you what to buy and not to buy. And keeps after you to make more money. In America, that's called an efficiency expert.
In Italy, it's called the wife.
Look, boss, you have to change your business method.
What do you mean?
Well, like yesterday. You bought a chair for $30, right?
Right.
And you sold it for $20. Why?
Keeps the merchandise moving.
But, boss, that's not good business. Take any other businessman around here.
I guess you're right, Jimmy. That's the fella on the next block. He buys all the things for $100, $200, sells it for $800 to $900.
But, boss, he doesn't sell antiques. He sells used cars.
Same thing. All right, Jimmy. Beginning tomorrow, I be good the businessman. No more buying, just the selling.
What's wrong with starting today?
Because I buy something else today.
Oh, no, boss.
Oh, yes, Jimmy. See? It's right in the window.
That silver cup?
Yes.
How much?
I buy it for $50.
50?
It's cheap. I call up Dr. Simpson from museum. He's going to look at it. I think it's a colonial.
But, boss, that only leaves us with $20 in the bank. What can you do with $20?
Don't worry. I figure out some way to spend it. Is a customer. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you, sir. My name is Johnson.
It's a fine American name. I'm Luigi Basco, fine Italian name.
I noticed that silver mug in your window. How much are you asking for it?
Too much.
Well, it's for sale, isn't it?
Sure.
Jimmy.
But Mr. Johnson wants to buy it.
How you know he wants to pay what I'm going to ask?
Well, what are you asking for that mug?
$100.
Fine.
Oh, that's great.
You sure you want to pay $100?
Yeah?
You're too anxious. How about $200?
But you just said 100.
Boss, you can't do that.
Why not? Always a fellow who sells, he sells high price the first, and then the customer says a low price. I'm running my business different. I'm a starter with a low price, and then I go up instead of a customer coming down.
Well, if I said okay to 200, your next price would be 300.
That's right.
That's ridiculous.
Now we're getting us someplace.
I've never done business with a man like you.
That's because this is the first time of you in my store.
Nobody's going to pay you $300 for that cup.
I hope so. That's why it's a 300.
We can't both be crazy.
I explain to you, Mr. Johnson. I only buy this cup this morning.
Well, what's that got to do with it?
When I get a new thing, I like to keep for 2-3 months. Then maybe I sell.
You're the first antique dealer I've ever seen who ages his own antiques. Goodbye, Mr. Basco.
Goodbye, Mr. Johnson. It's a pleasure to do business with you. Merry Christmas.
Boss.
I know what you're going to say, Jimmy, but don't worry. Is there going to be other customers? Like Uncle Pietro say, is there plenty of fish in the sea? The bigger the bait, the smaller the fish. The smaller the fish, the bigger the bait.
What does that mean?
I don't know. I think maybe Uncle Pietro is a drunk when he say that. Now go in the back and wash your faces, Jimmy. It's all dirty.
I was playing football with the other kids.
That's all right. There's no excuse. So go ahead and wash your face, then go out and play some more football. Well, maybe I'll polish up a cup. It's a wonderful old cup. Older than the United States. People is born, fight, die. But a smaller silver cup will live. Maybe I become a philosopher instead of antique dealer.
Luigi, my friend. Hello, Luigi. Hello.
Hello, Pasquale.
Hey, what are you doing with a shaving cup in your hand?
It's an old mug from the time of Jefferson.
It looks pretty small for Jefferson to shave as a mug.
No, it's not for shaving. It's old colonial silver drinking cup.
What are you talking? A cup is a cup, that's all.
But there's a big difference between cups. I explain. When the people run away from Europe a long time ago, they come here without the furniture, without anything. So when a fellow want to drink, he have no cup.
What's the matter with the paper cups?
Pasquale, in the olden days...
Never mind, Luigi. You in the olden days, old antiques. That's the trouble with you. Everything in this place is old. Even you getting old.
Can't help it. It's not possible to get younger.
That's why I'm coming over to talk to you. I'm worried about your future, my little man.
I'm thinking about it, too.
I'll save you the trouble. Because without a Pasquale, you got no future to think about.
Oh, no, Pasquale. In America, everybody have a future.
Everybody except you. Your future, my little friend, is a past.
Oh, no, Pasquale.
Oh, yes, Luigi. But I'm going to give you big future right now. See this little box?
Yes?
It's the Christmas present.
Thank you, Pasquale.
Don't touch. Luigi, in this little magic box is your whole future.
It's a magic box.
Yes. Don't touch.
It's like a Pandora's box. You know who is a Pandora?
I meet lots of people in my business. I'm not remembering all of the names.
No, Pasquale. It's old Greek story. I explain.
Since when do you speak Greek?
I explain in English. Once was a Greek lady Pandora, also was a Jupiter.
All right, then never mind explain. Here, take the box.
No, first I explain.
Luigi, take the box.
Okay.
Now open up.
No, Pasquale, I don't marry Rosa.
Wait. See what's inside of the box.
Oh. It's wonderful. What is it?
What is it? It's a wedding ring. Look at what's written inside.
From Luigi. For Rosa. Oh, no, Pasquale, it's not even for me. Take it back. I'm not going to marry Rosa.
You're not going to marry Rosa?
No.
You said a no?
Yes.
Yes?
No.
Then here's the 5 cents.
What for?
You buy a newspaper.
What for I need the newspaper suddenly?
Because suddenly, Luigi, you need 2 things. Job and a place to live.
But Pasquale, I got a lease.
Next month is a finish of your lease.
But I'm going to pay my rent.
Where you get the money?
If I don't sell antique, then you lend me money.
I lend you money. Every month I'm lending you money to pay me my rent because you got a lease. Luigi, from now on is a no more lend a lease.
But Pasquale, my business.
Business? You making me laugh. Ha ha. Business. Where's your customers? Only customer you got is a Greek lady, Mrs. Pandora's or something. Everybody's doing a business. Grocery stores are selling. Department stores are selling. Even the post offices are selling more stamps this year than the last. But you...
Business is a little slow right now.
Slow is a boulevard to stop. Now, Luigi, my friend, I'm gonna do you a big favor. I'm gonna throw you out. Then maybe you find a job in some new business.
I don't know any business.
Then I give you a chance to fill in a restaurant of business. That's a business. People always eat, and that's a necessity business. Not like antiques. Last night, I have 200 people eating a supper in my place.
200 people? It's against the fire law to have more than 100.
Not when the 200 people is 200 firemen. All the night long, and my wife Teresa, she's a cooking, and I'm a carrying a spaghetti, ravioli, minestrone. She's a cooking, and I'm a carrying, and she's a cooking. It's 2:00 in the morning before I get a chance to eat.
Was the food good?
Who knows? So we go eat at a Chinese restaurant.
You make a lot of money last night, huh?
You betcha I make money. I make money all the time. But you never gonna make any money.
Please, Pasquale, give me a little time. I sell antiques. I advertise in the paper. I'm going to advertise on the radio.
Antique business is no good.
Maybe I then go into other business.
What?
Maybe I get a job teaching English to foreigners.
You foolish man, Luigi. But Pasquale, your friend, knows the way to clear all of your problems. And you have a Merry Christmas if you marry. What do you say, my son?
Goodbye, Papa.
And now for the second act of Luigi Basco's adventures in Chicago, we turn to page 2 of his letter to his mother in Italy.
So, Mamma Mia, maybe Pasquale's right. Maybe I know run antique business good. So I have a big talk with myself, and now I'm going to be a first-class businessman, just like other Chicago fella, Mr. Sears Roebuck. I'm going to sell everything in my store. And if a customer don't pay me his price, or if he don't pay me my price, I compromise. I sell it to his price. Also, I'm not going to be afraid of Pasquale anymore. So I go right away over to see him. Pasquale, I like to see you.
Not now. I'm busy with important fella. Run along, little antique man. I'm coming to see you later.
Okay, Pasquale.
Go ahead, Mr. Johnson, before we interrupt you.
That's the fella. You know him?
Sure, I'm bringing him to this country. I'm his landlord. He's my best friend.
He's a very peculiar guy.
I hate him. I'm going to throw him out.
Before you do that, get me that silver cup he has in his window.
I'll give you one of my cups, Mr. Johnson.
No. I was in there and offered him $100 for it.
You want to spend $100 for that mug?
Yep.
I'll get you all the mugs in Chicago you want, $50 apiece.
I'll even go to $125.
$125? I bet it don't cost that much when it's a brand new.
Well, naturally. The older an antique, the more it's worth. I've done you a couple of important favors, Pasquale, and...
Sure, you help me with my license. You a friend of the judge.
I want to give that cup to my wife for Christmas. She's nuts for cups.
Mr. Johnson, you go home. I buy it for you. And don't worry. Soon your wife is going to be nuttier than ever.
Okay. Now call me as soon as it's in your hands.
Luigi, my friend. Hello, Luigi. Hello.
Hello, Pasquale.
I'm sorry I was busy when you come in. What do you want to see me about?
Please, Pasquale, maybe you change your mind about the lease. Maybe you don't push me out.
Push you out? Who's going to push you out?
You don't remember? I hear you with my own eyes.
Must be another Pasquale, Luigi.
It's impossible. It can't be two Pasquales.
Oh, you're wrong, Luigi. It's a big tragedy in my life because it is two Pasquales. Luigi, I'm a lead a double life. I'm a man with two faces.
Must be extra work when you shave in the morning.
Now, don't make a father, Luigi. It's really two Pasquales. He's one Pasquale who's a mean, selfish. All the time he's a hollering, pay me my money or marry a Rosa.
That's you.
Then is the other Pasquale. He's a gentle fella. He's a kind to people. He's happy to lend a certain people money.
Is it too bad that the Pasquale, he don't come to America?
Luigi, you must forgive me things I do sometimes. It only happens when the bad Pasquale, he wins over the good Pasquale.
Pasquale, you ever hear of a Dr. Jekyll?
Where has he got his office?
It's a story. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. See, is a one man outside, but inside is a two. I explain.
Listen, Luigi, no explanation. I'm going to come over here now to help you out.
You going to help me out of store?
Stop with this foolish talk. It's Christmas time. I'm going to give you a little money.
You're going to give me money?
Sure. Here's the $25. Take it before Mr. Hyde, he grabs it back.
No, Pasquale, I no can take money just like that.
It's no use of being proud of Luigi. I'm your countryman, your friend. Take.
But how I pay you back?
Well, if you feel that way, maybe you're selling me antique for my money, huh? Then it's strictly a business deal.
I never think of you interested in statues.
No, not statues. I'm thinking about that cup you have at the window.
What the for you want that cup?
I'm very much interested in that cup.
Oh, sure. It's old colonial. Maybe even Washington sip a little wine from that cup.
Ah, George Washington, eh? Then I tell you what I do. I put this cup in my window, and I put up a little sign. George Washington sipped here.
It's a nice idea, Pasquale, but I'm paying $50. I'm losing the money if I sell for $25.
I'm only sorry for you for $25 a word.
Then I don't sell.
Okay, I give you $50. When Pasquale is you want to help a friend, expenses are no object, as long as it doesn't cost the money.
Why you suddenly want to buy this cup?
I love antique cups.
Since when?
Since before.
What happens?
Luigi, you ever catch me telling the truth before?
No.
All right, Luigi, I'm going to come clean. He's a big political fella, Mr. Johnson. He's do me lots of favors. He's bringing lots of customers into my store. I promise him a cup for his wife.
I'm sorry for you, Pasquale.
Luigi, if I don't get this cup for him, I'm a ruiner. Mr. Johnson, he don't do me favors. His friends, they all stop eating in my place. Then what?
They eat in a Chinese restaurant.
But I'm going to go bankrupt. I'm going to kill myself.
Goodbye, Pasquale.
It's the last straw. Comes at the end of the month, out. There's no more antique stores. There's going to be Schultz's a delicatessen. No more antiques, hot dogs. I'm going to fix...
How much is this politician fella he offer for cup?
$100.
You tell her the truth, Pasquale?
Luigi, would I lie for $25 a profit?
How you suddenly make a $25 profit?
It's just simple. Mr. Johnson, he's offer $100 for the cup. I'm going to give you $75. You make a $25, I make a $25. It's a 50-50. What do you say, Luigi?
And take a cup and I'll cost $100.
But, Luigi, you pay $50 for a cup this morning. Why is it suddenly $50 more?
Antique is now 8 hours older and is worth more.
All right, Luigi, I'm never going to forget this. Here's 100.
Is a one condition. Pasquale, you ever hear of a Bill of Rights?
I'm no interested in your bills.
It's not my bill, it's a government bill.
All right, so when they send me, I pay.
No. You don't understand. Bill of Rights is from old days. You ever hear of a Jefferson?
Sure. It's a street here in Chicago.
No, not that one. Thomas Jefferson, he's the right to this, the Bill of Rights. I explain. See, Pasquale, After Revolutionary War, they make first the Constitution.
I don't care what they make. I'm interested in a cup.
So Mr. Jefferson, he say, must protect the people. Must guarantee...
Luigi, when I'm want a history lesson, I'm going to go to the newsreel theater. What's the Bill of Rights got to do with a cup?
If you want to buy cup, then you sign Luigi Bosco Bill of Rights.
Okay, I sign.
First I must write.
Right.
First, freedom of the press.
Freedom of the press?
Means you must never press me to marry Rosa. Sign here.
Okay, I sign, and now sell me the cup.
Next is the freedom of speech.
What's that?
Means you're free to make a speech to me about anything except marrying Rosa.
Luigi, it's a very hard condition. I'm a Rosa's papa. If I'm going to ask you to marry her, who's going to ask you?
Sign up, Pasquale.
How's about I'm only can ask you on a Sunday?
Well, okay. I make amendment, Pasquale. You promise you never ask me to marry Rosa, especially on a Sunday. Sign here.
Okay, I sign. And now the cup.
Wait, Pasquale. Now I hang up for Luigi Bosco Bill of Rights next to this picture of a Jefferson, where you can see it all the time.
All right. Give me the cup.
First, give me the $100.
Here.
Thank you, Pasquale. I'm a really good businessman, you know, Pasquale?
You're improving, Luigi. But you still got to wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning to be the Pasquale. Now, I'm going to sell this cup for $125. So how you like that? Huh?
Mamma mia.
Mind if I use your phone, my good business friend? Hello, Mr. Johnson? Pasquale, I got a good news. I buy the cup for $125, but I'm got to sign my life away to get this. What do you say, Mr. Johnson? Huh? You don't want the cup? Your wife has a new hobby? Collecting $100 hats? No? I'm no angry, Mr. Johnson. That's all right. Goodbye. Luigi, my friend.
Well, Pasquale, you still own beautiful antique cup.
Sure. It's just what I need for my restaurant. I'm going to serve a 5-cent coffee in a $100 cup. I hope for my customers that they choke. Here, Luigi, buy back your cup.
How much do you want for it?
What do you mean, how much? The same price I pay, $100.
I give you $75, Pasquale. Is now second hand.
Luigi! Give me $100.
If I'm selling for $100 and buying it for $100, there's no profit. No, I give you $75.
Is this your best price?
Is it $25 more than I paid for it?
Okay. Here.
Now, here's the $75. You come in again at some time, Pasquale. It's a pleasure to do business with you.
Mr. Bosco?
I'm Luigi Bosco.
Yes, I'm Dr. Simpson, the curator at the museum. You telephoned me this morning.
Oh, yes. It is a pleasure, Dr. Simpson.
Where is the cup?
It's right here.
Oh, yes, this looks authentic. I'll just take it back here into the light.
Luigi, who is this fella? It's Dr. Simpson.
Is a friend of Dr. Jekyll?
He's a curator.
What does he cure?
Nothing.
Then why you call him a doctor?
He's a know about antiques.
Oh, then he's a cure antiques, huh?
This cup looks to me as if it might have been made by Benjamin Bird.
Who's this Benny Bird?
One of our early silversmiths. Oh, it's a priceless piece, Mr. Bosco.
How much?
Well, I wouldn't want to say exactly, but I can tell you this. The museum would give a lot to own this one. Here, Mr. Bosco.
Luigi, take your hands off of my beautiful cup.
So it belongs to you.
I'm buying this cup back from you, Luigi. Here's your $75.
Oh, no, Pasquale. Every time I sell you the cup is $100, remember?
Is it worth the $100, doctor?
All I can tell you, sir, is that if you love silver, this cup is extremely precious.
Suppose I don't love a silver. How much is it worth?
I only appraise these items for their artistic value, not their monetary worth. But I would say that it's worth...
Never mind, Doctor, before Luigi changes his mind. Here's $100, Luigi. Give me the cup.
Okay, Pasquale.
Now, Doctor, say as much as you like. I'm listening.
Oh, you're a lucky man, Mr. Pasquale.
Okay, what's your bid?
But, Mr. Pasquale...
$500?
Mr. Pasquale, our museum would love to own this cup if you were willing to donate it.
What's the mean, donate? That's for dunking, donate? Is that...
No, Pasquale. Donate is the meaning you give the museum the cup for free.
Free? What do you think? Pasquale's crazy?
Just to think, Pasquale. Every day, thousands of people, they go to museum just to see your free cup.
Is there no Pasquale cup there?
As you wish, Mr. Pasquale. Well,
Please, Dr. Simpson, just 1 minute. Pasquale.
I'm not listening, Luigi.
Pasquale, inside you now is Dr. Jekyll, and he fights with Mr. Hyde.
This fight, I'm betting on Mr. Hyde.
Pasquale, is a big mistake. You rich fella, you give a museum this cup. It's a wonderful thing for all Italian people when you do this. It show them you kind man, a good man. And every day is thousands of people, they see your name on a little piece of bronze under the cup.
Little piece of bronze. Doctor, maybe next to my name you put something else?
What would you like us to add, Mr. Pasquale?
Just to say, this beautiful cup donated by Mr. Pasquale, 23 North Holstead Street, specially this week, a blue plated dinner, 2 1/4.
Mamma mia! So, Mamma Mia, I'm making a little money. So Jimmy and I, we're going to have a nice Christmas. Maybe we go ice skating in the lake. Rosa, she says she want to go too. But if she fall once, there's no more ice skating season. It's a start the rowing season again. Anyway, Mamma Mia, I'm wishing you a very Merry Christmas. It's the most wonderful sound in the whole world when a church bells ring. And the people every place, they shake hands and they say, Merry Christmas. Across the ocean, Mamma Mia, I send you best wishes for Merry Christmas and the peace on earth. P.S. Your loving son, Luigi, the little immigrant.
Life with Luigi is a Cy Howard production. It is written by Highcraft and Cy Howard and stars J. Carroll Nash over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
There's no mister. It's just Higgins, sir.
The National Broadcasting Company presents a new comedy series, It's Higgins, Sir, created and transcribed by Paul Harrison, and starring Harry McNaughton as Higgins. A butler in the home of an average American family is unusual, to say the least. But when the butler is left to the family in a will, along with a Queen Anne silver service worth at least $10,000, that's news. Earlier this afternoon, the ace reporter of the Daily Dispatch called and made an appointment with Higgins, the butler, for pictures and an exclusive interview to appear as a front-page news story.
Good afternoon, Mr. Roberts. You're home early, sir.
Oh, good afternoon, Higgins. Is he here yet?
Who, sir?
The reporter. Is he here yet?
No, sir, not yet. How did you know he was coming, sir?
Mrs. Roberts called me.
Yes.
I don't understand why he couldn't interview me at the office.
Oh, I think I can explain that, sir.
You can?
Yes, sir. You see, he's coming to interview me.
He didn't ask to interview me at all?
No, sir.
Probably a cub reporter on his first assignment. And that Daily Dispatch. The only thing it's good for is to wrap up fish.
Fish? Yeah. Oh, yes, Mr. Roberts. When you open your paper tomorrow morning and lift up a flounder, you'll find me underneath.
Oh, hello, Philip. My, I'm glad you got here before the reporter did.
Elizabeth, the Daily Dispatch didn't want anything from me at all.
Oh, you're so wrong, sir. They do want something from you.
They do? What?
The newsboy mentioned it yesterday morning. They'd like you to pay your bills, sir.
Well, I think I'll cancel my subscription.
What are you talking about, Philip? Why don't you go up and put on your dark blue flannel suit, dear? You look lovely in it.
Elizabeth, stop saying I look lovely in that suit. Men don't want to look lovely.
Why?
Hey, they want to look strong and virile and handsome.
Do I say so? That's putting quite a strain on the suit, isn't it, sir?
I should have stayed lovely. Say, Elizabeth, where did you get that dress?
This dress?
Mm-hmm.
Well, dear, that is... Well, you want me to look my best in the picture, don't you?
What picture?
Why, naturally, the paper will want to take our picture.
Elizabeth, did you go out and buy a new dress?
Oh, it isn't really new. This style has been out for at least a month.
So on the chance that this reporter might want a picture of you, you went out and bought a new dress.
Well, if you put it that way, yes.
I never noticed that tie you're wearing before, sir. Is it new?
You keep quiet. Now, I'm going to go into my den and work. Now, just be quiet out here and don't talk too loud.
Yes, sir.
I wouldn't give 2 cents for the story that reporter will get without talking to me.
Higgins, he was so excited on the phone, I didn't dare tell him the reporter was coming to interview you.
Oh, I understand, yes, madam, but I wish you'd warned me. You see, I walked head-on into a dangerous situation. Mr. Roberts might have gone off like a box full of fireworks. And I would have been the punk.
Do try to have the reporter talk to him, Higgins. You know how shy Mr. Roberts is.
I do? Oh, yes, indeed, I do. I'll answer that, madam.
Yes? My name's Wade. Oh, you're Higgins the butler.
Oh, I say, you Americans are so shrewd. How could you tell I was a butler?
Well, those striped trousers made me pretty sure you weren't the upstairs maid.
Oh, Americans simply fascinate me. You see, I'm English.
I never would have guessed.
How nice of you to say that. I've gotten rid of my English accent rather well, don't you think?
Oh, yeah. You've got no accent at all.
Thank you.
None at all. You could be from Brooklyn.
What a lovely compliment, sir. To think you feel I might come from the very source of American culture. Come in, won't you?
Who is it, Higgins?
It's Mr. Wade, madam, from the Dispatch. Mr. Wade, Mrs. Roberts.
How do you do, Mr. Wade?
Hello.
Do come into the living room and sit down.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Roberts.
Perhaps you'd like some refreshment. Something to drink?
Oh, yes, thank you. That might save my day.
Good. Higgins, would you serve tea?
Tea, certainly, madam.
Tea? You're going to serve tea?
Yes. Will you have lemon or cream, sir?
Bourbon.
Could I have a little more quiet out here? I'm trying to work out a very important legal case. May mean life or death for an unfortunate man.
Life or death, dear? A murder case?
A divorce case.
Mr. Roberts, may I introduce Mr. Wade of the Daily Dispatch?
Oh, yes. Wade. Dispatch. Fine paper. Excuse me. Busy, you know.
Oh, say, Mr. Roberts, before you rush back to your work, what's your reaction to inheriting a butler and a silver service?
My reaction? Oh, you're not interested in my reaction?
Oh, yes. Yes, I am.
Well, if you insist, now let's see. Better sit down, Mr. Wade, right there. That's it. Now, comfortable? Good.
Yes.
Now, this may take some time.
Yeah, but I have to give
let me think. Let me think. I first heard of my distant relative, Sir Reginald Robertson, in the fall of 1935.
Yes, but
or was it 1936? No, it was 1940. Tommy was 4. Yes, that's it.
No, fine.
Oh,
No,
yes. Tommy is my son. Now, he was 4, and I was growing a mustache.
That was 1939, dear.
It was not, dear. That was when I was asleep in the backyard and Tommy covered my face with wet cement.
Mr. Roberts, sir,
Quiet, Higgins. Mr. Wade asked me for my reaction.
I take it back.
Sir Reginald died last spring, and before he died, he did an amazing thing.
Yes, he asked me to bring him a whole water glass full of brandy with some tea in it.
That's odd.
It certainly was. He never had tea in his brandy before.
I never had tea in my bourbon before.
That wasn't what I was going to mention.
Sorry, sir.
Well, watch yourself. Now, to continue. The amazing thing was the will he made. Sir Reginald left his fabulous Queen Anne silver service and Higgins, his butler, to me.
Yes, that's a fascinating story, all right. Could I see the silver now? I want to take a picture.
Picture of the silver?
Yes.
Well, right this way. Oh, very beautiful silver. Very old and worth at least $10,000.
Oh, really, Mr. Roberts, we shouldn't allow the value to be printed.
Why not?
It seems so blatant, sir, so commercial. Such bad taste.
Higgins, I am not mentioning the value just to brag.
I don't need to print the value.
I insist.
Here's the silver, Mr. Wade. Isn't it lovely?
My family has polished that silver for over 200 years.
200 years,
Yeah.
huh? Mother, it must have been dirty. Well, I'll take that picture now. Would you stand back, please?
Am I far enough back, Mr. Wade? I don't want to get too far back. I blur so easily.
Yeah, Higgins, he doesn't want your picture, just the silver.
There, now that makes a good shot. Yeah, I did it. And now I'll take a picture of you and Mrs. Roberts.
Picture of me? Oh, now you don't really want a picture of me.
Well, how about a picture of me?
I'll just take one of Mr. and Mrs. Roberts.
Oh, no, now, really, Wade. Pictures, they're so childish.
I'll run upstairs and get my knickers.
I had no idea you felt that way.
But why should my feelings toward pictures disappoint you? Come on, Elizabeth.
Why don't you and Mrs. Roberts just sit right there on the couch? Huh?
All right, come on, dear. Now, just sit here next to me.
Oh, all right. If Mr. Wade wants my picture, too.
Oh, this is the most modest family. Now, hold that pose.
How does the profile look, Higgins?
I tried the other profile, sir. This is the lumpy one.
How do I look, Higgins?
Very beautiful, madam.
I'm an attorney, you know, Mr. Wade.
I would say, sir, you were a very prominent attorney, Mr. Roberts.
Please, Higgins. However true that is, we must be modest.
I'll make a note of it. Now, steady. There. That should be a good picture.
You might mention I'm a member of the firm of Bascom, Feinfeather, Blandspan, Whirly, Pinza, and Roberts.
Prominent attorney is shorter. Well, I think that just about does it.
Beg pardon, sir, but I believe you've forgotten something.
Well, no, I've got everything. Pad, pencil, camera, flash bulbs, everything.
Check again, sir.
Higgins, the man's busy. He has other things to do.
I give up. What did I forget?
Well, sir, on the phone earlier today, your editor said you were coming out to take a picture of me.
Oh, I'm sorry. For some reason it slipped my mind.
Really, Higgins, I didn't know you were so egotistical.
All right, we're all set for the picture.
Smile, Higgins.
Yes, Higgins, a nice big smile now.
Smile? But shouldn't I look natural?
Go ahead and smile.
Very well, madam. There you are.
Yeah. Well, back to the picture without the smile, Got the picture.
Why, Higgins, I never realized it before, but actually you're a very good-looking man.
Me, madam, good-looking? Oh, that's not what my father said about my appearance.
Well, he was wrong. You're quite handsome.
Can you imagine that? And my father said I was ugly. That's why I've been shaving with my eyes closed for 30 years.
Oh, for goodness sake. There
there it is, right on the front page. Oh, my, wait till Philip sees himself.
Breakfast is served, madam.
What is that, dear? The morning paper?
Oh, the morning paper?
Oh, I'm so excited. Wait until you see the front page.
Oh, really, Liz? It can wait till after breakfast.
Well, don't you want to see it, Higgins?
Oh, no, madam. No, I'm perfectly willing to wait and read it at the normal time.
Just throw the paper on the couch in the living room, dear, and come on in. My, doesn't the coffee smell good?
Well, if you two are going to be so casual about it. But the story's right there on the front page with lovely pictures.
Pictures? I have it, Higgins. Thank you.
Yes, but you elbowed me, sir.
Hey, they did turn out good. Look at that.
Doesn't your profile look nice?
I guess you're right, Liz. And look, my double chin doesn't show.
Is my picture in there, sir?
Oh, excellent photographs of both of us. And you look just beautiful, dear.
Is my picture in there, sir?
Oh, now, Philip, you're just saying that.
Oh, no, I mean it. You're just as beautiful as the day I married you.
Is my picture in there, sir?
Your hair looks good, dear. It's so nice and wavy.
Elizabeth, that's a wrinkle in the paper.
Does the article say anything about me, sir? Madam? Sir? Anyone?
Higgins, stop leaning on me and peeking over my shoulder.
So sorry, sir, but I mislaid my periscope.
Higgins, I didn't want to make an issue of this yesterday, but, I was a little embarrassed at the way you pushed yourself into the conversation with that reporter.
As a matter of fact, I noticed that, Mr. Roberts, too, yes. I pushed and I pushed. I still couldn't get in.
Well, listen to this article. The collection of Queen Anne silver was breathtaking in its beauty. Its value of $10,000 placed on it by Mr. Roberts seemed modest, much too low for artwork of such excellent craftsmanship.
Is my picture in there, sir?
Here's the part about you, Higgins. The silver was brought to America by Sir Reginald's personal representative, a Mr. Miggins.
Mr. Miggins?
He put a Mr. in front of your name and misspelled it.
Philip, you're not being very nice.
Miggins? Whoever heard of such an absurd name?
I'm terribly sorry, Higgins.
Oh, that's all right, madam. I don't mind. Not really.
Higgins, I owe you a lot for making that front page article possible. And I owe it all to you.
Miggins. Asinine, that's what it is.
Where are you going, Higgins?
To cancel my order for 30 copies of the morning paper I was going to send back to England. I've turned out to be nothing but a misprint. Hello? Are you there? Oh, yes, madam. Just a moment. Mrs. Roberts, a call for you, madam.
Oh, thank you, Higgins.
I'm leaving for Mr. Roberts' office now, madam. If you'll excuse me. He asked me to bring down his briefcase.
All right, Higgins. Hello? Oh, yes, Myra. The silver service. Oh, yes. Wasn't that a nice article? How many women called you? 65? But if they come over one at a time, it'll take a year. What? Show the silver at the club and let them all come over there to see it all at once? Why, Myra, that's a sensational idea. Yes. I'll come over with it right away and invite everybody. I'll leave as soon as Tommy comes home from school. He can help me carry it to the car. Goodbye, Myra, and thanks.
Yes, Miss Perrin? Who? Oh, Higgins, yes. We'll send him right in. Yes. Come right in, Higgins. Come on in.
Yes, sir. Very good, sir. My word, sir. Your office is very impressive.
Oh, just a place to work in.
I say, and all these books. Well, there must be thousands of them.
Oh, really not so many, Higgins. Just a few legal books that I use constantly.
You use them all the time, sir? Ah, this one here looks rather interesting. Seems rather dusty.
Put it back, Higgins.
I say, you mustn't have used this one for a day or two.
Did you bring my briefcase?
Yes, sir. Briefcase. Here you are, sir.
I want to get something out of my desk here. I bought a few copies of the Daily Dispatch.
A few copies, sir? There must be at least 25, sir.
25. Yes, that newsboy was such a good salesman. Higgins, I want to tell you again how much I appreciate that article. Even Bascom congratulated me. Prestige for the firm, that sort of thing. Naturally, I wouldn't have thought of that angle.
I'm positive that never occurred to you, sir.
Yes, Miss Perrin? Who? Mr. Lang. Never heard of him. Tell him I'm busy. Yeah. Tell him I'm... Where did you say he was from? The Department of Internal Revenue Income Tax Division? Yes. Send him in. Now, why would an income tax man want to see me? I made out my return correctly. Well, practically correctly. I didn't make any mistakes. I got it. Oh, he's here to make a refund. I thought I'd paid too much. Yes, that's what it is.
Mr. Roberts?
Yes. Come in, Mr. Lang. Come in.
Well, this is a new one. I'd almost say you were glad to see me.
Oh, I am. Yes, sir. I'm very glad.
Shall I leave, Mr. Roberts?
Are you Mr. Miggins?
My name is Higgins.
I'd like you to stay, Mr. Higgins.
There's no Mr., sir. It's just Higgins.
Now, let's get down to the reason for your coming here.
All right. It's a matter of money, Roberts. Tax money.
Oh, I figured that's what it was. How much is it?
In round figures.
Round, square, triangular. Who cares as long as it's money?
Well, I'd say it was about $2,000.
$2,000? You're going to pay me $2,000?
Pay you?
$2,000? Oh, brother, I've hit the jackpot. Wait till I tell Liz.
Yes, if the evaluation on the Queen Anne Silver Service is correctly stated in the paper, you owe the government roughly $2,000.
$2,000? I owe the government. On the Silver Service? Oh, no, that's impossible. You're kidding me.
I knew, sir, we shouldn't have put the value in the paper.
$2,000, Mr. Roberts. And we're very grateful for the article on the front page of the Dispatch.
Sure, that's a lot of nonsense. There's no tax due on that silver. It's an inheritance.
The Silver Service was a gift, and any taxes paid were collected by the British government. Offhand, I'd say you owe the United States government $2,000.
My word, how offhand can you get? $2,000.
Now, I'd like to go out to the house this afternoon and place an evaluation on the silver.
I'm busy this afternoon.
All right. But you know how the interest piles up on these delinquent tax bills, eh?
That's what I said. We'll go out this afternoon. Right now.
All right. Fine. I'll wait for you in the outer office.
Higgins.
Sir?
Oh, what a stupid thing to do. Giving the value of the silver right in the paper.
I suggested, sir, you not print the value.
Why didn't you put up an argument?
I didn't want to be objectionable, sir.
Yeah, well, you aren't exactly popular right now, you know. Printing the value right in the paper where the income tax people could read it. Yes, or a burglar. The guy would know just what to steal, and he'd have a picture to show him where it is.
Mr. Roberts, Why, sir, you don't think you can't possibly believe...
Of course, the silver's at home. How could anybody steal it with Mrs. Roberts right there?
Oh, dear, I'm so relieved.
Let's go home.
What about the briefcase, sir? 25 newspapers in it.
I'll go out and sell them. Newsboy Roberts needs the money. Get your Daily Dispatch. Get your Daily Dispatch. Come on in, Mr. Lang. Higgins, make some coffee, will you? I've got an awful headache.
Headache, sir? What on earth from? Straining your eyes?
Yes, counting $2,000 I haven't got.
Which way is the silver, Roberts?
Right this way. We keep it in the dining room. Stuff's over 200 years old. Worn. How much could it be worth?
Is it in this buffet right here?
Yes, in the sideboard. Just open the cabinet there.
In here, you said?
Sure, right in there. It's right. Holy mackerel. Higgins, come out here.
Yes, sir. What is it, Mr. Roberts? What is it, sir?
The silver. The silver is gone.
Gone? Why, that's absurd, sir.
We've been robbed.
The burglar you were talking about.
You say Mr. Roberts mentioned a burglar, Higgins?
Yes, sir. Mr. Roberts said that the story about the silver might tempt a burglar to rob the house.
And he did. Our beautiful silver. Stolen. Gone.
Mr. Roberts, control yourself. Don't carry on, sir.
Gone. All gone. Gone. Yeah. It just isn't here anymore, is it, Mr. Lang?
I'm sorry, Roberts. That's a big loss.
It's a terrible loss. Now I won't be able to pay the tax on it, will I, Mr. Lang?
Well, I can't very well tax you for something you don't have.
Exactly. It's nice to have met you, Mr. Lang. Now, would you like to leave me alone with my sorrow?
All right, Roberts. All right. No tax. That is, if it was stolen.
Look around. Look around. You don't think I made it disappear, do you?
Oh, Mr. Roberts, you didn't do a thing like that, sir, did you?
And you keep quiet. You caused enough trouble for one day.
I hope it was stolen, Roberts. If you got rid of it to avoid payment of tax, that's a deliberate attempt to defraud the government and punishable by a jail sentence.
Jail?
Jail? Mr. Roberts, you look simply hideous in stripes.
Sorry about the whole thing, Roberts. The government could have used the money.
Higgins?
Yes, sir.
Oh, Higgins, we're in trouble.
Trouble?
Yes. If it was stolen, we've lost that beautiful, valuable silver, and if it wasn't stolen,
you go to jail.
Oh, we're in trouble.
Yeah. We, sir?
Yeah. If anything else happens to me because of that fool article you gave that reporter, I'll make you sit on top of the kitchen stove and I'll turn the pilot light up high.
Yoo-hoo! Anybody at home?
Anybody here?
We're in the dining room.
Well, bring it in, Tommy, and we'll put it away. I had Tommy help me. The silver is just too heavy for me to carry all by myself.
The silver?
Well, what are you both standing there looking so foolish for? You didn't think a burglar had stolen the silver, did you?
Yes.
Oh, how childish. Put it right on the sideboard, Tommy.
Boy, this stuff is heavy. You'd think the silver was made out of lead.
Elizabeth, I can't stand any more shocks today. Where did you have this stuff?
On display at the Women's Club. All the girls wanted to drop over and see it after they read the article in the Dispatch. So I took it over where they could all see it at once.
You had the silver service at the Women's Club, madam, all the time?
Oh, that article in the paper. How could one thing cause so much trouble?
I'll get it, sir. Oh, Mr. Lang, so you've come back?
Yes, I'd like to speak to Roberts again. Is he still in the dining room?
Yes, sir. No, sir. I mean, I think he's in the kitchen now. That is, he's left town, sir.
Hey, don't you look worried? What's going on here? Maybe I'll better see for myself.
Mr. Roberts, sir. Make for the hills.
Well, Roberts, I would... Oh, so this is why Higgins was so upset, huh? The burglar returned the silver, eh?
Oh, well, yes. After all, my wife took it down to the silverware.
Philip, who is this man? And what is he talking about burglars for?
This is Mr. Lang, dear, the tax man. I did tell him the silver had been stolen.
Mr. Roberts, sir, don't say a word until you've talked to a lawyer.
I am a lawyer.
Oh, yes, of course, Isn't this a confusing day?
Well, Roberts, I'll evaluate the silver right now for tax purposes. And, we'll see if we can make it a fine for attempting to defraud the government instead of just a jail.
Well, my wife took the silver down to the Women's Club to show it, and... Well, she didn't tell me about it. That's all. Isn't that right, dear? Tell him, dear.
That's right. I did take it down, and Philip knew nothing about it.
Oh, Mr. Roberts, all this trouble, and to think when I first arrived you weren't going to keep the silver at all. Or me.
Yes, and I've had the feeling ever since that I made the wrong move.
Yes. If you had sent me away, I would have taken the silver with me.
Yes, what a happy thought. Higgins.
What's wrong now, sir?
Oh, you've done it. You've shown me the way out again.
I have, sir?
Yes. No, this has a touch of genius about it.
Really?
Oh, Mr. Lang.
Yes.
There's a question or two I'd like to ask you.
Fire away.
Oh, I'll fire, never fear. Isn't the legal description of a gift that which is given to be owned and used by the recipient freely and without condition, that it is owned, can be abused, destroyed, or sold without recourse?
That is right.
Good. Then this silver is not taxable. According to the specific conditions of the will, it says that the silver is mine to use only if I also give employment to Higgins, and only as long as he is in my service.
Is that right, Higgins?
Completely, sir. There's a copy of the will right here in the desk. There you are, Mr. Lang.
Not only that, but Higgins' salary is paid by the will conditions.
Correct again, sir.
Well, maybe you're right, Roberts. The will proves it. I can't collect tax under those circumstances. Sorry I caused you so much trouble.
Oh, that's all right, Lang. I hate to see the Income Tax Division lose any money.
Why, that's a very unusual attitude, Roberts. Thanks. Well, goodbye. See you again sometime.
Higgins?
Yes, sir.
Come here.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Higgins, you've done it again. You gave me an idea that saved me $2,000.
Well, is everything all over now?
Yes, dear. Everything's all over, thank heaven.
All right. Now it's going to be nice and quiet around here. I'd like someone to explain what happened.
Explain what happened? Well, now, let's see. Do you really want to know, Elizabeth?
No. I probably wouldn't understand.
Good. And I think the details are a little hazy anyway.
You know, I'm so fond of Americans, you know. They're a lot like the British. They stick to a clear-cut, simple situation with bulldog determination until they've got the whole thing all muddled up. Mr. Roberts, life with you, sir, for the past 3 months has been exciting, amusing, satisfying, and wonderful.
Oh, thank you, Higgins.
There's only one thing that amazes me, sir. How did I live through it?
This is the Danny Kaye Show. With Harry James and his music makers. Presented by Pabst Blue Ribbon, 33 fine brews blended into one great beer. Yes, neighbors, for your entertainment, Pabst Blue Ribbon presents Eve Arden, Lionel Stander, Kitty Callan, Bob Jellison, the outstanding music of America's top band, Harry James and his music makers, yours truly, Ken Niles, and Danny Kaye. Tonight we find that a new interest has entered into Danny Kaye's complicated life. For as we open the door that leads into his hotel room, we find him trying to teach his new dog a few tricks with the assistance of Lionel Stander.
All right, now sit up. Attaboy, sit up, up. That's it. Now roll over. Attaboy. Now lay down and play dead. Play dead. That's a good dog. Now hold your paws up. There's a good fella. Okay, thanks, Lionel. Now so let's see if the dog can do it. That one fine.
I bet you he don't catch on as fast as I did.
Well, we'll see. Now, come here, Fletcher. All right, now, Fletcher, come on, sit up. See, Lionel? He did it the first time.
He's smart, all right. What kind of a dog is he, Danny?
Oh, he's a genuine Tennessee bear hound.
No.
Yeah. Catches bears.
Well, I don't know about bears, but he sure caught something between here and Tennessee. look at him scratch.
Yeah, you're right, Lionel. That's terrible. He's got fleas, you know. Gee, I wonder how to get rid of him.
They're very annoying. I've had him several times.
How did you get rid of him?
Who got rid of him?
Maybe I'd better dip you both in kerosene.
Hello, Miss
Evie.
Sutton.
Hello, kid. What's that?
That's my dog, Fletcher. Oh, Evie, isn't that sweet? He likes your leg makeup.
Yeah, well, let him buy his own. It's $2 a bottle.
You know, Evie, he's a genuine Tennessee bear dog and smart as a whip.
Yeah, I bet Lionel Stander can do more tricks than he can.
You're wrong, Miss Arden. He beat me fair and square.
Fletcher is a very talented animal, really. Knows music and everything.
What does he sing? Trees?
I'm serious, Evie. Fletcher is very musical. Come on, Fletcher. Let's put on a show for your Aunt Evie. All right, you ready? La 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 lum. La 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 lum.
Well, a canine Crosby.
Yeah, that isn't all he can do. Fletcher, how much is 1 plus 1?
Hey, Danny, try me on that.
All right, Lionel. How much is 2 and 2?
Wait a minute. You gave him 1 and 1.
Oh, look, I hate to interrupt these mental acrobatics, but if Mr. Burke, the manager of the hotel, finds that dog in here, you're going to be in trouble.
Well, then it's up to us to see that Mr. Burke doesn't find this dog in here. Quiet, Fletcher. It's a fine time to be smart. Who is it?
Mr. Burke, the manager.
Oh, Lionel, quick, hide Fletcher. Put him in the closet. Come in. Hello, Mr. Burke. Nice day, isn't it?
Is it?
Well, it was.
Very unsettled weather and conversation we're having.
Mr. Kay, my house detective tells me he saw you coming up the back stairs with a dog.
A dog? You mean D-O-G, dog?
I don't mean C-A-T, dog. And now, if we're through with this spelling bee, I'd like you to explain what that package of dog biscuits is doing there on the table.
The dog biscuits? You mean...
Yes, I mean D-O-G biscuits.
That's a funny way to spell biscuits.
Oh, biscuit, dog, biscuit, dog. Oh, dog biscuits, yes, of course. They're Lionel's. Go ahead, Lionel, eat one for the man.
But Danny...
Go ahead and eat one.
Oh, all right. Say, these are real tasty. Let me have another one, Danny.
Now, don't stuff yourself, Lionel. Remember, you've got a dinner date with Lassie.
You see, Mr. Burke, you got all excited over nothing. Besides, if somebody did have a very exceptional dog, one with a lot of talent, why couldn't he live here?
I don't care anything about talent. It's the noise. I threw a musician out last week because he played his violin all day long. All you could hear was da-da-da-da-da. Just as I thought. You do have a dog in here. He's in that closet.
Quiet, Fletcher, quiet. Mr. Burke is a very nice man. He's the manager of the hotel.
Mr. Kay, I'll thank both you and the dog to stop licking my hand. Now get this dog out of the hotel at once, you understand?
Mr. Burke, I warn you, if this dog goes, I go too.
An excellent idea. Why didn't I think of that?
If Mr. K goes, I go too.
Fine. This is getting better every minute.
Come on, Lionel, let's go.
Danny, before you get too impulsive, remember there's a housing shortage.
No, I don't care about that. Come on, Fletcher. Nice little doggy, what to do with the dog? Come on, we'll find a place, won't we? See, Evie will call you just as soon as we find a house to live in.
All right, but by that time I might be too old to answer the phone.
Come on, Fletcher, hurry up. We're half a block behind Danny now.
Hey, Lionel, walking your dog?
Yeah, Ken, except it ain't my dog. It's Danny's. Fletcher's a genuine Tennessee bear pup.
Did you say a beer pup?
No, I said genuine bear pup.
Well, a real thoroughbred, huh? Did he ever wet any blue ribbons?
No, and he don't drink beer either.
Well, that's just too bad for him, because wherever smart people gather, they always order Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Well, anyhow, Fletcher's a pretty smart dog. He can count up to 2 syllables.
Can he count up to 33?
I don't know. I have trouble counting that high myself.
Well, I don't, because 33 always reminds me of the 33 fine brews that are perfectly blended to make smooth, full-flavored Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Well, I better go. Danny, Fletcher, and me are looking for a house to live in.
A doghouse?
Oh, no, a real house.
Well, you'll never have to worry about landing in the doghouse if you serve Pabst Blue Ribbon, for it has the most delicious flavor that ever flowed from a bottle. That's why people order it with confidence and serve it with pride.
Well, Mr. Niles, as much as I love to hear you talk, me and Fletcher's got to catch up to Danny.
Well, no matter where you go, remember, there's no finer beer, no finer blend than Pabst Blue Ribbon. So long, Lionel. Well, while our dispossessed trio go off in search of living quarters, Kitty Callan joins Harry James and his music makers in their new Columbia recorded arrangement of On Beginning. Well, many hours have passed, and we find Danny, Lionel, and Fletcher trudging along the street, searching in vain for a place to live.
Gosh, Danny, we comb this town, there ain't a vacancy anywhere.
Oh, we mustn't get discouraged, Lionel. See, Fletcher is getting a little bit beat, too.
Oh, that we were birds. All we'd have to do is pick up a few twigs, build ourselves a nest, and we'd be all set.
Mm-hmm. Lionel, you and I and the dog would look pretty silly living in the crotch of a tree.
Say, I got an idea. Let's send Fletcher into a butcher shop to steal a string of frankfurters.
What for?
Don't you see? Then maybe they'll put all 3 of us in a dog pound for a couple of weeks.
With our luck, they just take Fletcher.
Boy, what characters you see on this street. Get a load of this guy coming towards us with a big hat, white mustache, and a goatee.
Well, hello there, boy. Good old boy.
Yeah.
I beg your pardon, gentlemen, but isn't this here dog a Tennessee bear hound?
Yes, sir, he is.
Gad, I knew it. Finest animal that walks on 4 feet. Permit me to introduce myself. I am Colonel Eustace J. Oglethorpe.
Well, glad to know you, Colonel Stub. Glad to know you, yeah. My name is Daniel K.
Daniel K. what?
That's all, Colonel. Just Daniel K. That's all.
Well, sir, I might have known when I saw that fine bear hound he'd belong to a southern gentleman, sir. You are from the South, aren't you?
No, but I'd be glad to move there if I could get a room.
I beg your pardon, sir, but you seem to have lost your southern drawl.
Oh, I was just clowning around, Colonel. I like to get around like that. You see, I'm an actor.
Gad, what good fortune. Meeting a Tennessee bear hound and an actor all on the same day.
Well, it's been nice meeting you, too, but haven't got a place to live in, and it's getting late, you know.
If I may presume upon such short acquaintance, I'd like to offer you the haven of Colonel Eustace J. Oglethorpe's Experimental Theater for Eager Amateurs.
Live in a little theater?
Well, certainly, there are rooms there. Ample room for all of you.
Well, Colonel, it's nice of you to offer us your hospitality, but you hardly know us.
Sir, I declare that any man that owns a Tennessee bear hound is a friend of mine.
Well, sir, I declare that any man that owns an empty room is a friend of mine. Yeah. Gosh, Evie, isn't this a cute little theater? I think it's going to be a swell place for me to live.
Well, it's as good a place as the Phantom of the Opera had. And that Colonel Oglethorpe, if he doesn't stop calling me his magnolia blossom and pinching my cheek, I'm going to tie his goatee to his shoelaces and roll him around the block.
I always wondered about them goatees. Who started them? People or goats?
Lionel, stop wondering and open the door.
Hello.
Well. Well, hello. What can I do for you?
I'm the laundry man. Here's the Colonel's bundle.
Oh, is it? Well, when did he send it out?
August 1943.
August 1943. You realize this is February 1945?
Yes, I know. This was a special.
Say, you know, it must be pretty rough in your business with this manpower shortage.
Oh, it's nothing new to me. My wife says there's always been a manpower shortage in our house.
I'm afraid you're just being modest.
Say, what are all these people doing here? Is the Colonel finally going to put on one of my plays?
One of your plays? What plays have you written?
A Hoot and a Heather, Meet Me in Pomona Mona, and Forever Adenoid. If I ever sell a play, we're going to straighten up and fly right.
Well, I hope it's soon.
I got a new one here if you're care to look it over.
Oh, sure, I'd be glad to. Let me see. It says, Uncle Daniel's Cabin. Say, this sounds interesting. Come with us to the land of chivalry, the deep sooth, where if a youth is uncouth, he gets slapped in the mouth. Our play takes place in a little southern town that is best described on page 328 of Lockenfords and goes for the Olsen gouden flam de whole flam de gross Olsen flam and groot. Or better known to your local lending library as Gone with the Wind. Oh, that's fine. We walk down the main street, turn to the right on the next street, and there it stands. Uncle Dan's Cabin.
Uncle Dan'l, there hasn't been a customer in this here roadhouse in weeks.
I know it, little Eva, I know it. Topsy's place across the road is doing all business.
Yes, Uncle Dan'l. All the buses stop there. I wonder why.
Well, all the people have been riding for 8 hours. They got to stop somewhere. People got to eat, you know.
Well, they just better start eating here. Simon Legree holds a big mortgage on this place, and it's due tonight, and if you don't pay up, out in the cold you go.
Is it really cold outside?
Cold? Well, Uncle Dan, when I walked over here, I met Mason, and he was wearing Dixon's Snuggies.
He'd do that?
He do
Well, I can't let Simon Legree take away this little old cabin. This place that once echoed to the laughter of little old children. Oh, no, this cabin where I used to hear the patter of tiny feet. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. And sometimes you heard patter-pitter, patter-pitter. That was my backward brother.
Well, Uncle Dan'l, if I'm not being too nosy, how are you going to pay the mortgage? Have you got any money, honey?
No, baby.
Have you got any collateral?
No, baby.
Then what have you got?
I got a song. I got a song. What kind of song? I got a railroad song. I got a railroad song. Railroad needs a hammer. Hammer got to be. Railroad gets a hammer. Back of that hammer is little old me. Railroad needs the tracks. Little me lays the tracks. Now then come the facts. The big gold train come whistling by. He puffing your face and he spitting your eye. Choo choo. Goodbye. That is a railroad song. I got a song. What kind of song? I got a bullfrog song. I got a bullfrog song. Bullfrog needs a big swamp. Big swamp got to be. Bullfrog gets a big swamp, and back at that swamp lives little old me. Bullfrog starts to croak. I yells, don't you croak. Then he up and spoke. Oh, the brown boy sing and the bullfrog croak, but I got a greenback, you is broke. Big joke. That is the bullfrog song. That is the bullfrog song. That is the bullfrog song.
that was perfectly beautiful, Uncle Daniel, but it don't pay up the mortgage. And here comes Simon Legree now.
Oh, how can I face that man? He's such a hard, cruel man. There isn't an ounce of mercy in his stony heart.
Oh, hello.
Are you the tough, stony-hearted Simon Legree?
I ain't Fanny Farmer. Now, about that mortgage, you better pay up. The last guy that didn't pay me is in the hospital.
He is?
Yeah. He is an intern.
Look here, Simon Legree. Won't you give me an extension?
Okay, you talk me into it.
I knew you were a good old man, Simon Legree. You done have a heart of gold.
I have not. I'm nasty, I tell you, nasty. I'll be back.
I gotta think of a way to attract some business here. I got it. I think I'm going to advertise that the ink spots are appearing here nightly.
The ink spots? You can't even afford a blotter.
Well, they're not really going to be here. I'm just going to imitate them.
Oh, now that I'd like to see. You imitating the ink spots.
Well, all right. I'll do that for you. If I didn't care... Honey, talk to me to please her. Just as I love you.
No, you can't go away like that, honey. Leave me go.
Now, hold it a second, Uncle Dan. Look here, Uncle Dan. A customer just came in.
But what are you standing there for? Get to work there.
Okay, Uncle Dan. Here you are. Get your cigars, cigarettes, steaks, gasoline, and other picture postcards.
Hey, good evening, sir.
Hello, I'd like to rent your place tomorrow evening for a dinner party. There'll be 800 people. Money is no object.
Did you hear that, Eva? We'll be able to pay off the mortgage.
Oh, just one thing. Be sure that Archie is here.
Archie? Who's Archie?
Ain't this Duffy's Tavern?
No, this is Uncle Dan's cabin.
Cancel the order.
Oh, that's the last straw.
Oh, no, Uncle Dan. Put down that gun. Don't shoot yourself. Woo!
It's too late. Honey, I done punctured myself. This is the air. I'm stinking fast. Goodbye, little Eva.
Goodbye, Uncle Daniel.
But before I go, I just want to say one thing.
Yes, Uncle Daniel.
Take care of my grandfather clock. Grandpa's still in it. He thinks it's a telephone booth.
I will, Uncle Daniel.
Yeah. And now I'm going.
Goodbye, Uncle Daniel.
But before I go, I just want to say one thing.
Yeah.
Evie, you can have my old banjo. If you want to play it, you'll find a string in my yellow pajamas.
I'll look for it, Uncle Daniel.
And now I'm going.
Goodbye, Uncle Daniel.
But before I go, I just want to say one thing.
What's that, Uncle Daniel?
I'm a-going.
Goodbye, Uncle Daniel.
But before I go, I just want to say one thing.
Well, say it!
Gather around me, everybody. Then settle back and just sit tight while I start reviewing the attitude of doing right. You got to accentuate the positive, eliminate the negative, latch on to the affirmative. Don't mess with Mr. In-Between. You gotta spread joy up to the maximum. Bring gloom down to the minimum. Have faith or pandemonium liable to walk upon the scene. To illustrate my last remark, Jonah in the web, Noah in the ark. What did they do just when everything looked so dark? Man, they said we better accentuate the positive, eliminate Mine hit the negative, latch on to the affirmative. Don't mess with Mr. In Between. Oh, the good Lord knows that the world would be a mess if it weren't for the syllable Y-E-S. That's the only way that the folks got hep, 'cause you can't go forward with a backward step. Hallelujah, yes, yes, yes. Now hear me, sister, while I take you through the ages and we look in what was cooking on the history's pages. You'll find that affirmative right on the button would bring about something where there used to be a nothing. Hallelujah, yes, yes, yes. What did Eve say to Adam? Yes, yes. Lord Godiva to his madam. Yes, yes. And Gallagher to Sheehan. Yes, yes. And Boston to the bin. Yes, yes. Jack Benny to Hello Buck. Yes, yes. Mr. Sister, Mr. Roebuck. Yes, yes. Anthony to Cleopatra. Yes, yes. Bobby Sox to Sinatra. Accentuate, accelerate, accumulate, accommodate, articulate, assimilate, and celebrate the positive, eliminate, discriminate, eradicate, repudiate, obliterate, and castigate, and fumigate the negative. Boy, latch on, catch on, snatch on the affirmative. Don't mess with Mr. In Between. No, no, don't mess with Mr. In Between.
That's great, Danny. Accentuate the positive, eliminate the negative, etc., etc.
If it isn't Lionel one note.
Thanks, Ken. You like my vocalizing?
Well, frankly, all you do is sing one note over and over.
So what?
Well, a song can't be a great song with just one note, any more than a beer can be a great beer with just one brew. That's why Pabst Blue Ribbon is made from never less than 33 brews, all blended together as only Pabst can do it to achieve the perfect flavor everyone enjoys in this truly great beer.
Oh, I get it. Pabst accentuates the blendative.
Ah, that's positive, Lionel. There just isn't any other way to ensure the grand, even goodness, the rich, rounded taste tones that make Pabst Blue Ribbon more than just another beer.
I'm convinced. You've eliminated the interrogative.
Yes, correct. There's no in-between about Pabst. You can order it with confidence and serve it with pride. For no matter where you go, there is no finer beer, no finer blend than Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Well, friends, I hope you've all had fun with us tonight. And before Ken tells you about next week, I'd like to spend a few serious moments with you, if I may. You know, every time I see a list of men who have been decorated in this war, I think how many different kinds of people it takes to make America. Browns and Zelenskys, Cohns and Kellys, Moriello and Mullers. You know, they're all good American names, and I think they each have a message for us. They say we who bear these names have fought together, men of many different races and creeds, brothers in arms. And when this war is over, let all Americans continue to act as brothers, brothers in peace. That's the purpose of Brotherhood Week, which begins tomorrow, to fight bigotry and intolerance, to promote brotherhood and justice. Those are the ideals which every one of us should support with his whole heart.
This performance of Danny Kaye and Company will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Good luck to all of you, and... Good night.
This program was directed by Dick Mack and was brought to you by the Pabst Brewing Company of Washington, Wisconsin, and Peoria, Illinois. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Colgate Tooth Powder presents The Mel Blanc Show, written by Mac Benoff, with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, Alan Reed, Jill Walker, the sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you The Mel Blanc Show, with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody.
Starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
It's a pleasant evening in Mel Blanc's little town, and young lovers, taking advantage of the weather, are walking hand in hand through Crotona Park. On a secluded park bench, Susan Adams is saying to her boyfriend,
Oh, Henry, that big man who just walked by nodded to me.
Oh, he did, huh? Well, either he apologizes or I'll knock his block off.
And walking towards Indian Lake, Shirley Davis is saying to her boyfriend,
Oh, Roy, that fellow over there just smiled at me.
Oh, he did, huh? Well, I'll go right over there and wipe that smile off his face with my fist.
And in another part of the park where Betty Colby is walking with her boyfriend, Mel Blanc, Betty is saying,
Oh, Mel, that tough-looking man over there winked at me.
Oh, he did, huh? I could have sworn he winked at me.
Well, after a while, Mel and Betty left the park, and now we find them in the front parlor of Betty's house.
Oh, Mel, we're all alone in the house.
Say, Betty, you know, next month is the annual convention of the Loyal Order of Benevolent Zebras.
Nobody will be home for hours.
The Grand Caliph is coming to town tomorrow. And your father wants to be head of the entertainment committee.
Mel, kiss me.
And if I can help your father, Huh? What'd you say, Betty?
I said, kiss me.
Betty, you haven't heard a word I said.
Yes, I have, and I know all about it because the Grand Caliph is coming to our house for dinner tomorrow. Father's been talking about nothing but the convention.
Gosh, we had a big convention last year. What a parade. 2 big brass bands followed by 3,000 members, all dressed like zebras.
Were there many people watching?
Well, I don't know, Betty. The part of the zebra I was didn't get a chance to look out. And after the parade, the brother zebras really went to town. Brother Jones climbed up to the top of a flagpole, and he hung by his teeth.
Did he stay up there long?
No, Brother Jones came down immediately, but his teeth stayed up there for hours. Gosh, if your father gets to be head of the entertainment committee, he'll be in charge of supplying the food, and he'll make a lot of money out of his supermarket. And if I help him, he'll surely let me take you to the big dance.
Oh, if there's only some way you could help Father.
Yeah. Betty, there is. I can entertain the Grand Caliph.
Entertain him?
Sure. What do I do best? Sing, dance, or tell jokes?
What else do you do?
Well, I'm a great juggler. Here, I'll take these 3 dishes and show you. Now, watch this.
Now you'll break them.
Oh, Betty, where's your confidence? Betty, where's your broom? Oh, there must be something I can do.
Oh, there's somebody at the door. Come in.
Hello, hello.
Oh, it's Professor Potchnick, the piano teacher.
Hello, Professor.
I know that 2 is company and 3 is a crowd.
Yes, that's right.
But as long as you got such a big room, I'll stay. I thought I would drop in for a minute. I was just giving lessons to that little kid next door.
Oh, yes. How is he playing, Professor?
Terrible. He's got an upright piano, but when he plays, it's a downright shame. I told him to hit do, he hit re. I told him to hit re, he hit fa. I told him to hit me, and he did, right in the eye.
Say, Professor, Mr. Colby is trying to get the job of supply entertainment for the zebra convention. Can you help him out?
Can I help him? Mel, you are talking to a man who was born in a trunk.
Oh, you mean you were on the stage?
No, my father owned the luggage company. But later on, I did go on the stage. Was I good? You know how in Europe they kiss the performers? I was so good, an old lady ran up on the stage and bit me.
Oh, what did you do on the stage, Professor?
Oh, I was part of a dance team, Sonia and Max. 15 minutes of Charleston. I will never forget how I met Sonia. I danced with her on the back porch. Boy, was I hot. Send me daddy. Yeah, man. Beat me daddy. Send me daddy. After I got out of the hospital,
Hey, wait a minute. How did you get in the hospital?
Her daddy sent me. And then I married her and we broke up. She was double-crossing me.
Well, how'd you find out?
All night long, she is whispering in her sleep, Max, Max.
But Max is your name.
I know, but she is whispering, Max. Max just left. I'll meet you in 15 minutes, Joe. But my heart pines to go to her. She's in Mexico now, dancing under the name of Popocatépetl.
Popocatépetl? Well, that's a volcano with fire inside.
I told her not to eat that Mexican food. Say, Mel, I got a wonderful idea for you to be a comedian.
Oh, gosh, Professor, I can't be a comedian.
Look, why don't you and Mr. Colby become a team like Abbott and Costello, Amos and Andy, the Brooklyn Dodgers?
The Brooklyn Dodgers? That ain't a team.
See? Already you're a comedian.
Say, that's a good idea. I know a lot of old jokes, too. And I'd do anything to take Betty to the zebra dance.
Well, quite a crowd here tonight. Hello, everybody.
Hello, Mr. Colby.
Hello, Mr. Colby.
Hey, Mel, try what I told you.
All right. Mr. Colby, who was that lady I saw you with last night?
It's none of your business. My social life is strictly personal.
Oh, don't get mad, Mr. Colby. That's a joke. I've got an idea that'll cinch the entertainment job for you when the Grand Caliph gets here. You're going to be a comedian.
But I can't be a comedian.
You and I will be a team, like Abbott and Costello, Amos and Andy, the Brooklyn Dodgers.
The Brooklyn Dodgers, that's a baseball club.
See, already you're a comedian. That didn't come out right.
Mr. Colby, we will give you an idea how it goes. Go ahead, Mel.
All right. I got a chicken that lays 7 eggs in 5 days.
7 eggs in 5 days? What for?
So she can get the weekend off. Oh, when the zebra convention hears us tell that joke, Mr. Colby, they'll fall down.
Yeah, right on top of us.
Oh, but Mr. Colby, if we can make the Caliph laugh, that'll be enough to get you the job.
Well, maybe you have an idea. Oh, I'll try it.
Great. Mr. Colby, you know that I'm expecting a little bundle from heaven.
A baby?
No, my uncle. He's a midget, and he's flying in from Australia.
Mel.
Yeah?
Mel, when do I get to say the joke?
You see already, he's a ham yet.
Great. Now, I'll say to you, and then...
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Want teeth that sparkle and dazzle? A breath that's fresh and sweet? Then try Colgate tooth powder. For the new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder cleans your teeth and sweetens your breath. Yes, this new all-purpose tooth powder produces an amazingly rich, active foam that's marvelously effective. Every time you brush your teeth with this new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder, your whole mouth feels clean, sweet, fresh. Your teeth regain their natural sparkle. It's been proved in 7 cases out of 10 that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And as for cleaning, you can depend on Colgate tooth powder revealing the natural brilliance of your teeth. Yes, Colgate tooth powder, the new all-purpose tooth powder, does everything you can expect or ask of a dentifrice. Try Colgate tooth powder today for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Well, back to Mel Blanc. Mr. Colby has invited the Grand Caliph to his house for dinner tonight, hoping he will be made chairman of the entertainment committee for the annual convention of zebras. Mel has persuaded Mr. Colby to do a vaudeville act with him to impress the Caliph, and for once, it looks like Mel is in solid with his girlfriend Betty's father, the grouchy Mr. Colby. That is, until Hartley Benson, the town Beau Brummel, comes into Mel's fix-it shop, which he is doing right now.
Hello, Hartley. It's good to see you.
Good. Most people are usually overjoyed. That old boy, I just stopped by at Betty's house. In fact, I composed a little poem about her. Betty is so pretty.
What were you doing at Betty's house?
Well, I stopped by to pick up a book I loaned her. Oh, it's full of romantic passion and burning kisses. The story of a young man, handsome, dashing, a modern Casanova, each night pursued by another beautiful woman.
Oh, sounds terrific. What's the name of the book?
It's my diary. What's a book? Nell, old boy, you haven't lived until you've read December 25th, 1946. And her boyfriend was out playing Santa Claus. Yeah!
Oh, cut it out, Hartley. The way you talk, you think every woman in this town is crazy about you.
Well, form your own conclusion, Mel. But I'm the only man in this town who is approved by good housekeeping.
So is Drano. Now, look, Hartley. I'm busy. I've got a date with Mr. Colby.
That's the purpose of my visit, old boy. Mr. Colby has decided that it would be beneath his dignity to perform a cheap vaudeville act. So I'm to tell you to stay away from the house, or he'll break every bone in your body. Well, goodbye, old boy. Nice seeing me. Yeah!
What a character. That's all he does. Goes out with girls, romances them, hugs them, and kisses them. Who wants to live like that? I do. Gosh, for a while there I was, big shot with Mr. Colby. Now, blank, you're a blank. Oh, it's my lodge president, Mr. Cushing.
Hello, Mel. Ugga-boo-boo-ugga.
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo-ugga. Say, what's the matter, mighty potentate? You look a little depressed.
Well, Mel, I just came from the finance company. I tried to get a loan, but they turned me down.
Why?
Well, they asked me what my occupation was, and I said housewife. You know, I was going to lie about it, Mel, but the milkman was standing there. When he saw me, he said, "Hello, cutie."
Oh, stop exaggerating, mighty potentate. Why didn't you tell him? Who wears the pants in your family?
My wife.
Yeah, but when she's gone, who wears the pants?
The lamb chops. What a woman. You know, Mel, the other day she wanted to go shopping, and she said to me, "John, get out the car and run me over." Gad, what a temptation.
I don't know, mighty potentate. You talk that way to me about your wife. But what would you say if you lost her?
Finders keepers. Matter of fact, Mel, once I did nearly lose my wife. She was sick, almost at death's door. Well, I left the hospital room and I sang a solemn song.
What song did you sing?
Open the door, Richard.
Stop those wild stories, mighty potentate. I've got plenty of my own troubles. Mr. Colby wants to get the job as head of the entertainment committee, but he didn't like my idea for helping him. Now I won't be able to take Betty to the zebra dance.
Mel, I happen to be a good friend of our caliph. He's very much impressed by movie stars. Now, if you could...
Say, that's a wonderful idea, mighty potentate. How did you ever think of the idea of me impersonating different people?
Mel, ever since I got married, I've always wished that I was someone else.
Gosh, the caliph will be at Mr. Colby's house soon. I got to get some costumes to impersonate the movie stars. Meanwhile, I'll send Zuki over to tell Mr. Colby what I'm going to do. Oh, he'll love this idea. Oh, Zuki! Zuki!
Zuki, it looks like Mel has a very good idea. Now, let me get it straight.
Well, Mr. Colby, first the Grand Caliph eats that great big that filet that stuffed hash. And then Mel is going to visit you and make believe he's somebody, another.
All right, Zuki. I've got it all clear now.
You have?
Yes.
Then explain it to me. I don't understand it myself.
I hope you enjoyed the dinner, mighty, supreme, all-powerful, omnipotent, greatest, most judicious emperor, protector, wise...
All right.
Oh, yes. Oh, by the way, mighty Caleb, how do you like our little town?
Not bad. Of course, I come from Florida myself.
Florida?
Yes. Didn't you notice the snow in my car?
Very funny joke. You know, mighty Caleb, if I were head of the entertainment committee, which it may behoove your supreme mightiest to appoint me, I would make you MC of our convention show.
MC? That's a show business term, is it not?
Oh, yes, it is. It means Merry Christmas. I know a lot of people in show business. Hollywood stars are visiting me all the time.
You don't say.
Well, that may be one of them now. I'll open the door. Hello, Mr. Colby. Ugaboo, Casbah. Charlie, how are you?
You call him Charlie?
Sure. That's my friend, Charlie Chaplin. No. Charlie Boyer. Mr. Colby, you are the first one I come to see, my friend. I just come from France on the Normandy.
But the Normandy's been sunk for years.
No wonder the food was so soggy.
You know, Mr. Boyer, I never miss one of your pictures. I particularly like Gaslight.
Oh, yes, Gaslight. That was made because the picture company could not pay the bill. But now that they made money and paid the bill, we make a new picture, Electric Light.
Hollywood is so fascinating. Tell me, what role are you going to play?
I play a psychological criminal role, a bulb snatcher. You see, I am a discharged war hero, a GE. By the way, Mr. Colby, I hope that this year the Loyal Order of Benevolent Zebras can persuade you to become chairman of their entertainment committee. Well, that all depends on... Oh, you did such a wonderful job last year when you distributed the awards.
The Academy Awards? Why, I didn't see you in the newsreels.
The Riding Academy Awards. For Western pictures.
For Western pictures? Well, I didn't know.
Pardon me, I hear the director hollering, "Quiet on the set!" And I must go. Au revoir! Well, mighty Caleb, about that entertainment committee job,
You know, that's funny, Mr. Colby. He didn't look at all like Charles Boyer.
Well, when you get to know stars like I do, you know how different they look on and off the screen. It's what we in show business call, make-off. Once it starts, it never stops. I'll get there.
Hello, Mr. Colby. Don't you remember your old friend Peter Lorre?
Oh, good to see you, Mr. Lorre. May I take your things?
Yes, but be careful of that glove. There's a finger in it.
Peter, old pal, come in. Meet the Grand Caliph of my lodge.
This is an honor, Mr. Lorre.
Boo. Hello, everybody. Body. That's a nice word.
Lorre, you look worried. What's the matter?
Oh, I had a terrible nightmare last night. I dreamt that I killed 2 men.
Well, why worry about it? It was only a dream.
Then why did I pay postage on the 2 bodies I shipped to Milwaukee?
Oh, Mr. Lorre, you don't really mean that, do you?
Of course not. I'm such a happy fellow. Last night we had such a gay time at a party. We played Spin the Body, Hide and Shriek, and Ducking for.
Ducking for apples?
No, after we duck them, they can't eat apples. I also have a hobby, hunting. Last week I went hunting with my friend George. I always wanted to have an elk's head hanging in my den.
Did you get one?
I was lucky. George was an elk. Well, I must go now. Au revoir. I mean, goodbye.
Au revoir? Wait a minute. I knew there was something phony here.
Oh, Mel Blanc, you idiot. Now you've really gummed things up for me.
Oh, well, gosh, Grand Caliph, I was only trying to help Mr. Colby so I could take his daughter to our zebra dance. He didn't want to do what we originally planned.
Well, what did you plan?
Well, I was supposed to say to him, Mr. Colby, this housing shortage is terrible. Do you still live in that penthouse? and he was supposed to say,
Yes, I'm lucky I still have a roof under my feet.
Roof under my feet.
You like it?
Like it? Why, it's terrific. That's smart entertainment.
Did you hear that, Mr. Colby?
Yes, he likes it.
Well, let's give him some more. Hey, Yabba!
What is it, Costello?
Hey, Yabba! You know my folks are in the iron and steel business.
You don't say.
Oh, yeah. My mother irons and my father steels. Hey, Yabba, you got 4 cents for a cup of coffee?
4 cents. Coffee costs a nickel.
I know, but who buys retail? Hey, you know, I got a dog that's worth $10,000. Half collie and half bull.
Really? What part's bull?
I know the part about the $10,000.
Well, what do you know? Another comedian.
Gosh, Mel, it was wonderful how you helped Father get the entertainment committee job. Just what did you do?
Oh, it was nothing. I just told a few terrific jokes like, get a load of this one. Betty, I just got a dog with long white hair. I can't think of the name of it.
Spitz?
No, he just drools a little.
Mel, aren't you ashamed of yourself?
Oh, what's the use? You can't win. Oh, I'm a bad boy.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Have you heard about Colgate tooth powder? The new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder that cleans your teeth and sweetens your breath? Colgate tooth powder creates a rich, lively, clean-tasting foam that really cleans. Your whole mouth feels fresh and sweet. It's been proved in 7 cases out of 10 that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And when it comes to cleaning your teeth, this new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder removes dingy surface stains, reveals the natural brilliance of your teeth. Colgate tooth powder does everything a dentifrice should do. That's why it's an all-purpose tooth powder. Use Colgate tooth powder for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
This is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather. Quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter. Ladies, now more and more fats and oils are needed to make more and more of the things we need so badly. Your butcher pays you a high price for every pound of waste fat you take to him. So do fill it in and turn it in. Remember, Mel Blanc at the same time every Tuesday night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Howdy, everybody. Here we are, all ready to take you down to Pine Ridge for another visit with Lum and Abner. Brought to you by the makers of Horlicks, the original malted milk.
Folks, Lum and Abner have received so many requests for those flashlights that I'll bet a lot of you are using Horlicks for the first time. Well, if that's the case, you'll be surprised to learn of the great number of uses this delicious, nourishing food drink really has. In the first place, for weight control. Try drinking a glass of Horlicks, either hot or cold, for your noonday luncheon. See how refreshing, how sustaining, how easy to digest Horlicks is. It will keep you alert. You won't have that drowsy feeling that is often caused by a heavy, hard-to-digest meal. Horlicks is a wonderful drink for the youngsters, too. Its precious vitamins and minerals help children build sturdy, healthy bodies, sound bones, and teeth. I'll have a lot to tell you about other uses of Horlicks this week. Listen carefully. And now, about that offer Lum and Abner are making. You know, folks, they've received so many requests that the flashlight factory is swamped. Yeah, but everyone who sent in a wrapper and 10 cents will receive his flashlight as soon as they can be made. Now, if you haven't already sent for your flashlight, you'll want to do so at once. I'll tell you all about it after we hear Lum and Abner. Right? And now, let's see what's happening down in Pine Ridge. Lum and Abner have received enough orders for flashlights now to enable them to start restocking the Jot 'em Down store. 2 big truckloads of merchandise has been delivered today, and the old fellows have been busy arranging it on the shelves. As we look in on Pine Ridge today, we find Abner out on the front porch of the Jot 'em Down store, talking to Dick Huddleston. The race for president of the new store seems to be causing some dissension between Lum and Abner. Listen.
Oh, he's doing anything he can to get folks to vote for him. Like that stunt he pulled on me Saturday. If that ain't cheating, I don't know what you'd call it. I give Cedric $1.50 to carry that sign for me saying, vote for Peabody for president, and then Lum come along and give Cedric another $1.50 to let him paint some more reading on the sign. Yeah, I saw Cedric carrying the sign around all day Saturday. I thought he was carrying it for Lum. It had on there, vote for Abner Peabody for president of the United States, and vote for Lum Edwards for president of the Jot 'em Down store. Yeah, that's what Lum added on there. Cedric done carried it all day before I knowed anything about it. Well, trouble is, Abner, you just haven't had enough experience in running for office. Lum's an old-timer at this campaigning. He's been running for some kind of an office ever since I've known him. He's always mixed up in politics somewhere or other. Well, he's 900 and some odd votes ahead of me now, and gaining every day, it looks like. Yeah, what you need is a good campaign manager, Abner. Yeah, what I need... Huh? I say, what you need is a good campaign manager. Somebody who's had some experience in politics and get out here and get you some votes. You think that's what I ought to have, huh? Well, that's what you're going to have if you beat Lum. I believe that's a good idea, Dick. Of course, I shouldn't be telling you this. I don't want to take any sides in it. Don't make no difference to me which one of you fellows is president. I just thought I'd give you a little hint that way. Yeah, sure. Is Lum in the store there now? Yeah, he was just now. I reckon he still is. We got in a batch of merchandise this morning, new stock for our store. Yeah, I heard that you did. That's the reason I come over. I wanted to see what kind of a stock you was putting in. Yeah, well, I took out a while ago. You'd think that Lum was already president the way he tries to boss everybody around. Well, I believe I'll go and load with him while, Abner. Yeah, go ahead. I've got a little business to tend to. You give me a good idea a while ago. I'll see you after a while, Dave. All right, Abner. Well, it's beginning to look like a store in here again.
Huh? Oh, well, howdy, Dave. Come in. I was so busy here, I never seen you come up.
Yeah, well, I seen them trucks from the wholesale house go by my place this morning. I just allowed you fellas getting in your new stock.
Yeah, well, we ain't got all of it yet, but we're just buying a little of it along as we can.
Yeah.
The way folks are sending in for these flashlights, it won't be long till we can have the whole store stocked.
What's the matter? Can't you get Abner to help you there?
That's what I'm doing now, is trying to straighten out what he's already did. I run him out of here a while ago. Everything he does, I have to do it over again, it looks like. I left it up to him to stack this canned goods in the shelf, and I just wish you'd look the way he done it.
Well, for goodness sake.
Just look at that shelf there, for instance. Instead of stacking stuff to itself like it ought to be, he's got, there's pork and beans and apricots and axle grease. There's a can of tomatoes and baking powders, all stacked right in together, and most of that's upside down.
Yeah, I just noticed.
Somebody come in and call for something, it'd take you an hour and a half to find it, if you could find it at all.
Well, it looks like it'd be just as easy for him to put it in there right while he's doing it.
Why, sure, he just takes and opens a case of something, starts down the row of shelving, and just sets a can of it anywhere he can find a place to put it.
That's what it looks like.
It's laziness is all. Says he's saving himself a lot of bother.
I don't see how he figured he's saving work that way.
Well, he says by scattering the stock all around over the store this way, he's got a little of everything we've got right there handy, no matter where he's at when he's waiting on a customer. That way, if somebody comes in and calls for a can of hominy or something, instead of having to walk a few steps for it, there'll be a can of it right there behind him. That is, if he can find it.
Well, bound for Abner to try to figure out some easier way to do it.
He's the beatenest feller I ever seen in my life for trying to study up shortcuts for getting out of work.
Yeah.
He'll sit and study for half a day trying to figure out an easy way for doing something that wouldn't have took him 5 minutes in the first place if he'd just got up and done it.
Well, you know, they tell it on him, Lum. He buys his shoes about 3 sizes too big so he won't have to unlace them to get them on and off.
Yeah, well, he does, too. About the craziest thing he ever done is when he worked out that device for drawing water he put on his well over there. Took him about 2 months to build the thing out of parts off of cultivators and old hay baler and one thing and another.
Yeah, I've seen that over there.
And you could draw a bucket of water and have it half drunk up before you could get that contraption started working. Takes him and his woman and Pearl, all three, to work the thing. And still he insists on using it. Thinks it's just wonderful. Shows it to everybody that comes on the place.
Oh, yeah. He's always bragging about the modern improvements he's got over there.
Improvement. He made a self-feeder for his stock over there a few years ago. I never will forget. Killed off 3 milk cows and a good horse by letting them founder themselves before his woman set her foot down and made him take it out of the barn.
Well, that's the one that he got the patent on, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, he tried to. Writ the government 3 or 4 times, drawing some pictures of it and sent them, but they finally wrote back and said they couldn't make heads or tails of what he was driving. Yeah, I bet they're still trying to figure out where it was a airplane or a steam shovel or what it was he was riding.
Yeah, I'd like to have seen them drawings that he sent in.
And a feller like him wanting to be president of the store here. If he was to get elected, he'd spend half his time trying to study up some way so folks would have to wait on themselves.
Yeah. I'd like to see this store about a month after Abner had a chance to try out a few of his inventions down here.
Yeah, Lord. Turn him loose, no telling what all he would have rigged up down here. Be about like the time he bought that new automobile and rigged up that device to keep everybody from stealing it.
I don't believe I heard about that.
Don't you know, he was feared somebody might try to steal his car out of the barn at night, so he fixed a big shelf up over it and put a bunch of tin cans and a bucket and a wash tub and one thing and another, put them up on the shelf, so when they started to back the car out, they'd sort of trip the shelf, and then all them tin cans and things would fall down and scare them off.
For goodness sake.
He called it his double-action burglar alarm.
Double action?
Yeah, you see, in case that noise wouldn't scare them off, he put a board full of nails behind each tire so it'd puncture them all when they tried to back the car. The first night he tried it out, he went out there the next morning in a big hurry and forgot about the burglar alarm himself, and about the time he started up, them tin cans started showering down on him and scared him so bad he just throwed her in reverse and come flying out of there and ruined all 4 of his cars. Ruined 3 sets of casings the same way before he had sense enough to quit using it.
Oh, man, that's pretty good.
Let him be president down here. He'd about have a burglar alarm rigged up in the store here that'd catch all the customers.
He was telling me a while ago, Lum, that you had a big lead on him now in your contest.
Yeah. I think I've got that office and gone now. What's worrying me now is getting these folks flashlights to them.
What's the matter?
Why, we can't get the things fast enough.
What?
We've got the factory working day and night now, but, we're still behind. I'm just feared some of the folks are going to be getting impatient.
Why, yeah, I just supposed you would mail them out just as fast as the letters come in for them.
Well, that's what we aim to do, but the letters have been coming in faster than they can make the flashlights even.
Yeah.
I never knowed we had so many friends out on the party line.
Well, you won't have long, Lum, if you don't get those flashlights out to them.
Oh, well, they'll all get them. Every last one of them that's in Interopera will get one. I'll see to that personally. It's just going to take longer than we figured.
Yeah. Well, I believe, Lum, I'd make some kind of announcement on the party line and let them know the reason for the delay if I was you.
Yeah, I expect that's the best thing to do.
Yeah, I believe I would.
I'll call them up after a little and explain to them that it ain't no fault of ours.
Sure, I think they'll all understand, just so they don't think, that you've forgotten about it.
Yeah. I hate it the worst way, especially after they're so nice to write in this way.
Yeah, sure, I know you do. Well, if everybody else is as well pleased with theirs when they get it as I am mine, why, it'll be worth waiting for.
Well, here comes Abner back. I know he's mad. He got mad a while ago and stomped out of here because I jumped on him about the way he was stacking that stuff in the shelves.
Yeah, I saw him out there. That come in a while ago. You fellas ought to be wrangling this way, though, Lum. I'm afraid this contest you're having, letting the public vote on which one of you is going to be president of your store when you get it opened, that's going to cause you fellas to have a falling out.
Oh, no. It'll all blow over again the election's over, and Abner sees that I ain't the only one that thinks I ought to be president.
Hey, Lum, I'm going to take the rest of the afternoon off. I've got to go into the county seat and have some pictures made.
Have some pictures made?
Yeah.
Well, for goodness sake. I never would have thought you'd want to have a picture made of that face of yours. Looked to me like you'd be proud to forget what you look like.
Well, my campaign manager said that he needs some pictures of me for publicity.
Your campaign manager?
Yes, sir. I've got a man that guarantees to get me elected. I know that this contest is going to be a heap different story from here out, Lum. He's a go-getter.
Who you got managing your campaign?
Well, I just a while ago made a deal with Squire Skimp. He's going to take charge from here out. I know this Squire Skimp knows more tricks about getting votes than any two fellas this whole thing.
Well, knowing Squire Skimp as we do, we can expect a whirlwind finish in this campaign for president. And now, if you haven't already sent in for one of these fine little fountain pen-sized flashlights that everyone's getting from Lum and Abner, here's how you can get yours. All you have to do is send in the outside wrapper from a package of Horlicks malted milk powder. Remember the outside wrapper. Don't send in the labels from the bottle. And be sure it's a wrapper from a bottle of Horlicks malted milk powder. Horlicks tablets wrappers are not eligible, Annie. Write your name and address on the back of the wrapper and then mail it, enclosing 10 cents to cover packing and mailing costs, to Lum and Abner, care of the station to which you are now listening. I'll repeat that address, Lum and Abner, care of the station to which you are now listening. Now, don't delay. Send in your request right away. Also, be sure to cast your vote for president of the Jot 'em Down store. To do that, you know, you just have to write your choice, either Lum or Abner, alongside your name and address on the wrapper. And remember, Lum and Abner want every single one of their friends to have one of these flashlights. This offer will be withdrawn soon, so act at once, tonight. This is Carlton Bricker, speaking for Lum and Abner and Horlicks, who bid you all good night and good health.
Hello, this is Greg from An Evening of Old Time Radio, the real Greg from the real Evening of Old Time Radio. I hope you're enjoying the show, and I just want you to know that if you're hearing this on any other YouTube channel than the real Evening of Old Time Radio, you're listening to somebody who has stolen my audio track. On with the show.
It's time for My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball.
Hello, everybody.
Yes, it's the new Gay Family series starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning. Brought to you by the Jell-O family of desserts.
J-E-L-L. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. That's Jell-O.
Yum, yum, yum.
Jell-O puddings.
Yum, yum, yum.
Jell-O tapioca puddings. Yes, sirree.
And now Lucille Ball with Richard Denning as Liz and George Cooper. Two people who live together and like it. As we look in on the Coopers tonight, we see a story unfolding. A story that started a week ago, one night when George and Liz were walking home from a movie.
Well, that was a pretty good show, Liz.
I bet you'd have liked it better if you hadn't slept through it.
I did not sleep through it.
All right. Tell me what it was about.
Well, well, I enjoyed the evening anyway.
Oh, come here, George. I want to show you something in this store window.
Wait a minute. Look at those golf clubs. Oh, boy, could I stand a new set of those.
Oh, golf clubs, schmolf clubs. I want to show you something important. A hat. Right here, George, in lily sachets. Look. Well, what do you think of it?
Oh, Liz, I thought this was supposed to be a high-class store.
It is.
Well, look at that. The window dresser left the remains of his lunch on that stand.
That's the hat.
You're kidding. That little mess of vegetables?
It's not a mess of vegetables. It's an original model symbolizing spring. Can I buy it, George? It's only $75.
$75 for... What? $75?
Well, that isn't much for an original model.
Well, you can get the real original at the market for 25 cents.
Oh, now stop.
Not only that, you could munch on it if you got hungry.
That's not funny.
$75 for a hat.
But I asked them to hold it for me, and if I don't get it, Iris Atterbury will buy it.
Good. She's got the face to go with a New England boiled dinner.
Oh, George Cooper, you're so mean to me.
And so the next morning, Liz sadly went in to tell the sales lady the bad news.
Yes, I showed my husband the hat last night, Miss McCain.
Oh, good. Did he like it?
No, he hated it. You should have heard him. I'm surprised his language didn't set off the sprinkler system.
Oh, my. Well, then there's only one thing to do, Mrs. Cooper.
Yes, wrap it up. I'll take it. Good morning, Katie.
Good morning, Mrs. Cooper.
Morning, dear.
Well, how's my wonderful little husband this morning? Give me a big kiss, darling.
You're much too nice for this time of the morning. Have you done something you shouldn't, Liz?
No, I'm just happy, that's all. This is the prettiest day in the world, and I'm married to the prettiest man in the world.
Oh, Liz, you're exaggerating. I've seen prettier days than this.
Come on, give me a big hug. Come on, give me a big hug. Hold me tight. Tighter. Tighter.
Oh, but Liz.
Go on, pretend I'm a banana and squeeze me out of my skin.
Oh, Liz, you're crazy.
Hey, I thought today was Friday.
Well, it is.
Then why have you got your sport clothes on? George, you didn't lose your job, did you?
No. Oh, you'll never believe it, but old man Atterbury gave me a day off.
No.
Yeah. He said, George, you've done such a good job for such a long time. I think you should take the day off and enjoy yourself.
What's he been doing? Eating weefle nuts?
I don't ask questions. I just have fun. Well, I'm going to play golf with Corey Cartwright.
Doesn't sound like Miss Atterbury to me.
Hey, that must be Corey out front now. See you later, Liz.
Goodbye, dear. Have a good game. Oh, did you get your caddy back from the factory?
Caddy?
Yes, the one you had a new head put on.
Oh, when are you going to learn the right terms? That was a brassy. A caddy is the boy who carries your clubs.
Oh, I thought he was called a birdie.
I give up. Come on, give me a kiss.
Goodbye, darling. Katie, he's gone. I can show you my new hat.
Where is it?
Right here. Now, don't look till I get it fixed. Turn around.
But how can you ever wear it without him seeing it?
Oh, Katie, I'm not going to wear it until I've saved up enough to pay for it myself. But I just ordered it to keep Iris Atterbury from getting it. There. How do you like it?
Oh, why, it's... I better get my glasses, Mrs. Cooper. It looks like a businessman's lunch to me. Just a bunch of vegetables.
It is a bunch of vegetables.
Oh, yes. Oh, say, that's real cute. A bunch of vegetables and a little mouse. Mouse? Yes, he's nibbling the carrot. Oh, get him off! Get him off! Oh, it isn't a mouse. It's a turnip. Oh, my eyes.
Thank goodness. Say, that's an idea, though. With all these vegetables, I hope the birds don't see this hat.
Don't worry. They'll spot it all right. Oh, run, Mrs. Cooper.
What's the matter?
It's Mr. Cooper. He's coming back.
Oh.
Too late. He's here.
Quick, give me the newspaper. I'll hold it up so he won't see my hat.
Hey, that wasn't Corey at all. Some fellow across the street.
Why don't you wait for Corey outside, dear?
What?
Why don't you wait for Corey outside, dear?
Is there something wrong with your eyes, Liz?
Why don't you wait for Corey outside, dear?
Why are you holding that paper so close to your face? It's right up against your nose.
Well, I'm nearsighted, dear. I always read like this, dear.
You do?
Yes, dear.
Upside down?
Oh, dear.
Liz, put that paper down. I see your hat. There's a mirror on the wall and back of you.
Oh. Well, now, don't worry, George. I can explain everything.
Well, I'm waiting.
Well, I'm thinking.
I thought so.
Give me a second now.
All right. This better be a good one.
Well, maybe you better give me a little longer then. Iris Atterbury.
Iris Atterbury what?
I don't know, but it's a good start. I know. Iris called and asked me to pick it up for her.
Now, why would she do a thing like that?
That's a very good question.
All right, let's put it this way. When did she call?
Yesterday.
Very interesting. Iris Atterbury has been out of town for a week.
She has?
Yes.
That's just the kind of a sneaky trick you could expect from her.
Now, Liz, aren't you ashamed of yourself?
Oh, George.
Now, don't start crying. You're not going to get around me this time with tears.
Won't you please forgive me?
No.
Oh, please forgive me, George.
No.
Oh, well, it was a good try.
Sit down, Liz. I want to have a long talk with you. Now, about that habit you have of twisting the truth around.
Well, I have to go milk a cow.
Come back here and sit down. Now, Liz, I want you to promise me never to tell anything but the truth. I don't want to ever catch you lying again.
Neither do I. I didn't want you to catch me this time.
How can you joke about it? This is serious. Don't you realize that when you tell a fib, you have to tell another one, and then another, until you're all tangled in a whole web of untruths, only to end up being caught anyway. But now, what happens when you tell the truth in the first place?
You get caught right away.
Now, stop that.
I'm sorry, George. You're absolutely right. I'm ashamed of myself, and I promise from now on I'll make you proud of me.
Well, that's better. I only hope you mean it.
Oh, I do, dear. You'll see. I'll get it.
Oh, I hope it isn't Corey saying he can't make it.
Hello?
Hello, Liz.
Yes?
This is Mr. Atterbury, Liz. How's George?
George?
Yes, is he feeling any better? He was terribly sick this morning.
He was?
Yes. He called me at home and said he just felt awful, much too ill to come to work.
Oh, he did, huh?
Yes. He must be keeping it from you because he doesn't want you to worry.
Yes.
I just can't tell you how bad he sounded. He was groaning and wheezing, and his voice was so weak I could hardly hear it. Mm-hmm. Said his head felt like it was going to be split open any minute.
You know, he may be right.
Well, tell me, Liz, how is he now? Awful sick?
Not as sick as he's going to be.
Well, Liz, I was wondering if I ought to send my doctor out to look him over.
I think that's a very good idea. No, wait a minute, Mr. Atterbury. I have a better idea. I'll see if I can get the poor boy to come to the phone.
All right, Liz, if he feels up to it.
Hang on a minute. Oh, George, come here a minute, dear.
What is it, Liz?
Telephone. It's for you, George Washington.
For me? Who is it?
It's Corey, dear. He wants to know if you still want to play golf.
Well, what's the matter with him? Certainly I want to play. Give me that phone.
Here you are.
Hello, Corey. What's the matter with you? Certainly I want to play golf. I never felt better in my life.
Is that so, George?
Corey?
What's the matter, dear?
This is Mr. Atterbury, George.
What a dirty trick. I ought to wring your neck.
What?
Oh, no, not you, Mr. Atterbury.
Well, I think you'd better get out of your sick bed and drag yourself down to work, Cooper.
Yes, sir, Mr. Atterbury, sir. Right away, sir. I'll be right down, sir. Goodbye, sir.
Who was it, sir?
Liz?
Sit down, George. I want to have a long talk with you. Now, about that habit you have of twisting the truth around.
Never mind.
Don't you realize that when you tell a fib, you have to tell another and another until you're tangled in
Now,
a hopeless...
stop that. Liz, how could you do this to me?
Oh, George, you'll have to admit it was your own fault. Look, I'll make a deal with you. You let me keep the hat, and I'll call Atterbury and tell him you were delirious.
No.
Why not? What you did is just as bad as what I did.
It is not. What I did is accepted business practice.
Accepted by whom?
Everybody. What's sick leave for if you don't take it? What about the poor people who are always well?
Will you give me that again with the same inflection?
Oh. Well, besides that sourpuss, baggy-eyed, two-faced old skinflint Atterbury has been taking advantage of me for years. Why, I had a day off coming and you cheated me out of it. Give me that hat, Liz.
What are you going to do with it?
I'm going to take it back and buy myself some golf clubs with the money.
Of all the nerve, you are not.
I want that hat.
Over my dead body.
That's the best offer I've had today.
Wait a minute. I got a wonderful idea, George.
What?
I saw it in a picture once. Look, we'll both swear to tell the absolute truth for 24 hours. And whoever makes the other one lie gets the $75 to spend.
Gee, you mean even little white lies?
Little white ones, big black ones, polite gray ones, anything that isn't true.
We're liable to learn a lot of things about each other, Liz.
I'm game.
Okay, you've got a deal. From this moment on, we tell the absolute truth. Shake.
Shake. You know, if I were the suspicious type of wife, I know what I'd ask you, George.
Huh? What?
I'd say, George, those 3 nights you were working late at the office last week, how much did you win?
$15.
You mean you did play poker? Oh, I hate you, George Cooper.
Here are some facts you may not have known about NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. NATO has grown and prospered since its founding in 1949. Yet the United States has not underwritten most of the expense. As a matter of fact, European members have paid for 85% of the total cost, have supplied 60% of the equipment and supplies used by NATO forces, and they have provided the major share of its manpower. NATO is a voluntary association of sovereign states, each bearing its fair share of the burden. We can all be proud of NATO and grateful for it, too, for NATO is guarding your freedom.
And now, back to the Coopers. Liz and George have made a pact to speak nothing but the absolute truth for 24 hours. The forfeit being a new hat that Liz is crazy about against a set of golf clubs George has his eye on. Well, right now, Liz is so put out with George that she's not talking to him at all.
Oh, Liz, it was your idea. I had to tell you the truth about playing poker.
Katie, would you kindly tell Mr. Cooper I'm not speaking to him?
She's not speaking to you, Mr. Cooper.
Well, tell her I don't care.
He don't care.
Oh, why don't you go take a walk?
Oh, why don't you go take a walk?
Okay, I'm leaving.
Okay, I'm leaving.
Who cares?
Who cares?
And I may not come back.
And I may not come back.
Well, I don't care if you never come back. Go on, leave.
Well, I don't care if you never come back. Go on, leave, you big dope. Sorry, Mrs. Cooper, I got carried away. Sorry, Mr. Cooper.
Oh, that's all right, Katie. This whole thing is pretty silly.
Well, I'm not speaking to you until the 24 hours are up anyway. It's safer that way.
Well, you can kiss me without talking to me.
All right.
Not bad. But it won't do you any good. I'm getting those golf clubs or my name isn't George Cooper.
Goodbye, Sam. Katie, I have to watch myself now. He's going to try some fancy tricks. Unless I try them first. Now, you can listen, Katie, but don't laugh. He might hear you.
What are you going to do, Mrs. Cooper?
Well, I'll pretend it's my Aunt Liza calling. He can't stand her. When he hears she's coming to visit us, he'll make up a lie to keep her away.
But your Aunt Liza lives in Syracuse.
Never mind. Leave it to me. Does this sound old enough, Katie? Hello, Mr. Cooper.
It sounds like Lionel Barrymore's grandmother.
Second National Bank.
Mr. George Cooper, please.
I'll ring him.
Hello?
Mr. George Cooper?
Yes?
One moment, please. Syracuse is calling. Go ahead, Syracuse.
Hello? Is this Mr. George Cooper?
Yes. What do you want, Liz?
Oh, you... How'd you know it was me?
Because your Aunt Liza always calls collect.
Oh, you're so smart.
Well, I'm smarter than you are. Oh, boy, what a couple of phonies you sent over here today.
What are you talking about? I didn't send anybody over there.
Oh, come on, admit it, Liz. You sent them over to catch me in a lie.
Cross my heart, I didn't, George. George? George, what's the matter?
You mean that fellow from the income tax department was on the level?
Income tax? Oh, you mean you told him the truth?
Down to the last penny.
Oh, no!
I even pointed out where I stretched things a little.
Oh, that's wonderful, and it serves you right. What do you mean when you said a couple of phonies? Don't tell me you got stung twice today.
I guess I did. The other one was a lady from the newspaper who interviewed me. I'm afraid I gave away a few secrets.
Oh, really? What kind of questions did she ask you?
It was for a series on the society page called The Truth About My Wife.
I think we have a bad connection, George. Say that again, please.
It was for a series called The Truth About My Wife. Well, gee whiz, Liz, I thought you sent her over.
Call her back, cancel it, tell her you were lying. When is she going to print it?
Well, she thought it was so good, she rushed back to get it in tonight's paper.
Oh, I'll call him up. I'll threaten to sue. Goodbye, George. Oh, Katie, this is terrible.
What happened?
George told a news reporter some awful things about me.
Did he lie?
Worse than that, he told the truth.
Evening Bugle.
Hello, is tonight's paper out yet?
Yes, it is. It's being delivered now.
Oh, this is Mrs. George Cooper. Is there a story about me on the society page?
No, there isn't.
Oh, thank goodness.
They wouldn't waste that story. It's on the front page.
Oh,
no! Here's the paper now, Mrs.
Oh,
Cooper.
at last. Let me see it. Oh, Katie, look! On the front page, The Truth About My Wife by George Cooper. Let's see. Oh, my wife, Liz, is a charming, beautiful, talented woman of 26.
Well, that's not bad.
She has been charming and beautiful ever since I can remember. She has been talented ever since I can remember. She has also been 26 ever since I can remember.
Oh, my.
My wife, Liz, is a natural beauty. She has naturally lovely skin, a naturally good figure, and naturally white teeth. She also has red hair. Katie, can I sue him for libel?
Well, you can if he's lying.
I'm dead.
What else does he say?
Oh, let's see. Some men complain about the way their wives look when they wake up in the morning. Luckily, I don't have this complaint, as my wife never gets up till the afternoon. And when she does, she's so full of cold cream, curlers, facial masks, and chin supports, I can't tell what she looks like anyway. Katie, I think I'm about to make myself a widow.
Liz, is it safe to come in?
George, darling, come in, honey. How's my little husband tonight, huh?
I don't like the sound of this. There's a booby trap someplace.
Why, George, you don't think I'd be mad about a little thing like that story now, do you? Come on in. I'd like you to meet a friend of mine.
Good evening, George.
Mr. Atterbury.
Yes, your boss. I was telling him about that silly little game we play called Telling the Truth. And he thought it would sort of be fun to come over and ask you some questions.
Yes, I love games. Let's play, George.
I don't feel much like playing.
Well, don't force it, Mr. Atterbury. I'll play it with you. You just asked me how George described you this morning.
All right, Liz. How did George describe me this morning?
Well, he said that you were a...
Wait, Liz, there's a hat I want to buy for you, all full of beautiful little vegetables.
He said you were a very nice boss.
What?
I couldn't do it to you, George.
Hey, what's going on here anyway?
Oh, get that look on George's face. He thought I was going to say two-faced, baggy-eyed old skinflint.
What?
Oh, dear.
Oh, he did, eh? What else did he say?
Well, I'm in it this far. Might as well go ahead.
Oh, no, you don't. If it's going to come out, I'll have the pleasure of saying it myself. Mr. Atterbury, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. That's not an office you run down there. It's a sweatshop.
Why?
Punch the clock in the morning. Punch the clock for lunch. Punch the clock when you go home. Why, you don't even give your employees the dignity of being on their honor. No wonder they see your face on that clock every time they punch it, and I don't blame them.
Well,
Why, George.
Oh, who do you think you're talking to?
You baggy-eyed old skinflint. Go ahead, George, tell him.
I'm tired of having to turn in a stub every time I want a new pencil.
Yeah.
Yeah, and coming to you for the key every time I want to wash my hands.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right, so this means my job. Well, you're not firing me. I quit.
Hooray, George Cooper, I'm proud of you.
I feel pretty good about it myself.
Well, so do I.
What?
George, that's the kind of courage I like, huh? There are a lot of things wrong down at the office. Maybe it is the fault of an old skinflint.
Baggy-eyed.
He's serious. George, I'd like you to keep your job and set up a new office system.
Yee-hoo! Liz, you can keep that hat and I'll pay for it.
Yahoo! Will you pay for it before tomorrow?
What's the rush?
Well, you might not feel like it after you see tomorrow's Evening Bugle. I wrote a little article for him.
Liz, not...
That's right, George. The truth about my husband.
Oh, no!
George, wake up.
Huh? What's the matter?
Talk to me.
Talk? At 4 in the morning?
Mm-hmm.
Did you wake me up just for that? I'll go to sleep.
I can't sleep. I want a glass of water.
Well, get up and get one.
I can't get up. I'm too sleepy.
Oh, Liz.
What's that?
What?
George, I heard a noise downstairs.
Oh, you're imagining things.
I am not. Get up and see. Maybe there's a burglar down there.
Okay. All burglars downstairs say aye. Nobody down there.
George, as long as you're up, will you get me a glass of water?
I thought so. Aren't you ashamed of yourself?
I'll hate myself in the morning. Good night, George.
You have been listening to My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning, and based on characters created by Isabel Scott Rohrig. Tonight's program was produced and directed by Jess Oppenheimer, who wrote the script with Madeline Pugh and Bob Carroll Jr. Original music was composed by Marlon Skiles and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The part of Katie the Maid was played by Ruth Parrott. Lucille Ball will soon be seen in the Paramount picture Sorrowful Jones. Be sure to listen to Lucille Ball in My Favorite Husband next week. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
National Broadcasting Company presents, transcribed from Hollywood, The Magnificent Montague, starring Monty Woolley. It was not too long ago that Edwin Montague, the magnificent Montague of Shakespearean theater fame, would have preferred death rather than sink artistically into the depths of radio or the movies. Today, he is involved in both. He is Uncle Goodhart, star of an afternoon radio program, and now we find him in Hollywood, lured here by Empire Pictures to star in Shakespeare's immortal tragedy, Macbeth. The Montagues, Edwin, his wife, and former leading lady, Lily Boehm, and Agnes the maid, have sublet a small bungalow in Beverly Hills. It is 7 o'clock of the morning. Edwin is due at Empire Studios. Agnes and Lily are up and around waiting for His Majesty to arrive.
Hooray for Hollywood. Hollywood.
Agnes, where are you?
Coming, honey. I was just out getting a little tan. This is the life laying out there on the patio.
That's patio.
Oh.
Agnes, isn't California wonderful? After living our entire lives in an apartment in New York.
Yeah.
Oh, the air. Imagine me up at 6:30 in the morning and feeling human.
This is it, kid. Is the magnificent monster up yet?
He has to report at the studio at 8. Now, Agnes, you'd better change. You can't serve breakfast in those shorts and bandana tops.
Are you kidding? I ain't getting out of these until we hit Times Square again. Oh, beat me, sunshine, to the bar.
But, Agnes, you can't walk around the house that way.
Look, honey, did you get a load of how the dames go round out here? Compared to them, this is a ski suit.
Agnes, you know how conservative Edwin is. Now, you can't serve him breakfast in that.
Why not? What's wrong with shooting him a little thrill with his Wheaties? Hooray for Hollywood.
Agnes, now you get breakfast ready and I'll get Edwin up. Oh, everything would be so wonderful about Hollywood if only Edwin didn't hate it so.
That miserable grouch. He wouldn't be happy in the Garden of Eden. He complained because his fig leaf didn't have a belt in the back.
Now get his breakfast and I'll wake him up.
Okay, baby. Hooray for Hollywood. Hey, 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 hey.
Edwin. 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 Time to get up and go to the studio. Edwin.
Huh? Where am I?
Edwin. Wake up.
Oh, Lily, it's you. What a horrible night.
Oh, now, darling.
Oh, what a nightmare. I dreamt I was in Haiti.
Oh, now, Edwin, you're in your own little bungalow in Hollywood.
Hollywood. The dream was true.
Edwin, you have to be at the motion picture studio at 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock. Ah, now I know how they get away with those moving pictures. They make them in the middle of the night so the authorities can't tell what they're doing.
Oh, Edwin, they have to start early. They have to make tests, makeup, story conferences.
Oh, how low can a man sink? Edwin Montague in the movies. It's like asking Professor Einstein to do the Charleston.
Edwin, but it's not just another movie. It's Shakespeare's Macbeth. Oh, come on, get dressed. Agnes has your breakfast ready.
Got him up, huh?
Well, Agnes, doesn't Edwin look wonderful in his sports shirt?
Good morning, Agnes.
Good morning, Bing.
Look at it. Oh, no, Lily. Get her to put something on.
Oh, that's her sunsuit.
Some stuff, Buster?
Oh. Agnes, is this your way of beating the high price of food by running around spoiling people's appetites?
How do you think you look with that sports shirt and beard? Looks like the stuffing coming out of a love seat.
Now, please.
Lily, have pity. Must the first thing that greets my eyes in the morning be a middle-aged delinquent running around in polka dot diapers?
Oh, now, Edwin, women out here show their legs.
And not those legs. Like waking up in the middle of an ostrich farm.
Ooh, I hope he gets to be a big movie star. I want to be there when they bury him in cement in front of Grauman's Chinese.
Edwin, you'll be late at the studio. Agnes, start serving.
Okay.
Oh, this is charming. Watching her prance back and forth in that outfit. It's like having breakfast on the runway of a burlesque house.
Edwin, she's just trying to get a tan. That's why she's got that suntan lotion on.
So that's what it is. She looks like something that was left for the cat in a sardine can.
Edwin, will you please relax?
Here's your coffee, Ronald.
Thank you, Hetty. Coffee.
Oh, Edwin, something wrong with the coffee?
Lily, we're rich. I think Agnes struck oil in the kitchen.
Oh, now, Edwin.
Lily, Agnes is supposed to be our maid. She can't keep house. She can't cook. She can't even make coffee.
Isn't my sparkling personality enough?
Now, Lily, let's try out our barbecue pit. Agnes is all greased and ready.
Edwin, you'll be late. You have to leave for Empire Studios.
Lily, you better come along. I'll never find it.
Oh, nonsense, Edwin.
Every street looks the same out here, the same stucco bungalows and those trees that all look like they needed haircuts.
Well, those are palm trees, Edwin. You can walk there. The studio sent instructions.
Lily, come along. I got lost 6 times yesterday. No taxis, no elevators. Yesterday, I got on a bus to go to the radio station and spent the afternoon on it just seeing movie stars' homes.
Oh, Edwin, it's so simple.
Not for me. I have to remember that they have no subways here. I keep walking down into people's basements.
Now, here are the instructions in the studio. Now, listen.
Go ahead.
You go 2 blocks till you get to Cahuenga.